Good evening. How's everybody doing? What's up, everybody in the chat? Running a little late tonight. We've been getting ready for Easter. The links are sent out, boys. You should all have your links. What's up, Chad?
What's going on, man?
Not much. It's the first time you've ever shown your face.
Yeah, I figured I'd let you know I'm real.
Hey, John, how's it going, buddy?
What's up, Mike? Where you at, Chance?
My shop.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, there we go. I'm fine.
Isaiah, what's up, man?
What's up, Isaiah?
Not much. How y'all doing?
Doing
good,
good. How
buddy.
about yourself?
Yeah, doing good. Busy.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I've been
Yep.
man.
And hey, Mr. John, I had a pretty interesting call the other day. See, I saw a video. It was that carrier, that little 25-year-old carrier unit, and I had two more that were down. 3 systems I had to get running.
Yep.
When I said, Dad, go ahead and press trade record on that. Make sure the thing has refrigerant in it. Because if the other unit was almost out of Freon, what I was going to do was just recover the refrigerant out of that one and cut that old one loose. Sure enough, it's out of Freon totally. And I don't know where the leak's at, but I guarantee he's in that line set. Gotta be. That unit's more than 30 years old.
Yeah.
And that's for the master bedrooms in that house. It's a 3-story house.
Yeah.
And that's for the master bedrooms.
What's up, Adam?
What's up, Adam?
Hey guys, how you doing?
All
You
right.
doing pretty good?
Living the
Adam,
dream.
what's that nasty beer you drinking there?
What is that? Nitro?
Nitro or something.
Milk stout.
You fucking Yankees or something else, man.
Hey,
Stick to a regular beer.
this is probably 2 or 3 beers for you, buddy.
Oh. Dude,
It tastes like shit, though, probably.
you really want to go there? Especially with somebody from Louisiana.
Hey, speaking of which, John, a good friend of mine, when I was at our the Ferguson supply I was telling you about, it's in Harahan, Louisiana.
Yep.
And my friend of mine called. She wants to replace both of her air conditioning units with a Lennox because she's got a Lennox Whisper Quiet furnace, and she wants to go back with that. Because I've never done a Lennox system at all, believe it or not. I've never done one personally.
You'll love it.
Yep. And I think what I'm gonna do is like I did with that Ream, a 16-seer single stage with a Dave Lennox series on variable speed furnace on both of them. If I could do that, that is.
They might not let you buy that high-end stuff if you're not a dealer.
Yikes. I'm hoping because and we're gonna be using a friend of mine. We got a little guy that does the installs for us. It's my
Well,
my dad's
some of
never in a condition to do it anymore.
Some of those companies, if you're not a dealer, they won't let you buy anything above a builder's grade.
Yes, sir. And they are. And what he was telling me, my buddy-in-law was telling me that as the installs, they're a dealer in our area.
Yeah. Yeah. I know, like with Train, the Train supply houses here, if you ain't a dealer, they won't even let you buy a fucking builder's model.
No shit.
They
That's
won't
how
let
it is
you,
here.
they won't let you buy equipment. You can only buy parts.
I don't even want to talk about a train.
Ooh.
Yeah. That was a pretty interesting picture you had, man. You got your hands full this coming up week.
Dude,
I'm
I
looking
have-
forward to that video, Mike.
Yeah, I'm gonna
You better video that shit and put it on YouTube. I got to make sure that I subscribe to your shit. I think I did.
I'm going
Have
to
you put any
video. I
videos
just
out
have to
yet?
be really careful what I do, but I'm going to video. I'll take some. We'll do like a little walk around of it, and then a little bit in between, and then the startup on it because I have to watch. If kids walk through there, I can't get any of them on video.
Right. What is it HVAC porn?
Yeah, HVAC porn.
Okay. Let me make sure I'm subscribed.
What's up, HVAC North? What's up, brother?
What's going on, bud? What's going on? What's
Can
up,
you
guys?
hear, can you hear
Is
me,
Joe,
Joe?
Joe in here?
Yeah, I'm
So
here.
can you hear everyone?
I hear Mike. I hear John. Chance.
You hear me?
Yeah.
You hear
Adam.
me?
Yep. Adam.
Yep, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit.
You know what it was? You know what it was?
What?
The browser.
We're using.
Hey,
Now I'm using Chrome. I was using Safari.
Oh yeah, Google Chrome is dude, Safari sucks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's the only thing I don't like about my Mac is I never use Safari. I downloaded Google Chrome the minute I got
I
it.
never do.
I'm glad you're saying that. So now I know.
Google Chrome is the way to go. For
But
sure.
if you count that unit, it has 2 compressors, and I've got to change both of them. And so
I can't
more
find your
compressors.
channel. I'm gonna have to.
Click on my name.
Click
in
on
the
his name.
Yeah, in the chat.
Oh yeah, I guess I could do that, huh?
hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Tell me about these coyotes and the snake that you had. You had some
Oh, yeah.
bad luck.
I'm subscribed to you.
Okay. Dude, I'm telling you, man, I was there and I was leaned up against this little tree and had been working this turkey, and he was down there across this creek. I was trying to get him to jump the creek and come on over to me. Well, all of a sudden, man, to the left of me, coyotes started howling from everywhere. It was the most eeriest feeling I'd ever had in my life.
What time was it?
It was about 9 a.m. So I stood up and I hollered at my father-in-law. He was about a mile down the tracks from where I was at. And I told him, I said, man, you be careful. I said, I'm surrounded by coyotes. And I walked down probably 30 yards from where I had been sitting, get in closer to that bird. And all of a sudden, man, something grabbed my leg, jerked my leg, about jerked me off my feet. And when I spun around, I startled him, and he jumped back, and he was about 10 foot behind me. And I blasted his ass.
No, yeah.
And so the other one took running, and I shot it, and I thought I missed it at first. And somebody was trying to freaking call me on Facebook.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry.
Too.
But I thought I missed it. But after I went up and looked about 30 yards up above from where I'd shot him at, he was laying there. So I got 2. So that I shook up pretty bad. The next day, I went in and I set up probably about a half a mile from my father-in-law at this other place, and I was sitting right beside the railroad tracks. Because for some reason, man, these are like hobo turkeys or something. They walk the railroad tracks. I've never seen anything like it. And so we'd been calling there. Well, we had a tornado warning. So I told my father-in-law, I said, we're going to get out of here. Well, he's not able to do a whole lot. So I went down to pull up his decoys and pack his blind and stuff after I got mine. And I'd no sooner got over and stepped into the woods where he was hunting at. And here come this coyote hauling ass down the railroad tracks. Well, on my way there, I was walking. I wasn't really paying attention, and there was this. I heard a noise, and I looked down, and this black snake just lunged at me like it was a freaking cobra or something. And so I stepped back, and when I did, it came at me. So I run. I probably went 15, 20 foot, and I turned around, and I knocked the safety off, and I blasted his ass too. Man, everything was out to get me. I swear to God.
That's crazy. Like I
Yeah.
got coyotes all around me, like at my house. They go crazy. I've
Sure.
never had any come up close to me.
They got a
Dude,
feast.
that one grabbed my pants leg.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Shit, usually a black snake, they'll
It's
they'll
you
go
can
right
that
away.
topic on HVAC. I think if I remember correct, this was 4 or 5 months ago. We did a compressor on a little older York unit.
Isaiah,
What's up?
hold that thought 1 second. Let me answer something in the chat. Yes, Michael Curtis, you can put your email in the chat, and I'll send you an email with a link to click, and you're more than welcome to come in. Sorry, go ahead, Isaiah.
When I went and opened up the cover, John, no sooner I opened that fucking cover, had a big old fucking black widow spider. Nearly got my damn arm, that little bastard.
Oh wow.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
That
Scary
son bitch crawled down my freaking arm and got away. Well, I
I'm going
freaking
home.
threw that cover on the ground and ran.
I'm going home. Yeah. If that happens, I'm going home.
Yeah, I'd have crawled up in a fetal position.
Too much of
Yeah.
a city boy.
Oh, that was funny. When I almost got bit by that black widow.
Hey, Chance, is that your garage?
It's my barn.
Nice.
Nice.
Fuck. That's a
One of the
nice-
guys that worked for me, we were doing a crawl space job, and he got bit in the ass by a brown recluse spider.
Ooh.
And his shit, like, over time, his shit, like, swelled up. I wish I had a picture of it. His ass had a hole like this big in it. Like, it
I
just.
bet I got about 100 of them out in my other barn.
My dad got
everywhere.
bit. My dad got bit by one years ago right here on the hand, and his hand swell up. I bet you that son of a bitch was the size of a baseball glove.
Yeah,
What's it
we got
called?
them everywhere around here.
Brown
Oh
what?
yeah, and brown recluse and recluse. I don't know how ever the hell.
You
you
don't
say
got
it.
them, Joe. They're
Yeah, you
they
probably
really
don't have
go
them.
past Iowa.
Yeah.
where they kind of
That's what I
stopped
figured.
knowing.
Well, they had to do surgery, and
Wow.
Dad had a fucking hole like that. I mean, it was huge.
What it
was,
doesn't it like rots your skin? It just
Yeah,
it rots from the inside out.
and there's nothing they can do about it. They can't give you
No.
anything for it. It
Nope.
just has to take its course,
That's it.
and it may do something to you or it may not. You know, there's
The doctor said it's pretty rare that you'll die,
yeah.
but you know, it'll fuck with you.
If you want to see some nasty shit, Google brown recluse bites.
Oh,
Yeah,
I have.
nasty, man.
I've YouTubed it.
I'm gonna do it now.
I'll take some pictures of them. I've got tons of them around here, man.
Now, if you want to see some nasty shit, Google blue waffle.
Oh God.
Oh, good lord, dude!
Mike, what are you trying to get us into, man?
I
Yeah,
know.
I
I've,
Two girls, one
I've
cup
Googled
type
that
thing?
before.
Yeah, that's
Somebody else
nasty.
told me about that. Don't do it.
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't know about this blue waffle you speak of.
Every
Yeah,
every
oh my
son of a
God.
bitch, every son of a bitch in the chat is probably Googling that right now.
Blue waffle. Hope
You
it's
get the
something
same
good.
reaction.
go ahead, Adam. If you ain't seen it, you
All
better
right,
do it.
guys. Look, I'm gonna do a reaction video right now. Okay.
Oh hell, here we go.
No.
Oh, hell.
So I caught a few minutes of shit talk. I mean shop talk. I just can't never get. I can't
I'd
ever
never
get
watch
that.
that.
I can't ever
I didn't
get
watch
that
it.
one right. I can't ever get that one right. And I heard him talking about the redfish meter. I know it's made by Subco. They said that it's also the same people that are making Harbor Freight meters or some shit.
Really?
Yeah, Adam, you were there. I know.
I was there.
Come on, what's the word?
I don't really know who they're made by, but
Well, it's
Yeah.
Subco. Subco's name is on it.
what is Subco though? Like who?
You've never heard of Subco?
I know Subco, but I'm saying, who do they make? Are they? Who? What are they?
Oh, I have no idea.
I have a Subco mega ohm meter. It just has the
Right.
the lights that
Right.
go.
Right. Yeah, that's them. That's supposedly who makes it.
Yeah, speaking of John, on that topic, I have the new redfish meter, and I like it. The app's pretty cool on that bitch.
How does
You're
it
talking
feel in your hand?
It
Plant
feels
meter,
good to me.
Isaiah.
Yes, sir. It feels good in my hand because I got big freaking hands, and I like it.
I mean, does it feel like it's like a good piece of equipment? Like it's heavy,
Yeah,
like
it's really
like well made.
It's heavy. That's heavy duty to me. It feels really good. I had a system with an intermittent problem where I was having a voltage drop. I was able to record that. Use my data to record on the app and log that for the customer to see.
Well, I saw Jim Berkman's little video on it on Facebook, and I do
Yeah.
like the live capacitor testing. That's pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what,
You're right back.
did that unboxing video of that UEI, and I played around with it today, and really liked the meter, but pretty disappointed in the capacitor testing.
That's
It
how my
does a good-
UEI is too, man. It got
Does
a
a
big
good job.
delay.
I mean, it gives you a very accurate reading. Now on the fan side, I had a 45/5 sitting in the house for some reason, so I grabbed it. On the 5 side, no problem, but on the 45 side, it does OL because when you put it on MFD, it's instead of UF, it says NF.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you hit, the capacitor, it changes to UF, like it recognizes it. So it does that, then it does OL, then it does like a 0.1, then it does then it starts bringing up the true reading. So it's a pretty good delay. I'm gonna have to talk to UEI about that because they said if I found anything I didn't like or whatever, to let them know.
The one thing
That's how mine is, man.
The
Which
only
one
time
do
I've
you
ever
have?
I think mine's like the 379, and sometimes I'll have to turn it off and back on because it'll give me like a false reading every once in a while.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't know why it does it.
gonna talk to him about it for sure.
Yeah, and y'all want to talk shit about my stick meter, but it reads them pretty quick.
Fuck that stick meter. I can't stand stick meters. Jeffrey, how are you, sir?
Good evening, John. How y'all?
Oh, hold on, fellas. Let me mute myself real quick. My wife needs me to call her. Y'all chat away.
UEI. I used the UEI meter years ago, and that's the only meter that I've ever gotten zapped from getting bad readings. And it happened multiple.
I think someone's got YouTube on in the background.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, is
And-
that you? You got to pause the chat.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Adam, on that topic,
Yes, sir.
You have to pause your video, the YouTube video, Jeffrey. It feeds back.
you know something? HVAC and Adam.
Yeah.
The only my stick meter I had when I was doing a pain system repair, and I went in and checked the power and I think so I wouldn't get the piss knocked out of me. Sure enough, I got down to the last wire in that freaking capacitor, and that thing I got the piss knocked out of me.
Oh
That
damn!
thing.
I've got
So I
the
checked
field
that power
piece.
gamma. Yeah. I had a field piece that just 36, and I grabbed my fluke meter, checked it at 240 something volts goes that damn contactor. Well, I was so pissed off and ready for that damn meter across the fence. I was so pissed off.
Nice, Adam.
It wet my ass up good. But I can't trust that. I said, fuck this piece of shit. I can't trust it.
Welcome there, Michael.
Jeffrey, I'm sorry I muted you. You got to mute your video. Or
And
pause
no
your
offense
video.
to God to use that meter.
I think it's better.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I'll be
it's
back.
better.
Sweet.
I don't know, guys. My Fluke meter never let me down. After I switched over to Fluke,
Yeah.
old trusty, I've had it for like 15 years, and then I just bought about a year ago the 902 FC.
I've got a Fluke 920. I think that's what it is. And then I have my field piece. HS33. Then I've got one of those Southwire meters that, honestly, that's a pretty good little meter. It's small too.
What is they were saying, John was saying about the redfish meter, how the redfish meter, it's cool because you could do live, test capacitors live. I mean, what I've noticed, a lot of this stuff, obviously, what Measure Quick is doing, they're just taking like formulas and like putting it into their meters and their software and that, so you don't have to. You could do that without the meter. You just need to, what is the equation? Isn't it like amps times 2652 divided by volts or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I know
Yeah.
you can do that.
The triangle.
Something like that.
Hey guys, this evening I went and met this guy. Had some stuff that I sold him. It wasn't drugs, okay? But anyways,
Moonshine?
so we were talking. He said, "Man," he said, "look at these new S-Mans I just got." He bought the brand new S-Mans. He pulls them out of he opens the trunk of his car, pulls them out, and the screen is shattered in them. He had shut, the little hinges on your trunk lid that come down on some cars. He had so much junk in his trunk, when he shut that, it smashed it and busted the whole screen out.
That
Brand
sucks.
new set of S-Mans.
Have you guys seen the new S-Mans? Like 380Vs or whatever?
I believe that's what these were. He said he paid almost $600 for them.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, good
I
luck
just
getting that warranty.
recently went to the wireless.
Say again, Jeffrey?
I said I just recently went to the Philippines wireless.
Apparently those work.
So
with
far,
the new
I like them.
S-Mans.
Oh, do they? They work.
Yeah. The wireless probes and the clamps, they work with the new S-Mans.
That's pretty cool.
I'm thinking about getting the new S-Mans because of that.
Yeah,
They look nice.
the kit that I bought has the wireless probes, the temperature sensors, the psychrometers, and then it can wirelessly to the S-Mans, the SC meter, Philippines meter. You can look at your electrical draws. And there was one other thing. I can't remember what it was. That it just wirelessly connects to all of it.
The job link?
Yes, sir. I've only had it for about 2.5, 3 weeks.
I'll tell you, I mean, they
I'm
got a
pretty
lot of nice
impressed
ones
so
out
far.
there, but I like my Testo 557, so that's what I always fall back on. And I like those Man too, so those are pretty nice.
I don't know about the Philippines S-Mans now, but the ones I have, I bought when they first come out. 2008, 2009, somewhere in there, and I'm still using them. I've never had a lick of problem out of them.
What are the probes? It's called that's a job link, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to look at the job link, but I don't know.
It's just like the Measure Quick stuff. It'll give you a report, and it actually tells you like your actual running BTUs. I had one this week. Was a 36,000 BTU. The refrigerant charge was dead on the money. The air side was dead on the money, but it was only running like 24,000 BTUs. And I told the customer it was probably time to start upgrading. It just wasn't efficient no more. And I haven't seen anything like that I could show a customer that, the efficiency.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That Justin in the chat there, he said he bought the Testo wireless ones. Yeah, all you have to use is a T with those. But see, the Mantus, they've got the port on the back of those. You can hook a hose right up to them and use them.
Yeah, didn't someone get you some of those, Mike?
Yeah, sure did, man. A good friend.
Hey, Chance, what kind of tractor you got back there? What do you guys use?
What's that?
What kind of equipment do you guys use?
Oh, it's a compact tractor, just Massey Ferguson.
Massey Ferguson. You guys have John Deere down there, I guess?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. They're huge. How about Kubota?
Yep. They're big,
Same
too.
shit. Okay.
Seems like everybody has either John Deere or Kubota.
Okay.
See, now they're talking about blue waffles in the chat. I feel like I'm compelled.
No, I wouldn't do it, man. Mike, you got to remember who recommended it.
Imagine you see Adam's new video. Oh, no.
Which video?
He's being inspired by Blue Waffle. Fuck.
Yeah, this video is brought to you by Blue Waffle.
Oh.
So I just started a new job out here in Central Oregon about 3 weeks ago, and my first day they send me out on diagnostics, and the first call that I get was it was an 80% gas furnace that had a shorted gas valve. How uncommon is that, and how unlucky my first call on the job.
Nice.
Okay, I gotta get a drink. You guys are killing me.
What do you say?
He's getting a drink.
Oh,
Yeah, we're driving him to drinking. He probably seen that Blue Waffle.
All right, I'm switching over the harder stuff, guys.
uh-oh.
There he is, Mr. Ken.
What's up, fellas?
Hey,
What's
guy.
up, Ken?
Hey, Ken.
How is everybody?
Living the dream.
Yeah, I know how that is.
How was your week, Ken?
It was pretty good. I was kind of busy, but that's good. Nothing, no big problems. Seem to have problems with contactors this week. I think I replaced 3 or 4 of them. I don't know what it is.
Do you guys notice you go through runs on parts?
Yes.
Isn't that weird?
And always, for me, it seems to be like them contactors after they set all winter when it's not used. I don't know if them points weld together the first couple times, or I don't know.
What kind of control voltage you have, Mr. Ken?
24 volt.
Exactly 24?
No. Sometimes 27, sometimes maybe 22, somewhere in that range.
At 20, if it's 22 volts, your contactor's chattering. Sometimes people, these multi-voltage contactors, people mess around with the voltage taps. And if you're getting 23 volts or less, 22, 23 volts, that contactor sometimes it's pulling in, sometimes it's not, and it's chattering. That's what's killing those contactors, most likely.
But what do you do when that happens?
See what you got to check and see why your voltage is falling out.
Yeah.
There's something you got a problem with there's a reason why.
As your voltage goes up, and down, your secondary voltage goes up and down. So sometimes you got to put a phase monitor on them to catch voltage drops. Because if that voltage drops at night, your secondary voltage is dropping as well. So during the day, if it's running 244 volts, and it's running 24 secondary, if it drops to 230, that 24 volts is dropping below, the 22 volts. It's chattering your contactor.
And what's that? There's a technical term. You put it on the line going. What is it called again? I forgot. Power off.
Phase monitoring?
Power on.
What do you, Jeffrey? What do you normally work on? Residential or commercial?
I do everything. Most of my experience is commercial. But since I went in my business 2 years ago, I'm doing a lot of residential just to have work. But most of my experience is boilers and chillers.
Right on. That's what I do.
And light industrial.
And if you don't know this about Mike, his favorite brand is Train.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I see a lot of Train on commercial, and I tend to go with those. But on residential, I've been setting Arco Air ICP.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Train makes good commercial equipment, though.
Man, you got to go with Goodman. That's the way to go.
Oh,
All the new train stuff though, the
I
commercial,
can't-
everything is microchannel.
yeah.
I was just about to say that, Adam.
I think everybody's going to microchannel on
I can't-
commercial except Carrier.
I can't do Goodman. I can't put my name on them.
Hey, John. Speaking of which, when I went to that carrier class, I believe it was Chris was one of the instructors, and from what he was saying, Carrier's still using the microchannel, but you have to jump through freaking hoops if you want, microchannel coil. You have to jump through hoops to get it. From what I was hearing.
I don't know why anybody would want to jump through hoops to get that.
No, that fucking shit's trash. Fuck that microchannel. That's all I gotta say. Fuck that. I hate it. If you're gonna give me a fucking unit, give me a fucking copper coil.
In the last summer.
Can you keep calling people?
What's that?
I got a
If
call
you're
back at
getting,
the end of last summer
hangout
to a
phone
medical
I'm guessing
facility
it's
that
from
had these train and telepacks with the microchannel coils.
For me?
They were right at a year old, and I went over there and found 3 of the 4 circuits leaking out of Freon on all 4 units. And this dumb idiot maintenance guy cleaned it with acid cleaner. And I think he got fired because Train wouldn't warranty anything. And I think they fired him because it cost them so many thousands of dollars.
Wow.
Well, Matt said Goodman's job security. I have to say Train is job security for me because these damn trains just can't seem to keep a compressor together for some reason.
Well, they probably weren't installed.
Well, I guess Goodman's are job security if you ain't doing warranty calls. It's pretty sad. The company I used to work for, they're one of the biggest carrier dealers in the Southeast, here in Nashville, Tennessee. And they had one builder that they would put Goodman's in for, and they would send me down there, and homeowner being a brand new house, 4 months old, and the Freon, it's already out of Freon, and those Goodman heat pump splits leak where
What
the
leaks?
true suction line meets it's in with the suction line, and they will not put a heavier weld, and they put that copper too tight, and just about every one leaks in the same spot.
Amanda has the same problem too.
You're dropping out real bad. I didn't hear you when you said it's leaking.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out, Jeffrey.
Yeah, it was leaking.
I don't know if Zap Services is. I think he's joking, but in case anybody out there doesn't know, Goodman and the Man is the same thing. It's nothing but a sticker.
Yeah.
Oh no, John, I sell Amana.
It kicked
you-
Ken out.
You sell good mana.
Yo, Ken is out, eh?
Yeah, he said it kicked him out. And now it says it's full.
He's out, eh?
I got that.
I figured you were, Zap. I figured you were.
I've never had problems with the Amana. I gotta tell you, leaking, no problems.
How long you been putting it in?
Well, I started for a year, and then we went back to train for a year, and then it's been a little over a year again. So
Give 'em-
2 years.
give
I've had
'em-
them in for 3 years.
Give them more time.
All right.
Welcome back, Ken.
Well, that was pretty weird.
Took you for a ride, did it?
Sure did.
Mr. Ken, how are you, sir?
I'm all right.
I'm gonna have to get a phase monitor installed on this one school. It seems like every time, it's like probably Monday when I go back to work, I'll have to go to this school and restart everything. Might even have to replace a motor because I was told about every time we get a real good thunderstorm, this thing will phase out and burn up motors.
Oh yeah, that could happen.
You guys ever use that? I can't remember the brand, but like the surge protector thing.
I know.
There ain't nothing surge protected where I work.
You attach on the sub panel, right, Adam?
I've seen them installed on the disconnect, and I've also seen them installed on the main panel in the house.
Okay, yeah.
I've never installed one. I'm just wondering if anyone's ever done them.
I've done one, but that caused a lot of. I heard a lot of them catch on fire.
That's the Subco ones.
We did a lot of surge suppression when I was at the hospital, but it was big time money.
You know, I'll give Goodman and Amana this, and it's only because Goodman bought Amana back in whenever they bought them. Goodman and Amana probably have the best gas furnace on the market.
Yeah, they do have a good gas furnace,
And that's because of Amana's technology. Because Amana had the stainless steel heat exchanger and all that. You know, when I was podcasting, I interviewed the heat exchanger experts. And one of the questions I asked them was, I don't know if you guys are familiar with those guys, but I asked them, they go around the country putting on classes. They're very well educated on gas furnaces. And they also have a contracting company. And I asked them.
Is it McElroy's?
What's that?
Was it McElroy's?
I don't know.
Okay, never mind.
I asked them in their opinion what the best gas furnace was, and they said Goodman and Amana.
The new, I know I've brought this up in the past, but the new Amana furnaces, like the higher end ones right now, I think they're going to bring it across everything, but it's Bluetooth enabled where you could set everything up on your phone. And they have a furnace that's in beta testing right now. It's supposed to be coming out anytime. It's the same furnace, but they send out probes with the furnace, a supply sensor and a return sensor. So when you hook up these probes, it sets its own speed as far as, you know, when you're trying to do your delta T for heating. So it will automatically adjust based on filter and everything else.
Wow.
You know, I just wonder if Goodman is going to hold on to that Amana name when the contract is up, because they have to renew something every so many years to keep that name. I've heard now that Daikin's in the picture, they might let that name go.
Wasn't Amana the ones offering a lifetime warranty on their equipment?
Yeah,
Yep.
They still do. Heat exchanger's got a lifetime warranty, and compressor does on, what is it, 16 and above now, Adam?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the leaks on the Goodman mainly been on the heat pump, like he was saying on the true suction port where it meets up. I ain't had too many coils leaking from Goodman, just their condensers.
No, I had a mini evaporator.
Was that when they were copper? Or was it aluminum?
Mostly copper. When they went aluminum, it got, I'm not going to say it cured the problem, but it did get a lot better.
One thing I have to say,
Mr. Ken,
Yes.
on your contactor problem, have y'all ever tried those White Rogers Sure switches?
No.
Those things have like brownout protection, and they last about 5 times the life of a contactor. They're about $43, but they're pretty awesome.
What was the name of it?
The White Rogers Sure Switch.
Sure Switch.
Don't Emerson make one too?
It may be Emerson.
What are y'all talking about?
Matter of fact, it is Emerson. The Emerson Sure Switch.
The Sure switch.
Yes.
It's made
isn't
by,
Emerson and White Rogers the same company?
yeah, it is. It's made by Emerson. It's the same company. Yeah, they're the only ones that make it.
That thing's pretty interesting looking.
No, it's good. I've put in a couple.
It's good for ants.
That's exactly what I was about to say. I had a customer that had a big ant problem, and I put in one of those, and it stopped.
I've been using them as an upgrade when I have contactors. I've been telling the customer, hey, I'll put this contactor in this, or I can upgrade it to something better for this. And I've had a few people that, just decide they want the better deal.
Yeah, they're expensive, though.
How much they go for?
I think my cost is like $50.
I bought them for $43.
Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, they're more expensive than the contactor, that's for sure.
Well, yeah.
Looks like they're running
Well,
about
like I said, they last 5 times the
$48
lifetime.
plus shipping.
Yeah. I hear you. It's worth it,
on
that's for sure.
Amazon, so
Yeah, I probably I had a couple I bought at my local supplier. I think it was like around 40 something, $50.
Yeah, if y'all got United Refrigeration around anywhere, that's where I get mine. They're $43.
Yeah.
I love their Arco Air brand. I put in a bunch of them. Ain't never had an issue with them.
It's nothing but a carrier with a different.
I started watching.
I know that, but I'm just saying.
I started watching John about 3 years ago, and when I got my business 2 years ago, I started using Arco Air, and I've not went back on one for any warranty.
No, I try to tell people that, man. It's good equipment.
Well, I know they say carrier on their parts.
Yeah, speaking of which, John, I've been watching you since I was a kid, since I was 12, 13 years old.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate it. I'm telling y'all, it's nothing but a carrier. ICP, Comfort Maker, Arco Air, Heil, Temp Star. It's made in the same factory. Carrier and ICP are actually in the same factory now.
Oh, you haven't had any warranty calls, but you will have bad draft motors. I promise you that.
I've heard that, but I've got a shit ton of ICP out there, and I have not replaced an induced draft motor. Now this is 80%. Keep in mind, we don't do 90s here.
Well, your furnaces, you have a lot less cycles than we do up here, but
definitely.
I got to carry the motor. We're talking about those little draft motors, the goofy looking ones.
I know which one
you're the motor,
yeah.
the wheel, all that BS.
I know which one you're talking about,
right?
Yep.
You talking about 80%?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had to replace one the other day.
So who wants to change that compressor for me Thursday?
Tell the school you need an outside consult.
Well,
I'll take a first class ticket and a hotel of my choice.
Nice.
This unit provides AC for the counseling department, so I'm probably gonna have to use the counseling services after I'm done with it. But it's bad, man. Both of those compressors are burned out. Both of them. So
What kind of unit is it?
It's a 10-ton train.
Okay. Probably need a phase.
Oh, it's a
R22.
Yeah, R22. About 15 years old.
Those big green compressors.
No, it's got the big orange ones in it, but they done been changed once. So
you need a phase monitor on that thing.
no, I think what it was, man, when the guys changed it, they said they were changed 2 years ago, both of them. They were previous burnouts, and I don't believe that they flushed them. Yeah, they didn't clean them. And look, I was told that Train doesn't recommend for me to flush that unit, and I'm like, bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit.
Did they even put acid away or anything in it?
Yeah, acid away. I really like acid away.
Yeah, I've got some on my truck, but I'm going to use. I'm actually going to flush it first with some of that X11, and then I'm going to use the acid away.
You better put a suction line filter around.
I'm going to. Yeah.
You gonna go back and take it out?
No, I'm gonna leave it in there.
Well, you ain't doing no good then.
Yeah, you gotta take it out.
You're supposed to go
good.
You know what?
Pull that suction line dryer out.
I've always heard to take it out, but Chris, what is his channel? HVACR videos. he was saying you could leave it in. If you go back and there's no pressure drop across the filter dryer, you're okay to leave it in. You have to test it though.
I have a lot of respect for him. I enjoy his videos. I think he's a great technician, but you're gonna have a pressure drop. I mean, you can ask any manufacturer; they'll tell you to go back and pull it out. What is it? 3 or 4 days. They want you to go back and pull it out.
It's not a bad idea, that's for sure.
I mean, nobody does it. I mean, but that's what you're supposed to do.
Do they want you to pull it out and put another one back in?
No, you're never supposed to have a suction. You're never supposed to leave a suction on.
It is nothing but for cleanup. You leave it in there for about 3 or 4 days, let it clean up, take that sumbitch out, and re-evacuate it, and do not put another one.
Yeah, you know, the bad thing of it is, man, that each one of these compressors hold about 15 pounds of Freon apiece.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Guess you're gonna be recovering some refrigerant.
Well, that's like I said. Nobody does it,
but
that's what you're supposed to do.
Hey, no,
I mean,
I tried to get them just to replace this unit, guys. I swear to God, I did.
You're not recovering anything. That thing blasted you in the face.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'll be completely honest with you. If you're not going to go remove the suction line dryer, you're better off not putting one. That's it. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of,
agree.
I had a pretty interesting.
I'd hit it with 2 bottles of acid away and call it a day.
It's bad, man. You should see the pictures. I mean, this stuff is the Freon oil is black as tar.
Let me tell you, I've done a lot of burnouts in warranty and not put a suction dryer, but I use acid away and stuff because there's no way you're going to get a customer to pay for you to come back and change that suction dryer or take the suction dryer out. You know, you just can't make them understand it.
Yeah. But
and I've left those suction dryers out and just use acid away and stuff, and I've never had an issue.
Yeah.
You ever heard that that podcast John Pesarello did about, you know, he didn't recommend using acid away and all that? I mean, I always have, but there was some type of science behind it.
I don't remember hearing that one, but
he was with Brian Orr.
You got to clean it. I mean, if you don't clean it, it's going to burn the new one.
Yeah. No, he just said don't use any additives in it.
Matter of fact, there's a bunch of different types of acid away. There's New Calgon and a bunch of other ones. The only one Train recommends is the one made by Rector Seal, and it's that's what it's called, acid away.
That's what I'm actually using, but everything that I get for that comes from Train. You know, the damn thing is that they won't warranty the compressors that's in it.
Why?
They're only 2 years old.
Oh.
They only give you a 1-year warranty on it.
Yeah.
They don't have a 1-year warranty on them.
Well, no, I think they give you whatever's remainder on the unit. Like, you know,
units
commercial only has
5 year parts, 1-year compressor anyway.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Even 5 years.
Not on commercial. All commercial is 1 year only.
Yep.
Hey, John, when I get a minute, I want to tell you something about a call I had, Adam, a while back.
What's that?
I had it's a good friend of mine, a buddy of his called, you know, my dad said, hey, my AC's not cool, and come to find out, these idiots put a damn 4-ton unit on a 3.5-ton, a 3-ton furnace, and a 3.5-ton R22, you know, evaporator coil, and put a 14-inch condenser outside. Well, that son bitch was popping leaks everywhere. It's just a fucking hack job. This is bad.
What kind of coil was it?
A little Goodman, 3.5-ton coil.
Piston?
122.
Was it a piston or TXV?
TXV. You know what they told him? The guy? You can leave the R22 in that son bitch and put a 14A on there. I was like, you mean it? You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. They told this idiot you don't need to replace the coil or the furnace or the metering device. They told him. Unfucking believable. Oh, I started laughing. It was so funny just to see what they did to him.
Did you get straightened out?
Yep. He said, just don't worry about it now. I ain't got the money. So he told him, he kicked him out of his house. Good for it's good for their ass what they did. Well, that was a flipping.
Zach, I had a. I went to Zach. I went to a house, following up a competitor the other day. He had a 9-year-old train, and they wanted to sell him a Reamer Rude unit for $7,400, set fleek and Freon. And I went over there, and the only leak was a valve core.
Let's see here. I'm gonna share my screen here, guys. Let's see.
Hey, Adam, what would you have? What would you do if you were in that situation and I was in? That?
What's that? The mismatched system?
Yeah, we had
Damn it.
5 or 6 compressors in it.
God damn it.
I mean,
All right, guys. Can you see that?
I did.
Yeah, look at that shit right there. That's a clusterfuck. That's what an actual clusterfuck looks like.
That is
bad.
Is that a 10-ton condenser with 2 5-ton circuits?
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
You could tell that school board right there.
I mean, and the pressure control on this, the one on the left, it's cut off. It's unhooked. See it wire nutted up there?
Dude, you're gonna play like hell trying to clean that thing up.
Oh, dude. What I'm gonna do is Tuesday I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna clean that whole damn unit just like it is. I mean, and just clean the shit out of it before I start working on it.
Hey, Mike, in your picture, the bottom of the right compressor, the belly band, the heater.
Yeah.
That almost looks like that thing went up.
Yeah, like it's shorted.
Yeah, I see it.
You know, I hadn't paid attention to it. Yeah, it does look like it. It's a fucking mess, man. I'm not looking
Mike.
forward to it. Yeah.
Mike, do you guys replace rooftops or you hire that out?
We do it all ourselves.
Do you do it? Okay. I know some schools they'll just do service and then hire
Hey,
out the.
Yeah, Chance, they do that here, Chance.
Do they?
Yeah.
That's how
Hey,
it is here.
Adam, I'm gonna head out. All right, brother. I got some shit I gotta take care of.
See you later, man.
All right, Isaiah.
Hey,
Good night.
Y'all stay safe. Happy
Good night.
Easter.
I'm good, Isaiah.
You too, man. Bye.
See ya.
See you.
Let's see. I got another.
Hey,
picture.
why wouldn't you guys just replace that rooftop with that big of a mess?
This is not a rooftop. This thing's sitting on the ground.
That's a split system.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sitting on the ground. And the funny thing of it was when that unit went off, look right there on that picture where the 3-prong plug goes. That's where it shot out of there.
Yeah.
But when that unit went
real
off,
common
Usually
for
where
those
they
wreck
do shoot
compressors.
out.
when it went off, they were just starting lunch, and there was a bunch of kids outside. And I was walking down the hall because I'd been down in the boiler room resetting the breaker on the unit, and the other guy was outside. And all of a sudden, the kids start running in the door, and they've got girls crying and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I thought there was like an active shooter or something, you know? And I run to the door, and I look out there, and the other dude, he's got oil all over him.
Jeez.
I mean, and there's a set of bushes about 8 foot in behind this unit, and there was oil all in those bushes and everything.
Wow.
I mean, it went off. He said when that unit went off, he said it sounded like a gun.
Of course.
Oh yeah, it does.
And he said people were ducking and diving and screaming and yelling, and it was a mess. It really was.
Where were you with your camera on that one, Mike?
I know, dude. I was probably 300 foot down the hallway when kids started screaming and running in the doors and shit. It was actually, after I thought about it, was hilarious.
Is that a 410 system?
No, that's a 22 system.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's like
I was gonna say y'all could have just set a new condenser.
Yeah.
Why are you not doing that?
Yeah, I don't get that. Why are you going through all this trouble?
The line set on this thing is a bitch, and
It's probably oversized for 410, right?
It's in a really old school. I mean, the school is ancient, and to get in there to change the coil and all the shit, we'd probably have to change air handling. And we just don't want to get into that. It's cheaper to replace the compressors and just keep going. Probably be cheaper just to keep replacing the compressors until they decide to tear the school down.
Yeah, man, you better flush.
And yeah, I got 4 cans of acid away that I'm going to use, like I said, and I'm going to use some of that X11. If you've never used it, I mean, that's the shit.
Are you getting the big jug of that? The RX11?
No, I'm going to use 2 of the smaller cans.
I need more than that.
You might need more. Yeah, you might need more than that.
Compressor.
What's that?
I heard you could put.
By
denatured
directions, you only need
alcohol
1
in
per
there.
compressor, 1 bottle per compressor.
Yeah.
That's what they say, man.
And the acid away is.
Them bottles will do it.
Yeah, that's for a 5-ton unit, though.
Yeah, I mean that's
well,
what
each
they
one
say.
of those
6 ton.
Yeah.
Each
Yeah,
one of those is 5 tons.
Yeah,
but
but
I'm
that's not-
going to
yeah.
use.
But that fucker's dirty.
True.
Oh, it's really dirty, man. Look at that oil down there. You can see it. It looks like used motor oil.
Yeah.
I heard you
Yeah.
can use denatured alcohol to clean line sets with.
I wouldn't doubt it. Because that's what I mean. That's what you use to clean micron gauges and refrigerant hoses, right?
Yeah. And I'm going to take that. See that liquid line filter right there? I'm going to take it out and just put me a piece of pipe in there. I'm going to put the filter on the outside.
Yeah, you should have 2 of those, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, are you going back with R22, or are you guys doing something else?
Yeah, I'm going to go back with R22. If I decide to use the suction filter, I might go ahead and charge it with like MO99 and let it run a few days. And like John said, then, I mean, I'm not really out a lot of money if I go back and recharge it with R22.
You're not out any money. School district cares.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I still have to watch what I'm doing.
I would still I'd still bring a couple jugs of nitrogen along just to.
Oh yeah, I've got 3 tanks of nitrogen on the truck. That's what I plan on doing.
I think I'd be isolating each different one and try to clean them separate.
It's going to be a chore, man. I'm really not sure how I'm going to approach this unit.
It is isolated. He's got 2 different circuits. He's got 4. You should have 4 service valves on that unit.
Yeah, I do. I do.
That's a Voyager, ain't it?
I believe so.
Yeah,
I believe so. I've got a picture.
Ted would be so proud of you right now, John.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
you
I
should
was
have.
kind of hoping Ted would come in. I was going to.
Yeah, you should have 4 service valves on it, and I believe that's a train Voyager.
I'm trying to find.
I think Ted didn't come because Adam's here.
I think I pissed him off good this week.
You piss Ted off. It takes a lot to piss Ted off. What you need to do, Mike, is tell them they don't need no fucking train. They need an American standard.
Yeah. Tell them I'm a
Ameristar.
Yeah.
Actually, this one says American Standard Incorporated.
Yeah.
A train company.
There you go.
And it's an Odyssey.
Oh, that's right. The splits are Odysseys. Yeah, that's right. The package units are Voyagers. The splits are Odysseys. That's correct.
I just throwed a picture up in our chat. Let me go back into it and I'll pull it and bring it up.
I've put in one of those.
What you think about the negative pressure gas valve on them bastards, them Voyager units?
I've only
They're
put in
tough.
one Voyager. But I've put in an Odyssey before. It's a 10-ton split.
Ken, there is
Those
no
negative gas
Mike.
pressure.
I think there's a question for you, Mike, in the chat. Ken in Ohio.
Oh no, I'm not going to do
No,
that.
oh
Absolutely
no,
not.
no, Ken, that system's too dirty.
Yeah.
And one of the circuits they're dead, right? It's gone. There's nothing left.
Then one of his circuits it blew the charge out, but that system's way too fucking dirty.
Yeah, and then that recovery tank wouldn't be worth a shit after that.
Hold on, guys. My wife is calling me again.
We're here.
Joe, how's life up in Canada?
It's not bad, bud. Not bad. I was watching the St. Louis game today, man.
Were you? Well,
Yeah.
I don't like St. Louis, but that's all right. Oh, you're talking about the Blues?
Yeah.
I hear you. Hockey.
Yeah. So it's kind of cool that they won. Like, I didn't mind who won there.
Country.
but
The
pretty cool.
playoffs are kind of fun to watch.
Yeah,
I like the
absolutely.
playoffs.
Absolutely. So I'll just watch some playoffs and fix that fucking bearing, and that's about it. And I'm debating still if I go to church tomorrow. If I go to church tomorrow, I might bring my laptop underneath my jacket.
You better go tomorrow.
Gonna bless my laptop so I get no.
I'm impressed, country.
Here's a picture of the service tag on that thing. Right there, if you can see it. I know I got to keep talking. But so that thing is what? A 2010? Is that what that is?
Can't see it.
210.
We don't see it. It's not showing up.
What the hell?
You must be on Joe's computer.
Yeah. I got too many screens going here. Just hold on. Screen share. Share. All right. All right. What about now? Can you see it now?
Yep.
It's 2002. It looks like
2002. The first one. Okay, so
Yeah.
that thing is really fucking ancient.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, manufacture date 3 of 2002. I didn't see that. So. And look, it doesn't list how much refrigerant that unit uses or anything, but I was told it was around 15 per compressor.
It doesn't say it on there?
No, it doesn't.
Well,
You're going to put in roughly about 2.5 pounds per ton.
Well,
I'm gonna put in more than 2.5 pounds
Per ton, he said.
Oh, per ton, yeah.
Per ton.
they're never going to give you the how much Freon it because it's a split system.
Yeah.
They probably came dry charge, so you got is the guy?
Yeah, but that was
commercial comes dry charge.
Yeah.
Even in 2002.
Yep.
Yeah, commercial never comes with a pre-charge.
Nope.
It's always nitrogen.
Yeah, it's always going to have nitrogen.
I know the units I got, they come pre-charged.
Oh, look at there, Joe. It's got data for Canadian installation on it.
Where is that? I can't see it.
It's down there near the bottom. Let's see. Right there says data for Canadian installation. And there ain't no data there.
It's all blank.
Yeah, it's all blank. They don't want y'all using them up there.
For Canadian, eh?
Yeah.
Hey.
I said that. Damn it.
Does that unit got expansion valves?
Yeah, anything over 5 tons is always going to have a TXV.
And I was told I really should change it, but I'm not going in up there to change it. Nope. I've done seen where the air handler's at. I'm not going up there.
Hey, Joe, you drinking some good Canadian beer? Hey,
Coors Light, bud.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
That ain't bad.
Yeah. Oh, you drink it down there, eh? You guys, okay, that's cool.
Busch Light, eh?
I think the A suits you, Chance.
Hey, man. Hey, the mountains they turn blue, don't they? On the cores?
You're right, but I don't see them turning blue. Maybe when they get cold, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
But them commercial train units, ain't you supposed to set the superheat? I don't know if it's 8 to 12 or 10 to 15. Because I don't think they got a subcooling charge.
Yeah, you don't charge by superheat with an expansion valve.
Well, I know you got charged by subcooling, but a lot like new carriers split system, it tells you to make sure they're in range of 10 to 15 superheating, and it's got a subcooling curve chart.
Goodman, they don't put that on their units. What the subcooling needs to be.
No,
Right, Adam?
Yeah, they do. You set your superheat first, then you set your subcooling after you get your superheating range.
Honestly, I don't even really do too much TXV anymore. I was so pissed off with the rust inhibitor BS. I can't tell you how many TXVs I replaced when that freaking fiasco happened.
Yeah, but eventually, though, man, pistons are going to be obsolete.
Well, then I'll jump on. when you're paying out of your pocket to go replace TXV after
Yeah.
TXV after TXV, it starts hurting after a while.
Oh,
What are you doing
no,
with the
Hey,
high-end-
Adam.
no, I
high-end
totally
systems?
agree with you, but I think Goodman's the only one
Adam,
that's
what
still
brand you
offering a piston system.
I do
Even
a
on the high
Mana.
end, Adam?
I do a Mana. If it's single stage up to 16 series, I'll do piston. But if it's
Really?
2-stage 16 series and above, I'll do TXV.
That's
He-
nice. I didn't
he
realize
said-
go
Before you
16
change to
too.
TXV,
I used to do all
check with your
TXV.
manufacturer. 'Cause, like, Carrier and Train have some kind of additive. I guess the
I
compressors
know
used to
all-
have some kind of rust inhibitor,
Yeah.
but I've used that injection stuff and let it run for about 24 hours. And it usually corrects it.
I've tried it. I've never had luck with it. And the thing is, they want you to do it, and they want you to add it. And here's the thing: for me, they don't want to pay labor on anything, but they want you to go back 2 or 3 times to the freaking job. You know. So I have a problem with that. When you have so
True.
many calls and everything day after day, it's like, well, I could just fix this shit right now, change to TXV, and we're done with it. Or let me keep going back to try to save train money. And at that point, my mindset is fuck train, you know?
Yeah, but you know all that shit's
my
over
experience-
Oh, I know. It's been over with.
with. Yeah.
That's Copeland's fault.
Yep. That was the Copeland thing.
Yeah, but now they I think John you was on a podcast with John Pesarello where he was talking about how they used them cheap additives, rust inhibitor.
Yeah.
Then because they had one that they could have bought that they would never had any issues with, but they didn't want to spend that money. Copeland didn't. Anytime you buy something,
Well, the biggest thing with those TXVs is if you didn't go back with that correction additive,
I always
you
put it
change to
in.
TXV
No,
and it would
I
just
always-
do the same thing.
I always add the additive, but I don't try to add the additive and let the thing run because I've tried it a handful of times to try to come back in 24 or 48 hours. It's the same BS, and you end up changing the
I see
TXV
that.
anyways.
Yep.
So what I usually end up doing is change the TXV, put the additive in, and then call it a day, all in one shot instead of keep wasting my time,
Yeah, I see that.
So
I can
those
definitely see that.
those Alliance compressors, who are those made by?
Ain't it Linux?
No, it's
No.
They're
it's
made
a
for train.
it's a Copeland compressor.
That's what I thought.
Copeland makes it for Train. Now Train, I don't know. They're invested in it. It's like I think it's like 85% Copeland. The rest Train. Train puts a couple other parts in it that regular Copelands don't have.
Yeah, well, evidently those. Did you see on that one compressor, the one that blew the thing out, that there was actually a burn spot on the side of it?
Yeah, and those compressors are actually made. The plant is here in Louisiana.
Yeah.
But I would check those crankcase heaters and make sure they're working.
Yeah, I probably just need to go ahead and replace them.
That's not a heat pump, is it?
I would.
No, it's straight air, straight AC.
Are they running it in a low ambient situation?
No.
You really don't need them then.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, they're usually on heat pumps, to keep the oil warm. But
Well, it's in the school. There's a good chance they'll be using them in the wintertime.
yeah, I mean, if they're using them in the wintertime a lot, then
No, they're not.
I would
They
put
get
them
shut
on there.
off.
Okay, well,
They'll get turned off at probably about mid-November.
Yeah, I mean,
Really?
I would definitely replace them, but I'm just making a point that you really don't need them if they're not using them during the winter.
It's always
Really?
nice to have a system that you're replacing that doesn't have a crankcase heater on it in the wintertime. Makes it nice and easy to pump the sucker down.
Yeah.
Yep.
They use for heat though, Mike, in the wintertime.
Boiler system.
Or
And the sad thing of it is that this fucking unit's really not even needed because there's chilled water air in the hallway. And all they need to do is just duck it over to that. and the air handler's in the hallway for this unit.
So, Mike, why don't you just throw a duct up there with a zone damper, use a relay transformer, and just hook it up to the thermostat in that room and call it a day?
Well, I told them that that's what we needed to do, but they don't want to listen to me. So, you know how it goes. There's some engineer decided to put that out there.
But there's probably a reason too.
Yeah, there probably is. I mean, this we've got on this school. There's two. Are they 300-pound chillers
Wow.
in the basement, and only one of them works. The other one's down. I mean, it's a disaster. And that same day, I had to go in. Oh, listen to this, guys. I don't know if I told you about this or not. Same school, okay? I went down to start that chiller, and I was with the guy that I'm replacing. You know, he's retiring, so he's walking way in front of me because I'm wore out because I done been I walked my fat ass all over this school, and so we're going down to the chiller room. He's probably honestly about 30, 40 foot in front of me. And he goes straight over to the chiller. And I'm a little slower, and I happen to look, and there was this girl standing over there by an air handler. And I'm thinking, dude, this looks like Freddy Krueger's boiler room. Okay. This son bitch is scary looking down there. And I look over at her, and I'm thinking, what the hell is she doing down here? And then I got a little bit closer. I noticed that this was a black girl. There was a white boy sitting in front of her. He was sitting on the air handler.
Oh, no way.
I said, oh, shit. So knowing me, man, I just walked right over there in front of him. And when I got closer, I noticed that his pants were pulled down to his knees.
Yeah, I figured that's what was going on.
And I just looked at him. I mean, I'm right up in her face. And I was like, y'all fellers got a reason to be down here? And this boy looks at me, man, with these sad puppy dog eyes, and he says, no, sir. He says, we're leaving right now. And I said, well, get to stepping. And, I mean, I could have got them both in trouble, but I was a kid once, too.
You cock blocked the dude.
Yeah, way to cock
that's
block
messed
the
up,
man.
man.
We all were there, man.
They were telling me, last winter.
I'd have been like, hey, man, we're going to be working right here, so why don't y'all go over there around the corner?
I want to know how much effort the man put in to get a girl to come down in some Freddy Krueger ass boiler room.
Yeah,
Oh, I know, man. I know.
He's a champ.
I'll take pictures of it next week. Well, of the boiler room, not a But they said last winter they were down there. They were getting ready to switch over to heat, and they had just fired the boilers, and they were letting them, warm up. And so they were sitting down there in chairs, and they said it wasn't long. They wasn't down there very long, and said, and this kid just walks past them holding the tray, walking into the boiler room holding a food tray. And they're looking at him and was like, what the hell are you doing down here? He says, I'm eating my lunch. He says, it's cold out in there. He was going down to the boilers to get warmed up.
I'm surprised that door's open, man.
Yeah, and if anybody's wondering what school system this is, it's Bentonville, Arkansas, if you want to call and tell on me and stuff.
Next week, Mike's going to show up. You guys can't believe it. I lost my fucking job.
Yeah. So,
You're talking about why don't they just replace it? The way them systems work, they work a lot like the hospital. They got 4 or 5 buckets of money that they can get into for different reasons.
Yeah.
If it's a partial replacement, well, we can do that because we can draw it out of this bucket. For total replacement, we ain't got the capital investment for that.
absolutely. Absolutely, Ken.
I tell you what, I do wish that, and I know that that's true, but man, I wish they'd even let you get a condenser coil for that thing.
Yeah, good luck with that.
No,
Unless,
I know.
Unless somebody shoots it up or something, it ain't going nowhere. They'll have me in there fixing it. They'll probably have to tell me to fix it if they did shoot it up.
Yeah.
But what Kim was saying is true, because when I was doing the refrigeration, they have these the walk-in coolers and freezers and stuff. Well, they're funded by nutrition, child nutrition. They have different grants and stuff that pay for every bit of that work. And instead of them letting them pour a concrete pad outside and putting a new, walk-in freezer or something like that, attaching it to the building. They won't let them do that. The funding doesn't pay for new construction. So what they're doing, they're buying these units that are on trailers. And
portable units, yeah.
Portable units. They're buying these units and putting them outside.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
people and they've got to make them to where if the power goes out, they have a generator backup.
Yeah.
People are stealing the generators off of them.
Wow.
They're cutting the padlocks off of them and emptying them out and during the weekends and stuff. I mean, it's bad. All the extra money they have to spend buying a new generator and restocking them with food and stuff, they could have just poured that concrete pad and put a new unit on a pad.
What kind of neighborhood is this, Mike?
Hey, Adam,
it's pretty bad, man.
He teases you about Chicago, and look at this. They're stealing generators. And
look, Bentonville, Arkansas is a bad area.
I thought you was in the Carolinas.
Well, I work in Bentonville, Arkansas.
Okay.
I fly every morning.
You full of shit.
Sounds like you're working up in Canada, eh?
Yeah, I'm in the Carolinas. But it's a bad little area that some of these schools are in. I mean, you definitely lock your van doors, and you wish that you could carry in some of the places.
So you have to drive to work every week for the week or something?
No, man, I was just messing with
he's
you.
fucking around.
Yeah. No, I'm in North Carolina.
When I was at the hospital, the mechanical electrical director, I fought that. I mean, trying to get things done sometimes is just impossible because you can't get it out of one account to another account. I mean, it drove me crazy trying to get shit done and come up with the money at the same time.
Yeah.
I know the hospitals that back home, they have a union electrician, a union heat and air guy from a place called WWK and Miller's Electric. They stay at the hospital all the time. I have a buddy that works for the Miller Electric, and he said since he started in the electrician field, he's been at the hospital every day. They have to keep full staff.
Most hospitals are like that. They're always expanding and building, and they always got full-time guys from the different trades.
Yeah, I had an electrician this past week that wanted to argue with us that he kept saying our chilled water motor was bad, and he's working on. I mean, it kept blowing the fuse for the heater circuit, and he's like, "Well, the motor's got to be bad," and I'm like, well, "Just push the contactor and see if the motor starts." And he kept on, and he was there, and I just reached over in front of him, took my screwdriver and pushed the contactor in. Motor started right up and ran. And I said, that motor, there's nothing wrong with that motor. And he kept on, and I had to leave because I didn't have all day to argue with him. And he called me back later that day, and he's like, yeah, he said it was a transformer. I had a bad transformer. It was causing it to blow the fuse. I'm like, see?
You can't argue with stupid.
Look, he wanted me to pull this motor. It cost me $500 to get this motor rebuilt for no reason.
That thing's huge.
Yeah, it's pretty good size.
They make those things nice and quiet now, man.
It's like a 15 horsepower motor.
Yeah. Yeah.
So guys, y'all think replacing these blower fan motors and and these condenser fan motors and stuff is a bitch? Replace one of those 15 or 30 horsepower. Replace a 30 horsepower motor. Got to bring in a freaking boom truck to lift it up.
Shoot, yeah. I've done way too many.
Replace that damn motor inside of a cooling tower. The fan motor in there. That's a pain in the ass, dude. That thing looks like an airplane prop inside there.
John done hauled ass on us.
See, I don't have no desire to fuck with that shit.
But John, it's so easy. I mean, even though that stuff is on a mega, level, I mean, that's why you got booms and all that stuff. This light industrial work is so easy to do. I like it better than residential.
Yeah.
Those chillers are so fascinating.
I was nervous working on, I mean, this is probably still not as big as the boilers that you work on, but like when I went from residential, and started working on like commercial boilers, and you jump up from like, you know, the smaller 100,000 whatever, and you go to 500,000 or 1,000,000.
Yeah.
If at first you get scared, you're like, oh shit, you know, but it's the same. Everything's the same. It's just a little bit bigger.
Yeah,
That's
a
all it
lot
is.
of people are intimidated. We had company I used to work for. We had guys that were on call, and they kind of divided up between commercial and residential as to who was on call, and not one of each. And they'd be a commercial call, and it'd just be a simple little split system, you know, like 3-4 ton. And they'd call, "Oh, I can't do this. It's commercial."
Yeah, that's bull crap. I'm a tech too, and so we have tech ones under me, and they're kind of like, you know, some of my tech ones have 15, 25 years of experience in like commercial and residential, and so if I got a call and I think it's something one of them can handle, I'll be like, well, call such and such, and he'll go and take care of it. You know, it's just pretty awesome. I get him to come clean my units for me, and I don't have to do all that shit.
Hey, John,
Mm-hmm.
we've been having issues out in 40-ton York units.
Imagine that.
That brand new equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got a big York that keeps burning up controller.
You know that Harbor Freight flashlight we talked about
Yep.
a while back? I went and bought one a couple days ago.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, it's pretty badass. I like it. It was like $25. I've already dropped the thing like 10 times, and it seems to be pretty solid.
How many luminines or whatever?
I don't know. It's bright. It's bright enough. I think it's like 500 or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you hear a lot of people on YouTube and stuff, you know, about Harbor Freight. I know old Brent Ridley from the Tool Pros. He dogs Harbor Freight pretty good bit, but I'm not saying Harbor Freight is the place, you know, to go deck out your tool bag, but Harbor Freight, you have to watch what you buy, but they do have some good stuff in there. I mean, some of it'll work just fine.
Some of their stuff's badass, like their floor jacks.
Yeah.
I bought one, and that's pretty sweet.
I mean, look, I'm telling you,
Oh,
there's some stuff in Harbor Freight that is just as good as the expensive stuff. Now,
Yeah,
there's
this
also
one-
some stuff in Harbor Freight that's fucking junk, you know. So
Yeah, you
gotta
don't buy anything electrical. No
What is that,
drills.
3-ton?
Nothing.
Wow.
None of that shit.
I
Don't
heard
buy no drills.
their nail guns are better than quarter cable and all that. I had a guy that was a framer told me that.
They're battery tools. You can get by that earthquake stuff. That earthquake half-inch drive impact, that battery impact, that's a bad son of a bitch right there.
I like the Milwaukee's better.
It's better than the Milwaukee.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one, buddy.
Oh yeah.
I love my Milwaukee. Can't
Yeah,
complain.
I don't think I would trade
not
Milwaukee.
The fuels.
Yeah.
The fuels are the best, man. You can't outdo a fuel drill.
Especially their 18-volt brushless fuel. That thing will take your arm off.
No, I'm not talking about the drills now, okay? Because I've got a 18-volt fuel hammer drill, and I love that damn thing. And I got the 18-volt impact, but I'm talking about the half-inch impact wrench.
Yeah, I know
That
what you're talking.
thing is badass.
But they
Y'all
make
need to watch AVE on YouTube. He disassembles all those, the Milwaukees, the Makitas, the Harbor Freight tools. He takes them all apart, and there's a big difference between all the different brands. And
Really?
Harbor Freights are built like shit.
I saw the little. I
China.
watched about 5 or 10 minutes of shop talk earlier, and I saw one of the guys in their chat said that. How did he say it? Milwaukee. He said Milwaukee's good stuff, and they have a more extensive product line, but DeWalt is king. Man,
No way.
fuck DeWalt.
Yeah. Fuck that.
all DeWalt is a black.
I like my Makita.
Yeah, fuck DeWalt. I used to have DeWalt
They're
shit.
not just
and-
a Black and Decker. I mean, they're owned by the company, but they're different than Black and Decker.
Oh
that's
yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
sure.
They are. I mean, DeWalt. I mean, it is good stuff,
They have good impact.
but to say it's better than Milwaukee, that's bullshit.
Their
Yeah.
drills are deep, but
Hey, I got one of those DeWalt, was it 20-volt grinders
yeah.
on my truck. And I used to have a Milwaukee M18 fuel grinder when I had my shop. And that thing was badass, and very seldom ever had to charge it because, I mean, it did a good job.
Oh, that's what I like about Milwaukee, man. The fucking batteries last forever.
That DeWalt, well, I kid you not, when I was cutting out all those bolts on that pump there a week before last, I went through 5 batteries on that DeWalt.
Wow.
Run every battery that I had down trying to cut out those bolts.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, man, I wish I had that Milwaukee.
I'm slowly trying to get rid of all my corded tools and trying to like go 100% over to like either the M12 or M18 platform.
You better off having a backup though, man.
Oh, I have backups for everything, but the thing is, like running extension cords all over houses and buildings and shit gets old after a while.
What do you use quartz though? What do you still use quartz?
Hammer drills going through brick or stone. You know, drilling 3.5 inch or 3 5/8 holes. You know,
like the rotaries.
Yeah, or like I was using a hole hog to do like if you're doing like 2-inch PVC or 3-inch PVC through even a sided building. But now like that M18, that brushless fuel, that thing goes through it like butter. There's no problem, I'm curious. I haven't tried it yet. Like if you're doing an ERV or something, you're doing a 6-inch hole in the side of a building. I'd always use the hole hog, but use it on reverse so you don't bust your fucking face off with the drill. You know?
Yeah, but he was talking about that 1/2-inch Harbor Freight impact. Go buy you a 1/2-inch fuel Milwaukee impact. I bet it smokes.
I had one. I wore it out in 2 years.
The Milwaukee?
Yeah, Milwaukee.
Was it the fuel side of it?
Yeah, fuel. M18 fuel. It was bad, man. And see, we used it in my auto mechanic shop. And that thing, it took lug nuts off really well. Just as good as the pneumatic. But I wore it out in 2 years. They don't handle grease and stuff very well.
Well, they got a new generation of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be off the chain.
Yeah, this was about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Hey, can we change the subject for a minute?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Is anybody using the field piece probes, wireless probes, very regular?
I am, Ken.
Nope. All right. The question is,
I bought mine.
Go ahead.
I bought mine about 3 weeks ago, and I've used it every day for 3 weeks.
All right. The question is, I've been hearing some talk about discharge temperature. How important is discharge temperature? Because it's a pain in the ass to have to take the fan shrouds off and everything to snap that probe on the discharge line close to the compressor.
Yeah, that's a good question because iManifold was the same way. They wanted discharge temperature, to calculate your EER and all that.
I haven't used the discharge sensor yet. I just use the liquid, the suction, do my superheat and subcoolings and stuff. And I mean, if I had to get in there, I'd have to get in there, but being wireless, it's definitely easier not having hoses coming outside your unit and stuff and having panels off.
Yeah, I just can't see having to take that condenser fan motor shroud and everything off to reach down in there to get it hooked up.
I swear, I'm telling you, man, some of these guys, I just don't think they fucking think about us in the field. Like, we need the discharge temperature. They don't think, we're going to have to take this off or take that off.
That's why I was saying, like, I don't think I would use something like that on most jobs or calls. It would be like a weird situation. You know what I mean?
The reason that I can't seem to get on board with the probes is I really think it takes longer to set the probes up than it does a manifold, especially if you got to charge a system.
My field piece are quick. I mean, they're quick as. The same thing as hooking up your hoses. You got two little handheld units you hook up, and then two probes on the pipe, two inside out magnets on the return and the supply grill, and you're done.
Yeah, I mean, and then you got to open up the app, and I don't know.
I just skipped the discharge temperature. I'm not sure how important that is.
Yeah, I like my smart valve, my smart tool, but it is a pain in the ass sometimes. Especially when I have to add charge or whatever. It kind of sucks.
Well, I made up a T connection for mine, and I just leave it hooked up to the field piece suction probe all the time. It's about 4 inches long. I mean,
Now,
it's
see,
no big deal.
I got these man tooths from this guy, and they already got where you can hook your hoses right up to them, and I love those things. The only thing that I wish that they were cordless. They didn't have that wire going between each other, and I think the new ones are cordless, aren't they?
That was my complaint, Mike. That's why, like, you end up tangling them.
Yeah. But what I like about them, man,
Well,
I can throw them in my pocket and go.
Well, this job link, it comes with a nice little case, and it's nice if you do commercial and you got to carry stuff across the roof and things like that. But it also, that job link, the thing I liked, the range is like 375 feet.
I haven't
that's
checked
pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had a connection problem since I started using them. I think I got the first set at our supply house, and I've not had a bit of connect problems. I've not had a problem with them, period, and they hook right up to measure quick. So
I've been waiting on John to tell Yellow Jacket that they need to send us one of those P51s.
How are they, Adam? Did you try them yet?
My dad was at the supply house yesterday, and he's like, "Hey, they have some tool here for you. Do you want me to pick it up?" I told him, yeah, but I saw my dad today. He didn't bring them.
Oh,
He probably keeping them for himself, man.
He's old school. He doesn't like anything new. I tried letting him use my DigiCools like a year ago, and he wasn't having it. He doesn't like them.
Them old timers stuck in their ways.
Don't tell Ken that.
Ken got more new stuff than we do.
Yeah.
He's up with the times.
I've just had to recently start replacing tools.
Go ahead, Jeffrey. We just talk over top of each other. Go ahead.
That's fine. I just recently had to start replacing all my tools because I've been doing this 28 years, and a lot of my tools was when I was a helper. I'm upgrading a lot of things now.
Oh, your money's worth 28 years.
I'm actually.
Well, I was on that train job that train job I was on the other day. My scales crapped out on me, and I used the fell piece S-mans from the very first ones. Then I went to a train. It was the closest supply house to buy scales, and he made me a deal on the job link. If I bought the job link and the wireless probes, he gave me the scales for free.
What?
The fuel piece
the scales
scale?
were about $143.
Oh, it's not the wireless scale. Then.
I didn't get the wireless one. I got the wired one.
Shit, you should have got the wireless.
I love to have the
link up with
wireless
everything.
one. Yeah, the wireless one would have linked up.
Yeah, that's what's cool about like the new S-Bands. It links up with your wireless scale.
Well, see, that's what I was talking about earlier. I bought a fill piece meter the week before I bought the wireless, and I bought the HC, and it's the SC that's the wireless. So I was like, man, if I'd known I was going to buy that, I'd bought the SC. The HC was more expensive, believe it or not.
bring it back. Tell me you don't like it.
So, hey, Chance, check this out.
What's up?
You were the one who was saying you bought that flashlight, right?
Yeah.
So I got this flashlight actually as a gift, and this thing, I love this thing. I looked it up; it's kind of pricey. It was actually a guy I did, a general contractor did work at his house, but it is an Olight. I think they kind of make tactical flashlights, but this one is a H2R. The back side of this flashlight is a magnet, and it just fits in your pocket nice, and you could see the beam comes off the front. You can just stick it anywhere, and then the magnet also has it's a USB charger, so it's a magnet charger. You just pop it right on, boom, you charge it right up. It's a pretty nice little flashlight.
Now
that
the
looks pretty
Milwaukee
slick.
headlamps are
I've
pretty
got a
badass.
Milwaukee one like that.
And it's chargeable.
Yeah,
One of the supply houses here has a Streamlight headlight. It's like 600 and something looms, but it's fucking like $60 or $70. But that bitch is bright.
I pay $60 for my Milwaukee headlamp that's rechargeable.
This one's not rechargeable. It takes them.
So I've got just a.
It takes them weird batteries. Not the
Like
round.
the 1, 2, 3 batteries or whatever.
Yeah, not the round ones, but they're not AA or AAA. They're them weird looking ones.
Yeah, it's the 123 batteries.
Okay.
Camera batteries.
That Milwaukee headlamp, I don't like it.
I heard it's not that bright.
You know, it's bright, but my problem is I don't wear a hat, and there's no center strap.
Oh,
So
yeah.
It's on hanging over your ears all the time. If you wore a hat, it's great.
Yeah.
This one comes with a head strap.
Yeah,
It's
but it doesn't have the piece over the middle.
It does.
Yeah, but the Milwaukee don't.
Oh, the Milwaukee doesn't.
Yeah, see, the Streamlight does. Hey, Streamlight's good shit, man. They make some damn good products.
How the hell can you use a headlamp without the strip in the middle?
You wear a hat.
Where the hell are you going, Michael?
What happened? Oh, I'm just grabbing some Mexican food because it's 4:20. I just want to,
He is from Oregon.
You got the munchies?
Yeah. I just ordered $30 worth of Mexican food between my girlfriend and I.
Nice.
Did you get some horchata?
Yeah, some horchata.
Did you leave milk and cookies out for Willie Nelson?
Yeah. That's funny. I got kicked out earlier.
I don't know. I don't know why it does that.
Well,
John,
anyway,
who are you fooling? You're sitting there one by one kicking us out.
That bastard.
I'm like, mute him.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought happened. That's what I thought happened to me. I figured, well, he's sick of listening to me. I'm
No.
out of here.
No.
Well, I mean, we're full up now. We got 10 in here right now,
Yep.
and we got 32 people watching.
That's a lot of.
I've been trying to get on here with y'all for a while.
That's a lot of experience added up there.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's good about HVAC Saturday night. It's not that other shit show that they just don't let people come in and talk and bullshit. If we don't like you, we'll mute you. We'll let you sit there and we'll mute you. I mean, if you're
That's the worst.
Hey, speaking of shit show, I'm gonna go eat this food real quick.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter
All right,
season.
brother. Take care.
Yeah.
Fuck. I never seen a chat that had a guy from Mexico join, bud.
yeah, that dude was something else, wasn't he?
The
Yeah.
Chevy guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
Chevy.
today, the Mexican word of the day is defense. I tried to go to America, but defense was in the way.
$30 worth of Mexican food. He must have had a trailer behind him.
I think he was celebrating fucking 420 today.
Hell yeah, you can get a monster burrito for what? Under $5, huh?
Yeah. I think old Michael was celebrating 420.
Yep.
You
So,
go
John,
Chipotle?
did you use those yellow jackets yet?
Which ones?
The ones I sent you. I seen them hanging in your van.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude. When I go like on an old beater and shit, I'll use them. You know, if I'm just gassing them up, and then I like to have them as a backup. Look, knock on wood, I've never had no trouble with none of my digitals. You know, except for dead batteries. But you never know what can happen to them digital gauges.
No,
You know,
I told
so
you they were brand new. They
Oh,
still
yeah.
had the caps on them.
yeah, dude, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
And I had a set just like that, but when we moved here, they got lost in the move.
those are old faithfuls right there. I
Oh
got
yeah,
another set.
dude, I love them. I mean, I don't want to be stuck out there with just digitals
Yeah.
because you know I know how to use analogs. I think every tech should learn how to use analog before he goes digital, but you never know what the fuck could happen. You know, you could drop them, break them, this, that, or another. So I still want to have analogs as a backup.
Because you can notice a lot of
I
fluttering
don't blame
issues
you.
on your high side. With it.
What's that?
Like if you have non-condensables, it's better to have an analog because you can see your high side fluttering a
Yeah.
lot better you can with a digital.
I had my testos freeze up on me a couple days ago. I just started up a new system, and the pressures were equalized, and it was running. I was like, "What the hell's going on?"
Yeah.
But it was just my testos were frozen. I haven't had them do that before, but
Yeah.
Wow.
I
That's
mean,
crazy.
you just never know. That's why I like to keep a set of analogs in the truck. And like I said, too, if I go on some old piece of shit that, oh, I ain't got no money, just put me some gas in it, you know, I ain't taking out them fucking digitals and hooking all that shit up. Fuck that.
Yeah.
And I don't give a shit if the
With
YouTube police is out
commercial.
there. You motherfucker, you're not checking this and that. Look, no, I'm not.
Well, they're going to be obsolete in 10 years. Remember, they're going to completely do away with them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
according to Jim, manifolds will be gone in 10 years.
yeah.
That's
I don't-
all.
On the
All
large
manifold.
commercial that I work on.
I got the original yellow jacket gauges I started with hanging in my truck.
Yeah, my dad still has his, man, from like when he started fucking a long ass time ago. Hey, Dad. But
With the large commercial that I work on, I got one set of digital and I've got 6 analogs. I can't afford 6 pairs of digital.
no. Look, man, them old gauges Dad's got. I mean, he don't use them. He just got them hanging up in the shop. Them things are weird looking. I mean, they're fucking old.
Hey, John, how
See,
you like
now
your
there's
Now,
Have
one,
any of y'all?
there's one good thing about the iConnect for you. You can do, I think, up to 3 or 6 commercial units, a freezer bank, and read it all in one place with their probes.
Oh, I knew you could do like 2 or 3. I didn't know you could do that many.
Maybe it is 3. It's an ungodly amount, really.
Right.
If you think about it, 3 is an ungodly amount on a for most people.
Yeah.
But that's what's cool. You could hook up three cooler, 3 compressors in a bank and get everything right there in the middle. You're standing right there.
yeah. Hey, John, I got a question for you, buddy.
Uh-huh.
Do you think your battery operated vacuum pump? You think that's worth the investment for the NAVAC?
I actually haven't used it yet. I'm hoping I can use it this coming up week, so I don't have an answer for you yet.
You have the battery? I thought you had the corded one.
I
Hey,
have
John, send that to me. I got a lot of installs this week. I'll test it for you.
I I have both, and I know that I have a couple startups to do this coming up week because they got put off Thursday over here because of the weather. So I have a couple startups to do this coming up week. So I plan to use it and video it. But as far as is it worth it, I don't know yet. I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, what's your favorite vacuum pump? Do you like the Hillmore better than you do the NAVAC?
Hillmore.
Nah, dude, the Hillmore, I don't even have it anymore. Well, my dad's got it. I mean, it's not a bad pump, but it's you know, it's not the look. The NAVAC I'm really enjoying. The 6 CFE is my go-to pump right now. But honestly, I think one of the best vacuum pumps on the market is JB. Anything.
Yeah, JB makes the best, man.
I mean, JB makes a
JB
hell
and
of a.
Yellow Jacket.
Yeah, I mean, JB makes a hell of a vacuum pump.
Because I have
My-
a Robin Air, and it's
That's what I'm using. A Robin Air.
Oh yeah, the old Robin Airs,
That's what I have.
the old blue one, and the old
Yeah,
and the old maroon
What is
colored
it?
one.
Is it a 7 CFM, the Robin Air, the blue one?
The blue
Yeah,
one,
I think so. Yeah.
I think the blue one's a 6,
it's a 6.
and
yeah.
then the red one's a 5, I believe, or the maroon
Yeah.
one.
But mine's like 15 years old.
The problem
Yeah.
is with Robin Air,
Mine too.
you can't. You're kind of up a creek if you have a problem with it. I called them and they're like, "Oh, there's a company that will repair it for you. Send it over to them."
Yes.
And I called
I agree.
I called the company. I'm like, so what do you think it would cost? Like, oh, well, we'll just rebuild it for you. How much does it cost? I can't remember. It was something stupid, like $300 or $400 or something to
Yeah,
rebuild it.
I
It's like, why the fuck would I rebuild a
That's good thing
10-year-old
that
vacuum
JB
pump?
and Yellow
Yeah.
I
Jacket,
know.
man,
Look,
you can always repair those
I've
yourself.
rebuilt mine, like not like completely rebuilt it, but took the insides apart and cleaned it all up and
Look, man, JB, I had that one too, and I left it with my dad when I left. But the best one, my favorite one, is the JB Platinum. It's the part number
DV200.
the DV200N. Yep,
That's what I have.
It's a
I've got
7
the platinum.
it's a 7 CFM. That is a
Yeah, those are
fucking
badass.
badass vacuum pump, man.
JB.
And
Yeah.
I've got the Appion G5 Twin recovery machine.
I
Yep,
heard that's the best.
that's the best recovery machine on the market.
Yeah.
Now,
It's fast.
another good vacuum pump is Yellow Jacket, not the
Yep.
Bullet. I don't like the Bullet, but the one before that, the Super Evac.
Yep, I got a couple of those.
Yeah,
and
you know, with the-
JBs. That's
the
all
big
I use.
Yeah, with the big fucking square front, that I think it came in 4, 6, and 8 CFM. But I had
Part
the,
number 93460.
something.
You know,
like that.
John, did you ever use the Super Evac T?
Yes, I actually now I need one because I need one for the Navac battery operated pump because it only has 1 3/8 port.
I just don't like the Yellow Jacket, what they're called, the Super Evac, whatever, manifold or whatever it is, because the freaking O-rings fall out of the thing like mad, like whenever you're taking
Wait.
the thing off the pump.
Oh, you talking about the
It's
The
like
tree.
a T.
it's like a T.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just
And I
leave it
think
on.
they called it a tree.
I used to leave mine on the pump.
Yeah, but it's freaking 8 inches tall hanging off the top of the pump all the time,
So,
I
Yeah.
guess I don't know what you're talking about.
so
And it's I don't know. I mean, I guess, yeah, but
I bet you if you had 8 inches hanging off of you all the time, you wouldn't be complaining.
Yeah, but you can make it yourself. It doesn't have to be 8 inches. They have
I know
that's a little
my
extra.
wife wouldn't be complaining.
Amen to that.
So
I need
John,
to
what?
Go ahead.
What's your because I got a good price on the Hillmar pump. What you don't like about the 5 CF? You had a 5 CFM.
Yeah, I didn't have no problems with it. I mean, it's it's a good pump. It is. It's a real good pump.
No negatives about it.
Except that it's Hillmore. Everything sucks about Hillmore.
No, not everything. Not
Except for
everything.
They're Bender and Swedger.
Their
Yeah,
Bender and their
Bender and Swedger.
Swager is the best on the market.
Yeah. Other than that, that's
Their
about it.
hand tools, they're iffy. Like the nut drivers are horrible, but
Yeah,
you
nut
take like,
drivers are the worst.
oh yeah, they suck, and their drill chucks suck.
Yeah,
but
they
like
all suck.
their crescent wrenches, their channel locks, their dikes, side cutters, whatever you want to call them, their strippers, they're all fine. They're actually really good tools, but their gauges suck. But the Bender, the Swager, their crescent wrenches, side cutters, dikes, whatever you want to call them, crimpers, needle nose, all that is actually pretty good tools.
I haven't had no issues with my nut drivers. I had them for about 3 or 4 years now for Hillmar. I mean,
No, you must have got lucky.
Yeah, no kidding. I got a lot for free, and I don't even use them anymore because they strip out so easy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't recommend, but what I recommend from Hillmore is their vacuum pump is fine. It's a good pump. Their, like I said, their hand tools, aside from the nut drivers, all the stuff I just mentioned, and the Bender and Swager is untouchable in my opinion.
Yeah. What about the fill piece vacuum pump? I've used them. I thought those were pretty good.
I haven't had the pleasure yet.
I just don't like how big they are.
Are you talking about the one that has the 2 ports on it?
I think it's got 4 on the front.
No, he's talking about the big ass fucking field piece pump. That's like this fucking. It's huge.
It's got the digital display on it. Is that it?
No, that's the recovery machine.
No, the vacuum pump. It's got.
The vacuum pump. Okay, that's recovery.
Now I've seen the field piece in person at the supply house. That thing would be a pain in the ass to store because it's so fucking big.
I've used it with a buddy that had one, but I just think it's just too bulky.
I've heard it's a good pump though. I've heard it's really good.
I heard, wasn't it NorCal Dave that had a problem with his, that he had to rebuild it or something? It was super loud.
I don't know.
Hey Adam,
yeah, I can't wait to see that NAVAC pump you have.
Yeah, I'm excited to do that.
I could go for something like that. How small it is and wide it is.
Oh yeah, man. I'm believe me. The first startup I go on this week, I got to run the Johnstone and get me the Yellow Jacket T or whatever they call it because they have one in Johnstone here. Who's got the background noise?
Sorry, bud.
Someone's on a CB radio.
I got to run
Monday morning up in Canada.
Monday morning,
the Canadian.
Monday morning, I'm going to Yellow Jacket to get the T. And the first startup I go on, I'm going to fire up the camera and film it. And I'm going to use the 2 Appion hoses.
Yeah. Did we decide that is the same as a Makita battery? Or did you find that out?
The battery is different. But the charger's identical. So the charger would charge your Makita batteries, but you cannot use a Makita battery on that pump.
Oh, that's gay. I don't know why they wouldn't just.
That's so you have to buy their batteries.
Exactly.
That's stupid though.
Yeah.
I mean, you get more.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing, though. This battery is like you can tell it's thicker and beefier than a Makita one.
What's the mega or whatever the
amp
5 mAh? Yeah.
The amp hours.
Amp hours. Yeah.
You can do the same thing with a set of alligator clips on a battery charger.
Oh yeah.
Supposedly, their battery chargers, the NAVAC battery chargers, charges faster than you drain the battery. If you're using a battery, you could charge the second battery faster than you'll discharge the first battery.
Oh yeah, they say it lasts.
Does it come with 2 batteries, John, or just one?
No, it just came with one.
Well, the battery's another $150 probably.
I don't know. I hadn't priced one yet.
Well, if any of you guys got an extra Appion 3/8 hose, I really need an extra one.
Hey, you talking about a vacuum hose like with 3/8 fitting on one end and quarter on the other?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got two Yellow Jackets. You want them?
Yeah, man, I really need some.
Yeah, I mean, they're not 1/2 inch. My Appions are 1/2 inch, but I have 2 Yellow Jacket hoses. They're 3/8 diameter, and on one side, they're 3/8, and on the other side, they're 1/4 inch.
That'd work great.
All right, I'll send them to you. I'll hook you up since you hooked me up with them gauges. And they're in good shape too. I didn't use them much.
Yeah, I could really use use those when I do that unit this week.
All right, I'll mail them out to you. I'll get we'll go mail them out. I don't know if the UPS the post office ain't open tomorrow. I'll go Monday and mail them out for you.
I appreciate it.
Ain't no problem.
They should get here pretty quick. They might be here in time for me to do that unit.
I would imagine so. The post office is pretty quick. So because them gauges got here in like the 2 days after you texted me.
Yeah, I mean, she sent them, and look, I had 2 tracking numbers for those because they didn't insure them. They insured them for $50, and I told her to put $100 insurance on them, so they had to go back and redo it.
All right, guys, I'm out here.
All right, Chance.
Yeah, I'm gonna be shutting it down here before too long, Chance, because of Easter. But thanks for coming, dude.
Have a good Easter, bud.
Well, look, guys, we've got 33 people watching, so that means I don't know how many people we got in chat now, but If anybody wants to see the video for that unit that I had the pictures on, go to my channel, HVAC Porn. I'll have it there sometime, hopefully end of next week or the following week.
Just write something in the chat like "hey" or something so they can click on it.
Yeah, I'm one of I think about selling my S-Mans and upgrading to the new S-Mans and buy the Job Link probes because I mean I know that's $1,000 investment, but I think it'd be worth it.
You know, they wanted. I broke the hook broke on my S-Mans, so I can't hang them now. So I brought them to the Johnstone and said, "Send these in and see if you can get this fixed. How much it's going to be." So she called, and they said, "We'll just swap them out. Send the gauges and swap them out. It's $350."
Now I would have called Phil Piece. They would have sent you that hook for free.
Oh yeah, man.
But you can't put it back in because the plastic's broke.
They just sent you. They just sent you that too, and I'm gonna tell you why I know that because they did it for me.
I heard that's a big problem with those.
And look, don't say it's because of sponsorship because it's not. Because
my hook fell out.
Field Piece will not sponsor anybody. When I got in my wreck in my work truck, my work truck when I had my own company, I got in a wreck and they fucking flew. The hook broke, the plastic broke, everything. So I called Field Piece and told them what happened, and I said, is there any way that I can get y'all? Because I went to the supply house and they were all fucking confused about it. So I called Field Piece directly and I told them exactly what I needed. I told them I needed the screws for the battery cover and everything. They sent me the hook, the plastic, the battery cover, the screws, everything. And I asked them, how could I pay them? Because I told them, I'm not trying to get this for free. How can I pay y'all? And they said, don't even worry about it. They said, just thank you for buying our stuff.
Didn't you have a video on that, John?
I'll try that Monday.
I think so. I don't know, but
I'm pretty sure I've seen a video of that.
But I called them and I told them, I said, tell me how I can pay y'all. I know y'all don't sell directly, but can I give some money? How can I do it? And they were like, look, you buy our products. That's good enough for us.
Wonder if you could get that screen replaced on those new ones. That guy broke.
What's that?
I said that new S-Man that guy broke, the one I was talking about when we first started. Hey,
that must have been when I was gone.
Yeah, he's got the new S-Man, and
he broke
he went to show it to me. He opens the trunk of his car. He's working out of the trunk of his car, and he raises the trunk. He pulls them out, and the screen is just shattered in them.
Damn.
And I thought he was going to cry. I really felt bad for him.
I think Field Piece finally listened to some of the YouTubers that were bitching about the S-Mans being too big because they drastically reduced the size of the new ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're much. I mean, I'm not gonna say they're not as small as Testo or anything like that, but they're drastically smaller than the original S-Mans.
So that message I sent you guys on Friday about the Blue Vac Professional Plus micron gauge of mine?
Yes.
All right, so that I had a bad day. The one guy who works for me, he broke it. He said he didn't break it. He's like, this thing's just acting goofy. I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know if he intentionally did anything, or I mean, I know it wasn't intentional, but I took the thing apart. I'm past my 1-year warranty. They said they're going to send me a new one, but just to give everyone a heads up on it, there's like I wish I had it in front of me right now to show you guys, but the flare on it that you hook your hoses to, when you're screwing it on there, if you over tighten it, which I'm questioning if he was holding the micron gauge and then he turned it too tight, that whole bottom piece, it kind of spins and it puts pressure on the plastic that's the housing, and it cracked 2 of the screws in the bottom housing. And that it's like a flat 5-pin connector or whatever that hooks on to where your flare fitting is. That the whole thing got screwed up by it. So It's just cheap plastic. That's a freaking expensive micron gauge that's held together with
Sure
some
is.
cheap ass plastic.
How much did you pay for it?
I honestly don't remember. I bought it. I'm questioning. I think I bought it. It was when I think Bergman had some kind of special for True Tech Tools. It was the Appian Megaflow kit with the BlueVac Pro. I believe that came with the Appian. I think it did. I might have bought it separate. I don't remember. But it was a lot. It was not cheap. I'll tell you that.
You know, I tell you what, man. You know, because with these sponsorships and all that, people like me and then the other guys that have sponsors, we reach out to these people, and we'll ask them if they're interested. A lot of them say no. Then we'll ask them if we can try their products. And fucking AccuTools, man, if their customer service is anything like the way they responded to me, they're full of shit. I reached out to them, and they said, no, we're not interested in doing any sponsorship. And I said, well, that's fine. I said, can I try a True Blue kit? I said, and I wrote them, I said, some companies send me stuff. They tell me to keep it. Some tell me to send it back. I said, I'll be glad to send it back. I just want to do some video with it and try it out. So they wrote me back and said, again, we're not looking to sponsor anybody. And I wrote him back and I said, I understand that. I'm past that. I'm asking you if I can try your product, a True Blue vacuum kit, just to, do some video on and try the product. I said, that's all I'm asking. I said, if y'all want me to keep it for a month or so and send it back, I said, I'll be glad to send it back. They just, and now they don't even write me back anymore.
See, the pros and cons of my situation. Number one, that thing is cheap ass plastic. I gotta say, they gotta need to beef it up. It's some small ass screws that they have holding it together. And then, so the pro is, I called him. I told him I bought it a little over a year ago. He's like, okay, I'll honor your warranty. I will, even though you're out of warranty, I'll send you a new one. So that was awesome that they're doing that.
That's cool, man.
Because I am out of warranty on it. But then right after that, I'm like, he was getting off the phone. I'm like, I have one quick question for you. I noticed that you guys sell kits with, I don't remember what the length is on the hoses. They're like 1.5 meters or something, or 1 meter or something stupid. They're short hoses on their True Blue kits.
Right.
And I'm like, I see you guys sell quite a bit longer hoses, which I also don't remember the length on their longest hoses right now, right off the top of my head. But they don't sell them in a kit. I'm like, is there any way to switch those out and get the longer hoses in the kit? No, actually, the hoses that we picked are good for 90% of the situations out there, or 95%. And so you're good on that. I'm like, dude, 1 meter hoses, it's 3 foot freak, you know what I mean? Like 3 foot hoses. I could tell you 100 situations, in a month where you're not gonna be able to use them. How often do you have your vacuum pump right on top of your fucking condenser?
Right. I mean, my Appions are 6 foot.
Right.
And they didn't want to. And a lot of people say, some of the guys will probably say, "Oh, well, he's butthurt because they wouldn't send me some," and that's not true. I've been denied by a lot of people that don't want to send me shit, and I'm fine with it. But all I'm saying is, don't ignore me. Just write me back. No. Or no, thank you. We're not interested. You know what I'm saying?
Have you tried their leak detector out? They said that, I think you're the one saying they had a good one for like $140.
That's what I heard. But after that, fuck them. I ain't trying out none of their shit. I mean, all I'm looking for is a no, right back, no, or we're not interested, or fuck you, something. I can respect that.
They do make their vacuum gauges, their micron gauges work awesome.
Oh yeah, I have 2 of them, and I love them.
Robinair, I had Robinair. That seems like quality when you pick it up, but it's fucking garbage. It broke after a month. I don't like it. I've used, I don't know if it was Subco. There's different ones I've used. I've had problems with every single one. This is the first one that I'm like, this is an awesome micron gauge.
I'm not knocking AccuTools in any way, shape, or form for their products. They make great products. I have 2 of their micron gauges. I love them. All I'm saying is that, answer somebody,
help a brother out,
no, I mean, not even really help a brother out, just I asked you a question, respond to it. Yes, no, fuck you, something.
Have y'all tried a field piece yet? That's what I have, micron gauge.
Yeah, I have one.
You like it? Do you like it?
Yeah, it's a good micron gauge.
Is that the one where it's like a black housing around the edges and then
Yeah.
yellow? That looks like a
Yeah.
really nice gauge.
It is.
I've heard good
It's-
stuff about it.
It's a good micron gauge.
That's well built too.
Yeah, it is. Hey man, field piece is good
I'm-
stuff. I
I'm
see
familiar.
some stuff in some of these groups, and people say field piece is junk, but field piece is far from junk. I mean, it's
I
good
believe
stuff.
that. All my meters are field piece.
Me too.
I mean,
On vacuum gauges, I'm still using that JB Supernova.
that's actually a pretty good micron gauge.
Yeah, I have a
I've had it
friend
for
that
10
uses
years.
that, and he likes it a lot.
All thing I've had to do is clean it.
Yeah, the guy in the chat just wrote that he's been using the True Blue for a while now, and he hasn't seen a huge difference in time. Me and a guy kind of went back and forth on YouTube comments, I think, or maybe it was on Facebook. That the True Blue the True Blue cannot be that much faster than the Appions. Matter of fact, I think Zach did a video on Shop Talk, and I think the Appion was a little faster than the True Blue.
I'm wondering what this guy in the chat. I don't even want to how do you even say that screen name? But
I don't know how some of these people come up with some of these screen names.
But hey, what were you using before you went to the True Blue? That's my question. Simagwago 2468.
But if I'm not mistaken, in that one video Zach did, I think the Appions were a little faster than the True Blues.
I honestly think they're all the same, except for what conditions are you working in that day.
Yeah.
I think it's going to have a lot to do with what your vacuum time is.
Yeah.
Really. Is your system really bad? Is your system got non-condensables in it?
Yeah.
He was using Yellow Jacket 3/8 hoses. And Jim Berkman did a video of using a Navac 2 CFM pump with True Blue hoses, bragging about how fast it was. But he was in a very clean environment with a brand new line set, and now he did use all 50 feet of it. He just, kept it rolled up.
Yeah, I seen that.
And he hooked it up to an evaporator. But, that is a brand new line set, brand new coil. Yeah, of course it's going to go fast.
Now, my question is on pulling a vacuum. Is a vacuum pull faster if you leave the indoor blower on? Do you think that makes a difference?
No.
Evacuation? Okay.
Wow.
No.
Good idea, though.
No, that's not going to help it at all.
Well, I just didn't know if there's any refrigerant stuck in there. Will it boil it off where you can vacuum it out?
Mm-mm.
Good
pressure test with nitrogen before you pull a vacuum, and then when you dump your nitrogen out, don't let it all come out. Like leave a PSI or two in there so you don't introduce air back into it.
Okay.
And then don't be afraid if it's not pulling down right away, don't be afraid to break the vacuum and do the same thing a second. That's what a triple evacuation is. Do you need to do it all the time? No, but if you're sitting out there and you're pulling an hour-long vacuum,
and you're leak free, as far as components, like Adam said, break it. But the problem is when guys drain the nitrogen, they drain it all the way out and they let air back into the system.
See, I'm at fault for doing that.
No, drain it down to about 2 or 3 psi and let the pump pull the rest of it out.
Okay.
The other thing is make sure your gaskets and your hoses get changed. I change mine every season to ensure that, and then changing your vacuum pump oil regularly. I see guys that don't change it.
Well, see, that
makes a big difference in how fast it goes.
That's one of the reasons why I like to watch the vacuum with that Pro, with the AccuTools Pro, because you can see if you're stalled out real quick, because it'll pull down, and if it stays where it's at, then I go ahead and do another nitrogen charge and then you can watch it pull down, and they're pretty much on the way to go.
Yeah.
I
I've never.
used to.
One thing I've seen with the installers is that JB vacuum pump. It's a great vacuum pump, but if you don't open it up to atmospheric pressure before you turn it off, it'll vapor lock. And then next time you use it, they'll be sitting there, man, it's like 15,000 microns. It won't pull down below 1,000. And the only way to fix it is to let the oil go and put new oil in and get that vapor lock going.
What pump is that?
The JB ones, the black JB ones. In the instruction manuals, it says to bring it back to atmospheric pressure before you turn it off. That if you turn it off in the middle of a vacuum, it will vapor lock.
I ain't never heard that.
And the only way to correct it is to change your oil.
You know what I think is more important than change? They say you're supposed to change your oil every vacuum you pull. Nobody does it. I mean, I don't do it. I'll tell you I don't do it. But what I think is more important is throw your micron gauge on your vacuum pump before you start pulling the vacuum.
There you
Make
go.
sure your vacuum pump is capable of pulling the vacuum in the beginning, you know?
Yep.
I use the micron gauge on my Testo 557s. I mean, it's digital.
Yeah, but it's not reliable though.
Well, I have one of those little quarter by quarter flare tees, and I hook up my gauges to that, and then my pump and test it before I get into it.
See, the thing about that, Mike, is that's what's cool about the Yellow Jackets is the micron gauge is separate. It plugs into the back. It's a standalone.
Yeah, mine is too.
On the Testo?
Yeah, on the 557.
It's not built into the manifold?
No.
Oh.
What about the fill piece? I've used their S-Man's micron
No,
gauge.
it's not reliable.
It's not reliable.
That's built in.
It's built in. So you got
that S-Man.
You got refrigerant passing across it and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, mine's a separate little probe
that S-Man. I put an independent one on. My S-Mans, I put an independent on, and it always reads higher than the independent one because it's got all that refrigerant oil on it.
Are you measuring your vacuum?
Never been accurate.
Are you measuring your vacuum at the pump or at the unit?
At the unit. And it never matches the S-Man.
I don't even use my.
I get two different readings.
How far off are they?
I could be down like 400 microns, and the S-Man's still reading like 750.
Okay.
Jesus, I'm in the chat. I don't really understand the question. You're saying you changed the TXV and your piston was clean. Usually it's a TXV or a piston, but it's not taking a charge and it's still freezing up. It sounds like you got low airflow, dirty coil or dirty filter or something like that in my book.
Carriers have both, Adam.
Really?
Heat pumps. Yeah, they have a TXV at the air handler and a piston at the condenser.
I've never worked on heat pumps. We have furnaces where I'm at.
They some of the manufacturers have TXVs in the condenser as well, but Carrier does a piston at the condenser for some reason.
That's interesting. But for me, I mean, you guys read the question. It sounds like he's got low airflow.
What was the question again? Because I can't see the chat.
He said first couple months in his HVAC, he had a 15-year-old Ream with no restriction, with a restriction, no filter dryer. He changed the TXV. Piston was clean, still freezing up and not taking a charge.
Sounds like he's got a restriction somewhere.
So
he's got a dirty indoor coil, or he's got a
low
his
airflow.
fan speed's not high enough, or dull.
Because that's what will happen if you look at your suction pressure. If you have low airflow, like you have a frozen coil, dirty filter, you could be dumping refrigerant all day long, and that thing's not going to move. But your high side will move. Your suction pressure won't move at all.
Now I have done work for apartment complex, and the maintenance guy is like, Man, this unit we've been putting in 22 and putting it in, and we're up to like 15 pounds. And I go up there and the air handler door is off, and they put in way too much Freon.
Well, guys, I'm gonna go. It's 1:19 a.m. here, and Easter tomorrow, so I'll catch y'all on the flat side.
All right, Mike. Good luck next week.
Good
Yeah,
luck next week, Mike.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll probably be calling a few of you.
Feel free.
All right, catch y'all later.
All right. Guys, I think I'm going to shut this thing down. It's 12:20 my time. And I know tomorrow's Easter, so.
I still got a lot of scotch left to drink here. I'm going to start my own hangout.
Hey, and if y'all want to stay, I can leave it on for y'all.
I'll stay if anybody else wants to.
Yeah,
I'll stay for a while.
I'll stay for a little bit.
Well, I'm going to go check on my daughter and stuff. I may come back in a little bit, but I'm going to I'm going to leave it on for y'all, though. But if I don't see y'all again, y'all have a happy Easter tomorrow.
You too,
bro.
John.
See you, John. So what else interesting this week, guys?
Rain. I ain't done nothing.
Boy, we had a lot of rain.
Academic coal in a 5-ton infinity system. The guy was like, why is that coal and that metal oxidizing? You know how it's starting to rust?
Junior, where are you located?
Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Chattanooga. You're not far from me.
Yeah. Well, I'm from I'm from Jacksonville, Florida, but I got my nephews and them up here, so I wanted to be around them. And I miss being back home because work was more steady. I was guaranteed 40 hours a week, but where I'm at, I got a lot of time invested with the company. I wish things would be better, but because I'm looking for a change.
Well, I'm just about an hour and a half up I-24 from you.
Where are you at?
I'm out of Murfreesboro, almost Nashville.
Yeah.
Nash Vegas.
Yeah, Jeffrey.
Yeah,
I'm over here in
it's
I'm
not
over
where
here in
you want to
Florida.
be this week.
Yep, like I told him, Carrier has their hand pretty good up here in Chattanooga. Most of my equipment I work on Carrier, and Nordyne has their hand.
It's same here.
Yeah, has their hands in a lot of stuff too with new construction. So, majority I work on is Carrier. Carrier Nordyne it's a big thing up here at Nordyne with a new construction, like I said. But y'all probably have a partner supply up there too, don't you?
Yeah, somewhere. It's in Nashville.
Yeah. But
Like I said, I'm about 30 minutes outside of Nashville.
Yeah, I had a buddy that used to stay up there in Dixon.
Have you?
Yeah.
Did you go to the? Have you been to the Jack Daniel's distillery?
No,
Oh, yeah.
I've never been to Gatlinburg. I'll be honest with you. I live probably an hour and a half, 2 hours from Gatlinburg. Never been. If I travel,
I just went to Gatlinburg in March.
That's Jack Daniel's Distillery is a good trip.
Yeah, I'll call working in Florida.
Yeah.
When you work in Florida doing this stuff, I call it that slave heat. Boy, last summer I went back home for the summer. And, oh my God, it was murder.
Hey Jeffrey, I got a question for you.
And y'all football fans? Yeah.
You run many second opinions or callbacks on the Happy Face truck up there in Murfreesboro area? Mr. Ken will know who I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. I run a lot of stuff against some of the bigger competition. The Happy Face truck, the Old Man in Overalls truck, which is my former employer, and the Governor's business. I do a lot of. That's where I get a lot of my work is going behind them because they're so expensive. And I'm not cheap, but they're so expensive. It makes me look like I'm giving it away.
Yeah. Y'all have Jake Marshall up there too, don't you? For commercial.
In Nashville,
Yeah. Yeah, they got
I
a
don't see them too much in Murfreesboro,
yeah, because they're big down here
but I
too.
kind of cover about an 8-county area
Yeah. But what's
up
crazy
there.
about Jake Marshall, there's two different Jake Marshalls here in Chattanooga. One's LLC and one's service, but they used to be the same. But owner,
So they
they
split
sold.
off.
Yeah, one of them's union and the other one's non-union.
Yeah, the Happy Face truck. One of my customers, guy I went to high school with, was using them. He had a 5-year-old house with a train equipment, and the Happy Face truck went out there, condemned his unit, condemned his water heater, and all the receptacles in his house. It's a 5-year-old house.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Money.
Well,
I
I'll
was
be
gonna
honest
say,
with you. I'm over here close to Cookville. I'm sure you know where Cookville is, Cookville and Sparta area.
yes, sir.
And,
I do a little work in Cookville.
I used to work for a company in Cookville, and the Happy Face Truck Company recruited me over there, offered me a whole lot of money to come over there. So I'd heard bad things, but I figured I'd give it a try. And I went to work for them for almost a year and made very good money working there. But it's all about sales. It's push, push, push. If it's anywhere close,
that's all it is sell units.
If it's anywhere close to 10 years, you need to go in there and sell them a new unit. You're going over numbers. At every tech meeting, you don't talk about technical stuff whatsoever. It's all about how many UV lights did you sell this week? How many units did you flip this week? And I said, man, if that's what you're looking for, I'm not your guy. So I left.
Yeah, they trying to take technician out.
The sad thing about it is when Carrier built their new building in Nashville, they bought the old Carrier building.
That's in a rough neighborhood.
And the tech support guy, yeah. And the tech support guy went out and started his own trade school. And it was in the Carrier building. And O'Hiller bought the school. So the techs that come out of the school don't know how to work on units anymore. They don't teach them. All they're teaching them is what Hiller wants them to learn, which is sell units.
It's all marketing.
It is. It's Total Tech. I know exactly what you're talking about. And they've got this they've got this transition to trades program where they take guys coming out of the military and they can use their GI Bill to go to that Total Tech for like 2 weeks. And they'll go there for like 2 weeks or a month, and they'll send them to whatever branch they're going to work for and put them in a van and send them to calls, and they ain't got a clue what they're doing. And it's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's a sad thing.
Well, I was going to ask y'all a minute ago was, y'all NFL fans?
Yep. I'm a Jaguars fan. And I know you probably like the Titans.
You might drive up to Nashville next week. They're having the NFL draft here next week, and it is already crazy.
You're going to it?
I dread getting any call downtown Nashville.
I thought about going to Talladega. If you watch racing?
NASCAR.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I love NASCAR too.
Well, then you need to go to Talladega.
They downtown Nashville.
You been, Ken?
Downtown Nashville's pretty much shut down right now between Predators playoff hockey and the NFL draft. They've got all the streets shut down in the downtown area, and they've set up stages. And they're going to have all these big name country music stars coming in and playing concerts for the draft.
It's good to see Nashville's doing well in the playoffs, man.
Yeah, they frustrate you. They do good, and then they get in the playoffs, and then
Yeah, they
suck it up.
Yeah.
They, our goaltender is like one of the best goaltenders in the daggum league, and he gets into the playoffs and just freezes.
Yeah, he's not doing too bad right now.
Yeah. Do you do a lot of work for country?
He has the last 2 games.
Yeah.
You do any?
I've done a few.
Cause what's crazy is where I'm from, I was raised in a town outside of Jacksonville, Florida, on the Florida and Georgia line. It's like South Georgia, and Tim McGraw's nephew, I went to school with him, and his mom lived in the same county I was raised in.
I did a remodel on Tim McGraw and Faith Hill's house. Or not their house. They bought the house next door to them for her mother. And I did the whole remodel on the heating and air there.
Yeah. Well, his nephew's doing heating and air work. I got him on Facebook, and because like I said, I don't know if his mom ever moved from the county where I'm from in Florida, but she used to have a commercial for Badcock Furniture. Tell him Tim McGraw's mother sent you, but I think she might be up there now too. I don't know.
Yeah. Adam, how long have you been in business?
I've been in business.
I think I've seen before, but I can't.
Going on 7 years this summer myself.
Yeah.
I'm doing pretty good then.
Both of y'all own y'all's own business?
I do. I was 2 years in March. I started March 2017.
I'm 27. I'm thinking my goal is to start my own between 28 and 29 and, get my Florida license.
It took me till I was 43. And the company I worked for, I did large commercial. And they made me rope 3 7.5-ton scroll compressors 60 feet upside of Best Buy with no crane, with a rope.
Oh, yeah.
And I tore my shoulder up. On the first one. And I had a helper that weighed about 10 pounds more than the compressor. I think the things were like 135 pounds. And
yeah, they're correct.
I tore it on the first one and had 2 major surgeries. And before, just about, I used to get daily people trying to hire me away for more money. And went to a workers' comp hearing. And after I got about $6,000 for my disability, after what the lawyer got his take, but they agreed to give me a permanent helper to do all the lifting. And basically, I was going to train new guys. Showed up for my first day to work, and they fired me.
Oh, you
and
can sue their
no club wanted to touch me because I'm now workers' comp liability. So I went in business. Well, actually, I took a little break from November till about September the next year. I took a little break and was DJing at a country bar here in town, a little country line dance bar, and I made $350 a night cash working 3 nights a week. It was awesome. But then people started calling me, wanting me to work on their air, and I went down, took my tests, licenses, got my insurance, and just went legit.
Yeah. Was the test hard to take in Tennessee?
No, it's kind of like the EPA test. It's a lot of misdirection and asking questions 10 times, 10 different ways.
Yeah. But it's all open book, though, right?
Yeah, it's open book. And if you study and you mark where to find things, it's not that bad. But it took me 2 times. And they say the average is 3 times. Nobody passes it the first time.
Yeah, Florida's real hard too, but they have contracting schools you can go to, and they guarantee a 90% passing rate.
Well, see, I took the class and I still didn't make it. And like I said, the second go around, I was a little more successful.
Yeah, because where I work
but
at now,
state of Tennessee. Well, I mean, technically in the state of Tennessee, you don't have to have a contractor's license. If you do jobs, if your job is under $25,000, you're not required to have a state contractor's license.
Just
So
required.
technically, you don't have to have it.
You just gotta have a business license.
Unless you do commercial. Yeah, just your standard business license and insurance and stuff.
So how do you like?
I
How do you
carry
like running
$5
your own
million
company?
insurance. I like it, man. I mean, right now I'm working from sun up to sundown, but you know, I went 4 weeks, December and the first week of January with no work, but it was kind of nice because I put that money back. I do things the way that I want it done, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah, I like your hat.
But the United Refrigeration,
Yeah, I remember when they used to be CC Dixon when I was a kid.
yes, sir.
They always took care of me. They used to sell Linux.
That's who I use. That's the use. Well, they say Arco Air now.
Yeah.
And Daikin's mini splits. That's who I get my equipment with, and I get most of my stuff. When I went in business for myself, I'm a third generation guy. My father was part owner of another commercial company, a big company, and I used to walk in the supply houses and be like royalty. Everybody knew who I was. And the minute I went in business for myself, I was like the low man on the totem pole.
Yeah.
And United Refrigeration, man, they give me the cheapest prices on parts, common parts. They jump when I ask something, they just cater to me. And there's some companies that they don't care if I come in or not.
That's because they're independent. They have to, the manager has to meet sales and all that. But yeah, I have a pretty good relationship with the guys back home in Jacksonville. They knew my daddy, and we done a bunch of work for them. And they always take care of me. And I was glad when they swapped over from Duquesne and Aries to Arco Air. Which, be honest with you, I hear people talk about Duquesne. My dad was a Linux guy. The ones we put in, because my dad was so particular about his work, he'd pull a vacuum for 3 hours no matter what. That's just, he was so old school, he'll leave it on there, you know what I'm saying? And we ain't had very many compressor issues, but I love that Arco Air. I tell people all the time, Arco Air is just as good as Carrier.
Well, I went to an airflow class, ductwork and stuff, right as I started working for myself. And just about every one, I have to upsize the return.
Mm-hmm.
But those Arco Airs, once I upsize those returns, I ain't had one problem. And I can remember stuff that, like I was saying earlier, that my former company, I'd be there 4 months after it was started up, replacing something or fixing a leak or something.
You take more pride into it, work for somebody else.
Yeah, I mean,
why were you changing the returns? You got high head pressure or something? Like, how'd you know you have to change returns? Bigger.
Well, say a return is like an 18. Say it's size for an 18. For that tonnage. Most ductulators, when you do your CFMs for you do 0.1 static for supply and you do 0.05 for return.
Mm-hmm.
That's automatically going to be one size up. So if your supply is 18, your return is going to be a 20. Okay. Well, I use that super cool slide rule.
Yeah.
And it has a size for, your hard metal duct, and then it has a size for flex duct.
Yeah.
So you're going to be putting in a 22 or 24 inch for an 18-inch supply hard duct. And a lot of people put 18 and 18, and then they put flex for the whole return run.
Yeah.
And it really chokes it down.
Absolutely.
And things like that kill 13 blower motors. Is the air, the airflow. And then you should have on your return grills, you should have 200 square inches per ton. So a 3 ton is going to be about 600 square inches. So that might be like a 25 by 34 or something, 30 or something, and you'll
Mhm.
see a lot of times the square inches of the return filter grill is too small as well.
Yeah.
I kind
But
of
I
just
love
go.
that.
I do everything off static pressure. I just made a. I think that's where Ted's gonna come on here later, and he's gonna be. You'll see. But
Oh, is
Hey,
he?
what about y'all's bet? He's gonna get
no.
that money from you?
What's that? I didn't do that yet. I made a video last week about static pressure, and Ted came on and he made a comment on my video of how I did everything wrong. And then I made another video later on that night, doing it his way, showing that it's all the same shit. And I think I pissed him off. But no, I didn't do the bet yet. I'm gonna do it. I just need to get time. The problem is I got a list of about 100 things my wife wants me to do around the house. I got shit I got to do in my work truck. I got stuff I got to do to my garage, and then I got to bet with Ted.
Yeah, no kidding.
He's gonna push 300 CFM with a 6-inch supply with 10x4 boot.
So no, 4x12.
4x12.
It's possible.
What mini splits do y'all use?
Mini splits?
Yeah.
Don't buy Carrier. Do not buy Carrier.
I use Daikin and Fujitsu. I like Fujitsu because their shit they have such a nice catalog that you can pick shit out, and they have a lot of easy data. I like to look at when you're designing something, you're looking at your curve, and like a lot of these companies, it's very hard to find where you start losing efficiency. And Fujitsu, it's very easy to find all that. It's very easy to design a system with Fujitsu.
I'm kind of a Mitsubishi guy myself, but I went to a Daikin class over at United Refrigeration, and I like the Daikins too. They got a kick-ass warranty, but I just don't like how their drain pan and the housing is all one piece, and you can't pull the drain pan down to pull the blower wheel out to clean or replace. You got to literally pump it down and cut it off the wall to get all that out of there.
I know a buddy, he works for a big commercial company, and they had a bunch of Daikin. They hate them. They said it's the worst mini split they ever worked on. Like I said, Mitsubishi's the best, but I had two Carrier, I think they're 20 SEER, 3 zones, and we had 2 zones hooked up on both of them, just 2. Another one I didn't hook to nothing, and both of them units within a year or a year and 3 months, both of the compressors went bad in them.
Now, on the Mitsubishis, you guys were talking about this last week. I've never installed the Mitsubishi. I've worked on one Mitsubishi or maybe 2 Mitsubishis, but you guys were talking about 3-pipe systems. What the hell is a 3-pipe system?
You got 3 zones.
Oh.
It's basically you got 3 head units, and it's got reversing valve for all 3 head units. So each head unit can run a different mode. You can have 2 of them running cool and 1 of them running heat. Or some manufacturers, it runs all heat or all cool, and you have to have one of those mixing boxes. The Mitsubishi multi-zone has 3 individual reversing valves in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to a Mitsubishi class. Hold on, let me show you the book they gave me.
Like I said, Mitsubishi, I'm partial to them, I guess, but they're expensive.
Yeah, they're worth
I ain't gonna lie.
They're worth it.
But their technical support is just awesome. There's not any information you can't find or get online.
Right here. See that?
Yeah.
Went to one of their seminars. I mean, it's the I had it. It was at Johnstone's. The guy, 4-hour class, and I don't know if you ever listen to Ralph Wolf. You know Ralph. You know who Ralph is? He used to have his YouTube.
Yeah, I used to watch that before all the garbage started.
Yeah. But that's who he does. He's a Mitsubishi guy. That's what he does, teach the classes and stuff. I mean, I don't get involved in that talk stuff. I believe, as long as they ain't never crossed me, I'm not gonna hate somebody because somebody else don't like them, I believe in forgiveness and peace and hope and love, man.
That's the way I am. I for a second when John asked me earlier tonight if he's like, I saw you in the other video tonight or whatever. I was like, oh shit, it sounded like he was like pissed at me. I'm like, dude, I'm not in it to make friends or enemies or whatever. I'm cool with everyone until somebody fucks around with me. That's the way I am.
I'm the same way, but it got so much drama. I backed out for a while. I didn't go any of the groups for a while. It was just so much. Like I'm here to watch and learn, not watch people argue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's become too much of a soap opera.
I like John a lot. John is cool because like you talk to John, John will let you on his channel. John's a cool guy. He'll talk to you. You got something to say, John will talk to you. He'll let you say what you got to say.
John's like me, man. Just a good old country boy. People in the South are a lot more friendlier than
Yeah, I've tried to get on with y'all several times, but he comes on so late. Sometimes I pass out, or I may take my old lady out dancing or something on Saturday night. So I have to watch y'all like all week. It takes me about 3 days to get the whole thing in.
That's how he separates the men from the boys coming on late.
That's what you heard Corey earlier this night in the chat. What do they call him? What does Ted call Corey? The hoser? The hoser?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
He said, Corey's like, damn, Adam, you're out here again. Do you ever sleep? I told him sleep is for the weak.
That's how I felt the other week. What was it, like last week or the week before? When Ted was on here and we was all talking, it was like 3:00 in the morning my time. So it was like 4 a.m. Ted's time, and I'm thinking, holy freaking crap, I've got to go to bed. I don't know how these guys are doing it.
Yeah, it was 4 here as well.
What I've noticed about Ted, he's a night owl, man. Like he'll comment on my videos, but he'll comment at like midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, how the hell do you stay up so late, night after night? I don't get it. That man's an animal.
Yeah, they don't say yes sir, no ma'am, and yes ma'am up in y'all neck of the woods, do they?
No,
not really. No.
No, you be saying it down here in the South, where people very particular when it comes to respect.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. What was it, last week or whatever? We was talking about Steve Lab, and if you watch some of his videos, the way he talks to his customers, I'm like, oh my god, man, I can't believe he's talking to them like that.
You guys made me laugh last week. Holy fuck!
I fell asleep with it. The podcast.
Yeah, we heard
I would say like at least half of the videos that Lav is talking to his customers, he always says, he's like, listen here, guy. Whenever he's talking to a customer in a video, listen here, guy. Hey, guy.
You do that in the South, somebody's gonna escort you out their door with a gun by their side.
And like he'll question them, like it'll be something stupid, like he's like, "Is your filters clean?" And the guy be like, "Yeah, they're clean." And be like, "Well, we're gonna check them anyway."
Jeez, man. Well, he could do that, I guess, right? Jeez.
He doesn't try to be funny, but he's funny. He's like,
yeah,
this old lady's up there on oxygen. She's smoking Winston's all night.
He said that. I never got that one, man.
Yeah, he has no filter.
No. Looks like he got a new grill.
Who's that?
Steve. Looks like he's all freshen up lately. I don't know. The last couple of videos seems like he all got freshen up. Like he looks all, new teeth. Yeah. I don't know. It looks all fresh. I don't know.
Hey, let me tell you. I don't know if y'all watch it, or I will tell you one podcast thing I really like is Brian Orr with the HVAC School. He's a smart guy. He's from Florida. He's not really into the drama that I know of, and I really, really love.
I think he's doing away with his podcast.
No, he's got the HVAC School app. He's not doing away. And
yeah, but he was having a podcast with the HVAC school, and he came on a few weeks ago and said he wasn't going to do the podcast part no more.
That was
he's
Zach.
No. He's going to do the podcast. It's just not going to be on YouTube. You have to go to his. He wants you to download the app, which app is real helpful. They always got reading literature. If you like to read, he's got your. He every day he's writing something for the trade. So he's a guy I got a lot of respect for, and I think a lot of people need to look into his. The way
He doesn't seem like a blue collar guy. That guy's like a scientist.
Who, Brian Orr?
Yeah.
Man, he's been. That's all he's done is hitting in the air in his whole life.
I know, but listen to that guy talk. He just sounds like a scientist. He sounds like,
Yeah, but he's one of those guys that got the brains and can do the work. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get it. I know. I respect the guy a lot. I've seen a lot of his videos, and he's got a good company and everything. I'm just saying, like, that dude is. I feel like his brain is farther than what he's doing. He should be doing more. You know what I mean? Like he could probably be designing some of this shit.
He's into it. He goes everywhere for the trade, but like how I'm gonna say this. I don't know if y'all ever listen to Jim Bergman or John Passarello.
Yeah,
them are real respectable guys that know a lot. And, he has them on his podcast, and they talk a lot of good literature about the trade. And because he's not one of those owners that are pushing sales on his guys. He's more about being a tech savvy, knowing your job. Because he's particular. If I believe if you didn't do your job right, you probably wouldn't work for him. He rather take the time to do it right. He's more quality than he is quantity. So that's what I respect the most about him.
I think he's been in the trenches all his life, and now he's got his company where he can go off and do these educational things, and he's taking advantage of it. That's what I think.
Absolutely.
I mean, think about it. He has a manufacturer backing him, Carrier. Carrier helps him for his podcast. I mean, not many people will say they have a manufacturer behind them.
See, the thing is with him though, he's got the gift of gab, is what they say. You know what I mean? That man could talk. He is very well articulated, more so than any of us probably put together. You know what I mean? That guy is able to hold the sentence down.
And another thing is, if I ever message him on Facebook, he always replies. I had an issue and I talked to him about it. He was always honest with me, so that's why I always gotta, I just think he's a wonderful person, I guess.
I think now he has a lot more time to research this stuff and get his ducks in order before he says it.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I get a kick out of that guy that works for him. Those videos they do, Burt Life or whatever. I don't know if any of y'all watch them.
Yeah, Burt.
That's his brother-in-law.
Oh, is it that one where he had to go out on a low voltage short behind another company at like 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night? And he goes out there and he finds out what's wrong with it or whatever. And he's like, most of you guys would probably go home right now. But nope, we're going to pull a new thermostat wire at 11 o'clock at night. He's just up there in the attic just having a ball.
Not me.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'll do what I did Wednesday. I'll put wireless on.
Yeah, that's why God made wireless. Or Honeywell.
I had an apartment complex Wednesday. My former employer had been out there, and I kind of picked up their work and had 8 wire, and you need 5 for the heat pump, and 4 of the wires were like broken somewhere, and the wire ran down into the ground and underneath the concrete slab, and then up through the concrete slab in the closet where the air handler was. They wasn't pulling no wire. And I put that Honeywell wireless kit with the wireless 8000, RedLink 8000 thermostat and the equipment module. And then they had a module for the condenser. And it run all of it wirelessly. And it was awesome.
Yeah, I think I've put 4 or 5 of those in. I like those pretty well.
Talking about the Honeywells?
Took me about 30 minutes to fire it all up.
That's what I'm using for that job I'm working on that boiler job that I sent you pictures of, Joe.
Yep.
That Wild McLean. So they had the entryway of that house had radiant in the floor, and the master bathroom upstairs has radiant, but it was all controlled by a thermostat at the entryway of the house. So I split apart the piping since we have everything apart, and I'm going to use a just a Honeywell wireless upstairs. So now there's going to be 3 thermostats.
So you're reading off air temperature and not.
They don't have slab temperatures anywhere in that house. It's a freaking joke, you know.
I agree.
You say you're using piston coils on your air conditioner side. You can't use 2-stage equipment on the piston, right?
No, that's what I said. As soon as you step up to 2-stage, I use TXV.
Okay. See, one thing that always threw me off about that was on Carrier, you got 2-stage, 2-stage, but in heating mode, you got a piston. I don't know if it still works the same way in heating as it does cooling with the 2-stage, or, they have a piston for their heating side.
You're saying for a heat pump? I don't know.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying, though?
I get what you're saying, but I honestly, you guys are talking freaking German to me right now. I'm not into heat. The only heat pumps I ever deal with is like mini splits.
Yeah, same here. I don't deal with them too much.
So I feel the same way when I look at you guys' videos. Like, I see these freaking boilers and all this different crap and radiant heat. I'm like, what the crap am I looking at? Because I'm used to like straight up natural gas furnaces and heat pumps. I mean, that's about it.
That's called extra money.
Right.
When I started doing boilers, my dad had his own company for many years. I worked for him, and we would get calls all the time, and people would say, you guys, because a lot of companies in the western suburbs don't work on boilers. So they'd just keep calling around. Do you work on boilers? No. Do you work on boilers? And my dad would always say, no, we don't work on boilers. And I'm like, why the hell don't we work on boilers? We get a lot of freaking boiler calls. So I convinced them, somebody wanted to change a boiler. I'm like, let me change a boiler. I could do this. I just read about it. And, I kind of just taught myself, went to a couple different classes. Have you heard of Dan Houlihan?
Yeah, he's on YouTube. Yeah, right?
He had that. Is it what is his website is called? Is it heatinghelp.com or whatever? But he has a lot of books that he wrote, and he's like the boiler guru of the country. And I read a bunch of his books, and that kind of got me where I was at with boilers.
I put a walk-in cooler one time for a morgue. That first one I ever done first one I ever touched or messed with, and it turned out, pretty good for me.
Yeah, I mean, I work on like walk-in coolers and freezers and reach-ins and all that stuff. It's just I don't see very many boilers or anything like that. Like a rare thing around here is like geothermal. Like not a lot of companies around here that the techs don't know how to work on geothermal except for maybe 1 or 2 companies. So I get a lot of geothermal calls, but that's about the only rare thing I see.
Well, y'all guys like to talk a lot.
There he is. I'm bidding the geothermal job right now. Actually, that house that I've been doing, there's a video I have on my channel about the wine room with the Daikin unit.
Yeah.
He's doing a coach house, and he wants to do another geo system for the coach house and garage.
Right on.
Where to start?
Where'd John go?
What's that?
I said, where'd John go?
Oh, he checked out.
He's poking eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I started in upstate New York, and that's all we did was oil-fired burners, boilers. And we used to burn a number 6 fuel, man. Yeah. That's a long time ago.
Yeah. I wish I had more experience on refrigeration side, like walk-in coolers. Like I said, I only put in one, and I just read about it and said I can do it, and it worked out fine. But hopefully one day I get a chance to work for somebody that lets me, get my hands in it.
Honestly, I don't know. I say I want to work on refrigeration, but some of these, like you see supermarkets and shit with these rack systems and their computers, the controllers and all that. It's like, man, that's a lot of shit to learn.
I'm talking more like a convenience store, not in high tech, just a regular.
We got
still even then, Junior.
we got convenience.
If you don't like on calls,
we got convenience stores down here that the main office is controlling their heat and air.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, there ain't shit to the refrigeration, man. I mean, it's easy stuff.
What about the big supermarket shit where they have like the computerized controllers and they have multiple, compressors and all kinds of common floating whatever, like what about all that? That seems like it's just too much.
Man, I mean, if you work on AC units and stuff, especially if anything, like dual stage and everything, it's the same thing.
Which I worked on, like I said, I put in one, which I know I can learn it. It's just I know there's more refrigerants, and my boss won't do it. I try to get him to hire.
Like I said before, if I was starting out today, when I started out, if I started out today, I'd just do refrigeration. That's where the money's at.
Yeah, I had a guy offer me a job about a year ago in Florida and passed it up. I was an idiot.
So you got to change door gaskets all the damn time, man. I hate those fucking door gaskets.
Well, you got to do shit in residential you don't like either.
Yeah, there's shit in everything.
Yeah, I think what Jeffrey was saying is the on call is what sucks. When you're doing residential,
I don't like getting up at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, when you're doing residential, a lot of times you can talk to somebody and say, "Hey, I'll come out first thing in the morning," or whatever, and they're fine with that. But when you're dealing with stores with refrigeration, they got $200,000 worth of product in a freezer. They ain't waiting. They want you to come out at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that's pressure on you too, because it's not like you got to know your shit, because it's not like you could just sit there and fuck around.
There's no guesswork with refrigeration. You better know what you're doing, or somebody's going to lose a lot of product, and they're going to be pissed.
Yep, sure enough.
Yeah. But how many of y'all that do refrigeration work on big supermarket stuff?
Mine's not supermarkets. Mine's just typical gas stations, stuff like that. Nothing crazy big.
I mean, I did it for the school system, so. But, it was a little bit of everything for them. Walk-in coolers, walk-in freezers, reach-ins, milk boxes, mini fridges. I mean, just all kinds of stuff.
I'm slowly learning. I watch a lot of that NorCal Dave's videos, and I watch the HVACR videos, Chris. He's a smart dude.
There's another guy.
He's a really smart guy.
There's another guy named like Joe Patello or something.
Joe not Patello.
He's not an Italian guy from Boston or something, right?
He's retired now. He's actually from Ohio, wasn't he?
Ohio, yeah, okay.
I watch a lot of his videos. He seems like he knows what he's talking. He takes a lot of shortcuts, it looks like, though. But
old school, man. He's good. He knows his shit.
Yeah, I wish he was still doing it.
I know.
Pitanero, I don't know.
Pimenetto or something like that. Pimenetto or something like that.
I like that guy. I'm sorry. None of you guys know this guy. I keep bringing him up, but he just had a video like a week ago. I watched him like 10 years ago. Dr. Z.
Oh,
Dr. Z. He was funny as he was funny as
off or something like that.
Yeah. He's he had a video like a week or so ago out of nowhere, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna start making videos again."
Yeah. I've seen that after you said it last week. I checked them out.
He's funny.
When I first started watching YouTube videos, he was one of the guys. He was
one of the first. Yep.
Yeah. Dr. Z.
Him and what is it, Gray Furnace Man?
Gray Furnace. Okay.
That man has got a lot of subscribers.
Yeah.
I think he's damn near close to 100,000.
Yeah, I think he's got the most out of anybody.
Oh wow. I know. I watch him.
He's got a lot of homeowners watching him.
Yeah.
I feel whenever, this is a stupid thing to say, but like when I watch his videos, you know how like old people, or like I just think of my grandfather. You hang out with like your grandfather or something like that, and it's just got like a grandfather, like yeah, you got like the old tool room smell and shit, and he's got his you have tools and grease that's been in a room for fucking 40 years.
Oh yeah.
And I just feel like I'm watching his videos. I could almost like smell like being in my grandpa's basement. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I did a few videos back on the uncensored page back when John and Gil was together on heat exchangers. I don't know what happened to them.
Yeah. Now, have you put any
do what, Junior?
Have you put any two-stage Arco air in?
I have not, because they don't carry nothing but, or United Refrigeration does not carry anything but 14 SEER.
Yeah.
Generally, I mean, I can order it, but generally I have to put something else in.
Yeah.
And I had a Mana chasing me, but I just don't like Goodman and Manas, and Train won't deal with me. So sometimes I'll put an American Standard in. I'd love to put Carrier in, but my boss has had me blackballed.
What about Bryant? Have you thought about Bryant and Payne?
Well, Carrier and Bryant's all the same dealer.
Yeah, but you can sell.
They won't even.
Oh, they won't talk to you.
No, he told them they won't even talk to me because of my former employer is the biggest carrier dealer in the Southeast, and he has them in his palm of his hands. And when he found out I went in business for myself after he fired me, they told me that he told them that if they did any dealings with me, he'd drop them. So they won't even talk to me.
How many employees did he have working for him?
Oh God, just technicians. There was 24 of us. God, no telling how many installers, and they had commercial installers that we never even seen. They went straight to jobs.
That's that Matt in the chat right there is talking about Steve Lav. That's called Steve Lav just don't give a shit, and he'll tell the customer, "Hey, buddy, go on back to the upstairs. Leave me the fuck alone."
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier when you were driving back to watch your Goonies movie.
The Goonies.
Yeah, I had a cool video about how to check heat exchangers without actually looking. Over time, I've developed that, I compared. But you can take your manometer and hook it up to your vacuum hose and just turn the blower on. If it's got a crack or hole or rusted out, it's going to bring positive pressure on that manometer.
You have to plug up the
I like to use that a lot.
What do you do? Tape the burner holes? What do you do to plug up the burners?
I don't do anything. I just plug up the vacuum hose onto my manometer and turn the fan on.
Yeah.
If it puts, just like if you fired it, that blower is going to blow that flame back. It does the same thing with that manometer.
Yeah.
You just turn the fan on, and if there's any cracks, that manometer is going to read positive pressure.
Where do you put the hose? Where do you stick the hose?
Where it goes. You just take it off the vacuum switch and put it onto the manometer, still leaving it hooked up to the collector box. I guess is what you call that.
That's a good idea. I've never thought of that. Wow.
And well,
so
I started doing it on split. Now I have not tried that theory on a 90 plus, just 80 plus. 90 plus with that secondary heat exchanger, I don't know how it.
Well, I don't usually run into burner boxes on 80. What furnaces have burner boxes that often at 80%?
I always have that collector box, and then your producer draft motor is mounted to it.
Oh, so basically just any pressure switch that's hooked up to the heat exchanger.
Yeah. Wherever your vacuum switch is hooked up, just unhook the hose off of the vacuum switch, plug it to your manometer, turn your blower on. If it reads a positive pressure, and I've compared, and I've actually tore the units apart and looked, but every time I've got positive pressure, I found bad heat exchangers.
That's a damn good
idea. Every time I have
idea.
not had positive pressure, I've had good heat. I've searched the heat exchanger anyway and found it good. I've tested it on old units I pulled out that the heat exchanger was good. I've done a lot of testing with it. But I generally like that for split furnaces.
Did you come up with
Instead
that,
of-
or did you see that in a class or something? Or
No, I came up with it.
You don't have to use the hose, though,
And
right?
do what?
You don't have to really put it on the hose, though. You can put it anywhere in the collector box, can't you?
I just pull the hose off, put the hose on the manometer,
Yeah.
and still to the collector box. But like I said, when I did this video, John and Gil talked about it, and then they had that heat exchanger expert come on, and he just ripped me saying, "There's no, you can't do this and you can't do that." And I'm like, "Well, I'm telling you, you can. I've done enough of it that I've compared, and I can see the difference. And like I said, split systems, it's hard to get in and inspect them heat exchangers. So I do the quick manometer test, and if it gives me positive pressure, I go farther. If it don't, I move on.
because I've tried
never
plugging
had
the burner holes. You could try plugging the burner holes too and reading pressure in each one of the chambers, in each cell. And that works too, but it's kind of doing the same thing that you're doing. You're just doing it all in one shot.
Yeah, but you have y'all used any
Yeah.
combustion analyzers?
Yeah.
I've used them, yeah.
Have you used them?
Of course. We probably all did.
Yeah.
Not to I haven't used it to check for rollout, no.
I mean, you just start getting goofy readings on a combustion analyzer and something's up, And what can you do? You check your gas pressure. That's about it. If your gas pressure's on, there's nothing else you can do. Obviously, something's wacky.
Yeah, but they got them now.
Justin, Junior. You was talking about those negative gas pressure gas valves earlier.
Yep.
On train. I had a church that had 20 something of those trains up to 5 ton, and it had 2 10s and 2 20 tons with the negative gas pressure.
Yep.
Of course, everybody at my shop was like, "Oh, you don't have to look at those heat exchangers. Them things never get holes in them." All these units were 9 years old, and I condemned every heat exchanger. Everyone had a hole in the same spot.
Yeah.
What brand was it?
Train
Voyagers.
Where did you find the hole at? The top or the bottom?
It was in the top on the 5 ton and unders. Yeah. And on the 20 tons, I believe they were on top.
Yeah, they're a motherfucker.
It's about 3 or 4 years ago. But sure enough, in every one of them, they had an airflow issue. And it's like, "Oh, this church was just built." And I'm like, "Well, it wasn't done right. I don't know what to tell you."
That, and a lot of times
they all have really high static pressure.
A lot of times I go back.
A
lot of times I go back and check my amp draw on my fan motor to make sure it's putting enough air over the heat exchanger.
Well, the worst thing was the test and balance company come in there and changed pulleys and did this and that and made all these stupid adjustments, but the static pressure was really high. I mean, it was like 1.0 high.
How high? 4.0?
1.0.
Now,
not 0.1, 1.0.
Yeah.
It should have been like 0.5 for the return and the supply combined.
Yeah, but ain't commercial like the 20 tons? It's all right to have a 1.0, right, on the static? On some of the bigger equipment?
It's important on all that. I mean, on the train telepacks and stuff, but just standard package units.
Yeah.
Those telepacks, that's when you get into variable speed drives and stuff. Or the turning vanes. Some of the older ones, they had them turning vanes that open and close.
Yeah.
To restrict your airflow. But just the old standard 1-speed blower has no adjustments, man. It's a ductwork's a killer on them.
I always tell people they got problems on the big train stuff. If they got a columnizer, crack it open a little bit for it. help the static pressure, especially on the return side.
Yeah. Like I said, though, that manometer, man, it's been tried and true for me. I mean, every time it showed a positive pressure, I found a hole.
Well, I'm glad you told me. You gave me a good idea. So.
Yeah, this I'm glad you came
Like I said,
on
I
here.
use it a lot. I use it a lot for, like I said, split systems, 80 plus furnaces. Just speed factor of doing tune ups and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't try to waste a lot of time unless I need to, trying to move, especially when I do commercial. I've got so many units I've got to do in a day there on that location.
Mm-hmm.
I try to move as fast as I can, but accurate as I can.
Yeah.
And so I develop little tricks. It's like, y'all guys up north don't have a lot of heat pumps. And I see in all these groups, oh, it's too cold to do a tune up and this and that. It's 50 degrees. I took a piece of PVC and put 2 caps on it. And I bought this little micro switch. Drilled a hole in the top for the switch and then drilled a hole in the bottom for 2 wires. And then I pulled the wire off the fan off of the defrost board and hooked it up to 1 wire and hooked the wire back to the defrost board. And the switch is normally open. And I'll monitor my head pressure. I get my head pressure up about 250, 260, and I'll hit that button and I'll run it down to about 230 and let off of it, kind of like a fan cycle control. And I can accurately check my Freon charges when it's 40, 50 degrees outside.
Are you trying to get that cool temperature to 100?
Yeah, I try to stay right around in there. And but a lot of guys, I'll make these excuses. They can't do tune-ups because it's too cold. It's not 75 degrees outside. And I'm like, man, use your head. I mean, old school, before I made this switch, I used to take cardboard and block off the coil to get the pressures up.
Now,
to simulate that.
Cover the condenser unit.
Only issue I have with that, though, is the indoor ambient condition. If it's 68, 67 in the house, to me, it's harder to charge a unit when it's colder inside than it is outside, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, but when it's 50, 60 degrees outside, it's generally not going to be.
There's a company that makes a tool that does the same thing. And the guy makes a bunch of different tools or whatever. It's called ECM modulators. I'm not sure. You heard of them?
You're talking about the one that...
It's basically the same thing as that yellow jacket charging jacket. Is what you're doing. I mean, it's the same thing. You get the pressures up.
You guys, do you use that? What is that? That's a field piece charging jacket. You use that?
I use a black trash bag and block off part of the coil.
Yep.
Like I said, normally I just use pieces of cardboard and block off the coil. I mean, that's the old school way.
Yeah.
But like I said, a lot of people around here just make excuses why not to go out and do some work.
They could wait till the summertime.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with
you. I mean, a lot of the companies in my area, if it rains, they just shut down and all the guys send them home or they all sit at clean shop.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
I got one of those $44 10 by 10 pop-up tents. Pop up on the side of the house and I'll sit there and work.
Yeah.
I carry in my truck.
Oh, I agree with you.
I was about to say I do the same thing. I think it's a 6x6 or a 10 by 10 pop-up tent from Walmart. And I'll just pop that thing up over the condenser or it'll cover a package unit. I can do whatever I need to do.
I was thinking of actually getting one of those. I was looking at them this week.
Oh yeah, it's a lifesaver. I've carried one on my
I bought
van for
mine.
years.
Yep.
I bought mine at Academy Sports for like $39.
I've never been fortunate enough to work for one of those companies that just shuts down when it rains. So
me either.
They've always, people still got to have their stuff working. So I wasn't about to, put my tools in the rain or try to replace a freaking coil in the rain or something like that. So I bought a tent years ago.
Yeah, you have to. It's good thinking.
I'm against pulling a coil in the rain.
I don't like it either, but I ain't the boss either.
I heard that.
I don't
Back
do
up-
compressors in the rain. Just for the simple fact of the moisture.
Back on the compressor or the heat exchangers. Now, Carrier, I can pretty much tell you when there's no combustion or anything, you got a secondary heat exchanger that's bad. Two things will happen. Number one, your rollouts will trip nonstop, and number two, you'll smell the shit. You take
58
that,
MXA heat exchanger.
you smell it.
That's the thing about these things. And I've always wondered, I've heard everybody talk about that secondary heat exchanger plugged. And I don't know if that's like a northern thing but I've never seen one in all my 28 years. I've never seen a secondary heat exchanger.
I think I've replaced 3 carrier heat exchangers this year.
It's worse if you have propane.
Wow.
No, I'm running natural gas. We don't touch propane around here.
Well, we got natural gas too, but some people has propane.
Yeah, we have out in the country. A lot of people have propane because the gas is not offered.
Jeffrey, you said you ain't never seen the secondary heat exchanger plugged up on like a Carrier 58 MXA heat exchanger?
I've never seen one.
Lord, come over here to the plateau. I'll take you to 10 a year.
Like I said, I wonder if it's like a geographical thing or.
Well, he's in Tennessee too.
Like high.
Yeah, I'm up here on the
You're
mountain
higher
from
altitude
Ambo.
than I am.
Yeah, I'm up here on the mountain. That's totally different from Nashville.
So so the carriers you found plugged with a heat exchanger, I found 2 last year. What's the best way you diagnose them with a secondary heat exchanger plug?
First off, if you get the thing running, walk by the exhaust, the flue pipe coming out of the house. Walk
That's
by.
what I
You
was
smell
gonna
that
say,
shit
like,
from
dude.
fucking 10 feet away. You smell it.
I had a call this past winter that the gas company had been out there and said because the guy didn't have no heat, so he called the gas company first. He thought it was a gas issue, and it wasn't. So they sent us out there, and as soon as I smelt the flue, dude, like you can just tell, like it's got an awful smell to it.
It's like an acid pungent bad smell. And if you don't have the luxury of smelling the PVC, like it's going through the roof or something, pull the burner door off. As soon as you pull the burner door off, after that thing's been running for a couple minutes, you'll smell it. Boom! It hits you in the face. You'll never forget the smell once you smell it.
I tell you, I found a Carrier package unit this winter. The thing was maybe a year old, but I think it was the first winter. I get there and it's a 80% package unit. The whole thing was suited up with some black shit inside of it. I've never seen in my life.
You know, the only thing I don't like about Carrier package units is 2 things. One, on their gas packs, the inducer motor is a pain in the freaking ass to change.
My God. I changed about 20 this year. I hate them.
And on and on those as well, but on the heat pumps as well, the way they run their pressure switch wires over there to the compressor compartment, they're notorious for rubbing up against the copper and causing a short. It's like they do a terrible job running the pressure switch wires over there.
I hate changing their damn contactors out too on them package units. They're
it's tied up there in the top right corner.
Oh my, that's about stupid.
You guys ever change heat exchangers on York rooftop units?
I've done a few.
Those are fucking fun.
Yeah, no doubt. I will say I changed some heat exchangers on a Bryant that was only a couple years old, and the one I changed, it was on the heat exchangers was on like a track, so it was literally like you pull the inducer and everything out, and it was just like 4 screws on either side, and it pulled straight out. There was no
awesome.
Bend the cabinet up and none of that crap. It pulled straight out. You slide the new one right back in and put everything back in there.
See, I did a 7-ton Carrier heat exchanger a month or 2 ago, and the heat exchanger was beautiful, sliding in and out. The problem was they have 400 fucking wires running across from one side of the cabinet, going right across the heat exchanger to the other side. So you literally have to take apart every single freaking wire in order to pull the heat exchanger out. You know, and you got to rewire the freaking thing when you put it back together.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever get heat exchangers that leak, and that's how you know that they have a problem?
Like
They show
water?
Yeah.
Carriers.
Yeah, that's where
I've had 2 trains.
That's how I noticed.
I had a train this winter that the secondary heat exchanger and the carrier was plugged with water. I don't know if the collector box cracked and it got in there somehow, but it was full of water. Have any of y'all ever had that?
It sounded like the drain was stopped up.
No, the one I found a crack in the collector box.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Trains were notorious for a while to have on the residential. They had the guys in the factory were over tightening the screws on the transition receptacle in between the secondary and the draft motor. They would over tighten the screws. The transition receptacle would crack, and you'd get water leaking all over it. And a lot of people would think the secondary is leaking because they see rust and shit all over the bottom pan.
Yeah.
It wasn't the secondary. It's the piece in between the secondary and the draft motor.
Oh, that sucks. Fuck. How would you figure that out? All right.
Just once you figure it out, you know. As soon as you see that furnace, you're like, oh, it's a train. I started stocking them. It's a couple bucks for the part.
Okay.
It's just a little plastic piece is all it is.
Yeah.
You talking about the orifice that goes behind the motor?
It's not an orifice. It's like it's like a square to round fitting for train. It's like this little black piece.
It's like circle?
Yeah.
Well, I know Nordyne, they call it an orifice in theirs.
Right. I think York does too. Or they call
I'm talking about stocking parts. Do you guys do the same thing? I don't know, like what we do on some of the like the notorious stuff you see around, like train fan manager boards in their package units are notorious for acting up and not bringing the blower on, or the Goodman blower control boards and the little ARUF air handlers. They're notorious for the little fan relay on them melting.
And their defrost board too.
I found with Goodman a lot of time it ain't the defrost board itself; it's just the sensor.
You guys ever
I stock those time delay boards, but I don't stock the Goodman boards.
I take those out.
I just bypass them.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever I don't know, like Frankenstein something a little bit and change it up?
Oh, I just had the Frankenstein one this past week. Another company come out. The guy had a Carrier Infinity split dual fuel system, and somebody come out and sold him an Amana furnace, just bone stock PSC stuff, and kept the case coil and the heat pump condenser, and he wanted it just straight gas and straight cool now. So I had to do some crazy wiring in that condenser to make it work. So if anybody else opens up that condenser, they're going to wonder what the hell, but I got it fixed and working.
Yeah, I've done that many a times, and I question if it's should you be doing that? Are you creating a liability or not? But I think that if you know what you're doing and you understand what you're doing, I think you're good with it.
Yeah, and I just explained to the guy. I mean, I brought him around there to the condenser, and I said, "Look, this is what they still had it. They still had it wired up. ABC. I was there for a spring service. He wanted me to come out and check the air conditioning before going into summer, and I go out there and I seen he had a T6 on the wall, and so I turned it on and cooled, and I walk around the side of the house and I see this Infinity condenser, and I'm like, oh great, this is gonna be good, and never comes on. I take the panel off of it. It's still wired up, ABCD for communicating. I mean, it was retarded.
It's one of those, I just need my routine maintenance done after we have a hot snap this week, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They don't. I don't know if people think they call for preventive maintenance for their units down. Like they think they getting the Freon and everything else for free for that $149 or whatever y'all charge fee.
I get that all the time. Or you get the ones that say they just, like you said, I just want a spring service, and you get out there and it's freaking 78 degrees in the house and the cooling's on, and I'm like, oh yeah, everything been working okay? Yeah, it's been fine. I'm like, Okay, why is it 78 degrees in here and you got it set on 72? I don't understand.
I don't know if the people are thinking like, hey, if this guy cleans this up, it's going to work better, or if they think like, hey, they don't charge quite as much money for their maintenance as they do for the service. I'm going to be saving myself some money. But either way, it's like, who are you fooling? You know?
Well, and people are just weird. I don't know. Like, I had one yesterday. As a matter of fact, it was a probably like a year-old Arco Air package unit, and all he cared about was me cleaning his condenser coils. I mean, and he'd already paid for a maintenance, and so I started taking the panel off, and I was going to check pressures and check amp draws and everything. He's like, "What are you doing? You going to clean the coils?" I'm like, "Yes, sir. I'm going to clean the coils, but I'm going to check everything else too." It's like he wanted me to just spray some coil cleaner on there and clean the coils and roll out. I don't know.
Naive, yeah, they don't know what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder how they wired that up with the A, B, C, and D. They should have just, I mean, did it have its own transformer out in the condenser?
It did. I'll tell you what I did. And you call me a hack or whatever. So he wanted it to be straight cool. So obviously you got a reversing valve in there that you got to energize.
Yeah.
So, and the reversing valve plugs up to obviously the infinity board in there in the condenser. So I cut the plug
on the
off
board,
of the reversing valve, and I plugged it straight to the contactor coil so that it energized the reversing valve when it pulled in the contactor.
Yeah.
And also because, and I brought him out there and showed it to him. I didn't like doing this, but you have your low and high pressure switches in there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, without running it through that, you couldn't get it to run through the board.
Yeah.
So I had to bypass Y and go straight to the contactor to make it work. And I explained to him, I said, look, you have no protection for the compressor whatsoever. Yeah. If this thing loses its charge, it's taking a compressor with it.
Yeah.
And he's like, yep, that's fine. Do whatever. I'm like, okay. Well,
what you could have done if it's
wired them in the
series with Y to the contactor.
Yeah. Wired Y in series with the pressure switches, but
somebody didn't know what they were doing selling him a furnace. They must have been an idiot. Must have been a sales guy.
I don't know what they were thinking. I really don't.
Just another neighborhood hack.
Yeah. I know some of them affinity units you can take it off A, B, C, and D and wire it. A lot of them boards let you wire it up regular. You just got to change some dip switches. But I think you have to do that with the air handler with it too. I'm not for sure.
I've seen furnaces that you could do either or.
Yeah. Well, I know some of the condensers you can too.
This was like I want to say it was a 07 model Infinity. So I don't know how early Infinities come out, but it was 07, so it's kind of an older style one.
With a Bristol compressor?
I don't remember if it had a Bristol compressor in it or not. But I know that it did not even have the terminals for wiring it traditionally at all. All it had was A, B, C, D in it. That's it.
I hate the ones that's got the two transformers in there. The newer ones don't have that because we're a Carrier dealer. It looks more like a regular unit now than what it did before. Was it 2-stage?
Yeah, it was 2-stage.
Yeah. So it had 2 contactors on it?
No, it has a single contactor on it.
Okay. Just has a 24-volt unloader in it?
Yeah.
The guy who bought my dad's company, whatever it was, 7 years ago or whatever, he was a Bryant dealer. And he said Bryant and Carrier, they have some program where they offer to their dealers. And he said you type in the address to a house, and it looks up public records, and it gives you the load calc for the house. And he's like, yeah, this is what I use on every house. And as soon as he told me that, I'm like, I'm sorry, I call bullshit.
No, they got that.
Yeah, but dude, how did they know when you change your fucking windows or add insulation to the attic or anything
or
else?
add on to the house?
Right.
Well, they're just going by based off what the reports they have.
I know, but like you can't like judge every
I
freaking job on that.
I know.
Because like if you don't pull a permit or whatever, if it's public records, nobody knows shit. Like you could change the whole house, nobody knows. You know.
I don't think I'd ever go off anything like that. I'll do my own load calculation when I get there once I see what's going on.
See, I ain't real good at load calculations. I ain't got that good at that. I'm not. I understand airflow, but running loads, I take my service manager with me.
And there's plenty of sheets that you can just go down through there and plug in the numbers, man, and it'll work everything out for you.
My problem with load calculations are like you're entering a lot of data that you really don't know the answer to. What is the insulation in the attic? Well, how the fuck do you know what the insulation is in the attic? You know, like where do you get to read what the insulation is in the attic? You know, number one. Number two, the insulation in the walls. I don't know. How leaky is the house? Well, how good was the fucking builder who put up the house?
Well, before a certain amount of year, right? You go by the year. Yeah.
Yeah, but like you could have somebody that did a super thorough job at sealing up the whole house.
Yeah.
Or you could have somebody that really is not. There's actually new houses that suck and are leaky as hell too because they're not that good at what they do. So just because it's a new house does not necessarily mean it's a good house.
Yeah.
And that's why they brought into the whole blower door thing, because they could prove a house is either good or not good, and you could either pass blower door or fail blower door.
Sure, yeah.
I know in Tennessee down here, when you build a house, when you're setting up your walls around your house, they make you caulk around the seam. Well, in Chattanooga they do.
You know, my goal is, I have real shitty siding and everything on my house right now. I want to pull off my siding, pull off the sheathing. I want to do closed cell foam on the walls in my house. And then I want to do, there is a product, I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's like a green sheathing. I don't remember what it's called, but it's a sheathing and it has insulation built into it as well too. And then they have, like this thick, almost like tar paper rolls you put over every seam of the house. And it's supposed to really seal up everything. I'm trying to remember the name. I can't think of it offhand.
So why behind you is brick? I don't get it. You got brick and siding?
Well, I'm in the garage. Right behind me is a fireplace inside the house.
Oh. You guys and your siding, man. Fuck.
Hey, man, look, I'm in the western suburbs now. I grew up in Chicago. Every freaking other house is brick in Chicago.
Okay. That's right. Okay, I got you.
But the suburbs, it's like I brought my cousin to where I grew up, and she's like, Jesus Christ, every house here is brick, because in the suburbs, you don't see brick very much at all, you know?
And that's why when there's storms, they don't all fall down.
It's like the Three Little Pigs, man.
Exactly.
I went to a class at my root dealer a couple weeks ago, and they're now starting to foam insulate ductwork. They had some machine they were trying to get us to invest in, talking about it's quicker and cheaper to do spray foam on the ductwork than it is to insulate it, wrap and insulate it.
Have you ever seen the AeroSeal machines for sealing on the inside?
I've watched the videos and stuff. I wouldn't mind investing in it. That equipment's expensive.
I heard that you have to pay like 30 or 40 grand for the equipment, and then every job you do to turn on the machine, you got to pay them a commission on every freaking job you do to use the AeroSeal machine.
Yeah, it's something like that.
It is, and it's like for the glue that you use. I think it's $50 for a tub of that glue, and you might get a house done with one tub. It might take 2 tubs, so you might have $100 in glue as well. So it is expensive. You have to mark it up, but I can honestly say it does work. I mean, I've done. The company I work for now doesn't do it, but one of my previous companies used it, and I've seen them do a pre-test and a duct system have 400 or 500 CFM of leakage on it, and then bring it down to like 5 CFM.
I want to see it. I want to see it.
I can see that, man, for sure.
On that, the one builder I deal with right now, I'm waiting to put the equipment in. It's the founder of the Rotary Club's house. That builder, whenever we're doing something where it's like either around the perimeter in the basement or in an attic or whatever, he always spray foams all the ductwork, closed cell foams all the ductwork. Even if I insulate it, he'll spray foam it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a tight house, bud.
Yeah.
Tight house, you need an ERV.
Yeah.
I was about to say, you get it too tight.
HRV. Yeah.
Didn't y'all do many tankless water heaters?
Oh, yeah.
I've put in 2.
Navian.
Mostly combi.
I've been doing the Vesta.
How is the Vesta?
Water heaters.
They're pushing me to try to start selling those.
Man, they are awesome, dude. They got a lifetime heat exchanger on them. But if the heat exchanger was to go bad, they don't give you a new heat exchanger. They give you a whole new water heater.
So is that? I don't do many tankless, but I do combis. I wonder if that's the same warranty on the combi. Is it just the straight up tankless?
It is. It is. I actually won one of the combis. I'm looking to build a house in the fall, and I'm gonna get me a hydronic air handler and run hot water for heat and straight cool or heat pump. Probably get a heat pump and then kind of make it like a dual fuel instead of gas. It's going to run on hot water. But it's a little combi boiler. I want it to class. They gave one away. But them things they're like 98% efficient.
What are they big?
From what they claim. Do what?
What kind of water heater is called? A Combian?
It's called Vesta.
It's a combi.
It's called Vesta.
Combination boiler.
It's a combi boiler.
Oh, so it's not like
it'll run boiler on one side and domestic water on your other side of it.
Oh, okay.
So you could have like a hot water coil, or like what I'm wanting to do. I'm gonna have an air handler with a hot water coil, but I'm gonna run hot water through my floors for radiant heat.
Yeah.
Hey Jeffrey, do you see a bunch of you see a lot of the wood burning coils where people mount them in the ductwork over there?
No, I have not seen them. I've seen the wood burning ones. They set outside, down the hill or whatever. But I haven't worked on one, and I haven't installed one.
I think it's a terrible design because it kills your statics through the roof, and then if they're not running good filtration, then you have 2 coils that are getting nasty. Like I had a guy that
You're right.
His furnace kept going off on limit, and in air conditioning it was like had a super high delta T, had poor airflow. I mean, it was awful, and he had it mounted right above he had a split gas furnace, and he had it mounted right above his case coil in a closet. And I took the door off the case coil and was able to get a camera up in there and look at it. And I mean, it's completely plugged up, and there's nothing you can do with that. I mean, you can't get up in there to clean it. So I think he ended up tearing it out.
Back to that Vesta water heater.
It's not crazy about him.
Yeah, that Vesta water heater, Adam. It also has self-diagnostics on it. So it pretty much tells you what's wrong.
See, the only thing I was going to use it on the job, this Wild McLean job I'm doing. But the reason why I decided not to is because I was reading the manual, and it doesn't have a lot of so it's very basic. It's like a basic boiler / water heater. There's not a lot of controls to it. So if I wanted to do what I was doing with this job, I would have to buy a zone board, a Takeo zone panel, and basically like, all right, I'm adjusting the temperature of the waters. I have a priority zone, all this different stuff. Which while McLean, you have different priorities. You can set it all up through different outputs of that boiler. That's the only reason I didn't use it. I was so close to using the Vesta. I was very, very close. But
if you had got with them, they probably have something for that.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a year since I went to that class on them, and I can't remember everything that was, went on. But like I said, that thing, it has a self diagnostics, and then the gas valve self calibrates to your load. You just turn all the water faucets in the home, and it will self calibrate instead of you sitting there trying to adjust gas pressures and everything. And it runs 2-inch PVC versus 3 or 4.
It's like,
which is kind of cool.
I did a lot of Navians, but they're changing three-way valves on those suckers. I think my Navian combi days are over.
It's tight.
I got a Navian in my house, and I love that thing. It's been in for, I think I put it in 5 years ago.
Do you ever do any maintenance on it? Be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I've cleaned it and stuff and flushed it, but I mean, as far as having any issues with it, it's never missed a beat.
If you ever change your first three-way valve, you'll be coming back on here singing a different song. I'll tell you that.
I may be. Let's hope and pray that never happens.
What price range are those tankless hot water heaters in?
The Navian, I think I bought mine with I have the 210, the 210S, which is just the standard. It's not the advanced one with a recirc pump or none of that. But the 210S, with the valves and everything, I think I had $1,100 in it, maybe $1,200, maybe.
That's not bad. I heard that Ring makes a good one too.
I've done Ring water heaters. I ain't done the tankless yet.
Justin, do you use the Navian flush valves, or do you use the what's the other brand? Do you use the aftermarket ones? What are they? Why my mind's drawing a blank right now. It starts with a W. I can't remember. I've had too much scotch. And all the Navian shit like that, and they sell like the close tees, the manifold, and all that for like the combis. It's so freaking expensive. You're spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars on that, you know.
Well, I was about to ask y'all, what's a good cheap tankless water heater that's pretty good, but it's not too pricey.
I don't know if you want a cheap tankless water heater.
They're all pricey. Cheap. I mean, most of what I see around here is either Navian. It's either Navian or you see a lot of Renai around here too.
Yeah, I sort of say Renai is big around here.
What's the price range on them? About $800 or $900.
Probably over $1,000.
Yeah, I don't know about the Renais. Like I said, with the Navian,
the Vesta's like $1,700.
Renais are more expensive than Navian, I'll tell you that. I know that for a fact. At least by me, the Renais are more. I mean, you could go to Menards and pick yourself up a tankless, but I don't know if you want to do that, you know?
Just go to Menards and get you an electric tankless that needs like 3 240-volt circuits going to it and hook that joker up.
I think I'm gonna put in my house. I'm eventually gonna do snow melt in the driveway. I'm gonna bust up the slab in the garage and do radiant, and I'm gonna do a little bit of I'm gonna do some what do they call them? Runtal baseboards down in the basement. So I'm gonna put in, I think, a Wild McLean Evergreen.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, now you're speaking Chinese again.
So if you're gonna do that, Adam, why not just get like another storage tank for your domestic?
For the domestic, I would do like a indirect, their Wild McLean indirect tank. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't bother with these Vistas and fucking this and that. Just stick with the APIs.
I'm gonna get, because obviously with snow melt, you're gonna have a
big load.
A man's boiler.
Yeah, but yeah. That's a lot of piping. How big is your driveway? 1,000 square feet at least?
Probably pretty damn close.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to put the manifolds. I'm going to run some mains over into the garage. I'm going to put the manifolds at the edge of the garage, inside the garage.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Pipe it down.
Yeah. 3/4 inch. Yeah. Tubing. Yeah. Yeah.
I was kind of hoping Chance went on that call today.
Yeah.
What would happen, you know?
Yeah. Me too. See what happens, but I guess he didn't go. I don't know. I haven't.
No, he said he didn't. He said the guy said it started working on him, that pool heater. You know your shit on that, man. Like I watch your videos, and I hear you talking about it. You just know that shit.
Yeah. There's a lot going on. There's so much going on.
You do some monster houses.
You see that, eh? I know. Yeah. Even the one I just did the other day, like fucking 1 1/8 refrigeration. Like that was like maybe my second time doing that. Like I never had to braze that big of piping for like, I don't know, light commercial. I don't know. For me, that's big anyways, brazing that.
What was it? 1 1/8?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, no kidding.
Just try brazing 4-inch.
Oh fuck. I mean, I could imagine. What kind of tank do you get? Like, what kind of setup do you use for that?
I use oxyacetylene.
But like,
just have to change tips.
But like, you have to change like
to a bigger tip,
and that's it. Like the torch, like standard, like.
Yeah, it's more technique than anything.
Yeah, of course.
The way I solder it, I get it hot.
Yeah.
And then I touch with solder, and as it starts to melt, and I flow around, and I follow with the flame, and melt it, smooth it out. I mean, it takes a long time, but I mean, it ain't quick.
But you know what? You know what takes me long?
But I did a carrier condenser. It had like a remote condenser, but the compressor was down in the dungeon with the air handler, and it was 4-inch copper line sets. I think it was like 4-inch suction and like I want to say it was 1.5 inch liquid line.
Where was this? In a building
or something other like that? Yeah, it was an old church.
Yeah.
That compressor. I did the compressor first, and then the condenser ended up having leaks. But when I replaced that compressor, Carrier said that compressor was 69 years old. That was in 2012.
Wow.
And then it wasn't about a year later, it ran out of Freon again, and found the condenser leaking, and we replaced the condenser.
See what takes.
But there's basically no way to replace that air handler because they built the room around it with cylinder block. And you can cut that old one up and get it out, but you never get the new one back in. So we ended up adding. We started out. I don't know. I didn't work for this company for the whole project because they did a little at a time. But we started out with 3 10-ton ductless mini split condensers. And I can't remember how many head units was on that. We had like standard head units, ceiling cassettes. We had all different head units on this thing. And once we got that thing up and running, then we shut one side down. They had 2 sides to the building. We shut that side down and just abandoned it. I mean, there wasn't much you could do.
Of course. See what
And then we
might
got
happen.
the other side up.
Fuck, we brought units through return ducts. We brought units in pieces. We brought units through windows. Anyways, what takes me long in brazing is I have a habit because the guy who taught me is once you follow the puddle, like you're saying, I go over it again and I build a shoulder on it.
So that's what I call that. I was actually just gonna ask you about that. If you guys do that, I call it double capping.
Yeah,
that's what I call it. Because
Yeah.
like, all right, so you get your joint, and then when you're calling it a shoulder, I'm calling it a double cap, and you make the actual hub where it
Yes.
meets the pipe, it kind of disappears.
That's right. That's
You
right.
know what I mean? You kind of make it so it's just like
Exactly.
complete flow through.
Yeah, almost. Yeah. So that gives a little technique too, because if you do it sloppy, you're gonna get runs everywhere, right? But you just
Well,
gotta.
if you do it, if you overheat it, you're not going to be able to build that nice lip around it. Your
That's right.
second pass, you got to use less heat.
That's
You
right.
just got to get a nice smooth pass.
That's right.
I don't know what I don't remember where I learned to do that. That's funny because you said it like an old timer taught you that. I don't think everyone does that. A lot of people I watch on YouTube and stuff, they don't do that.
Oh,
They just like and they're done.
Yeah, and get pressurized to get leaks.
I do that. But when I learned to solder, I actually started out in refrigeration. That's why I said don't get refrigeration unless you want to get up at 1, 2 in the morning. But I worked, and all we did was solder copper all day long in these grocery stores and stuff. They trenched the concrete, and you had to solder all these lines, and they had to be absolutely 100% leak proof before they'd fill it with concrete. And so you got, that's all you did all day long for 2 or 3 years. You get pretty good at soldering.
Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah.
And like I said, I've done a few projects where, it was 4-inch pipe, and it, like I said, it sucked. But I've got pictures that I took of this job, even though I worked for somebody else. It is my work. And that I display on my website and my Facebook page for my company. Because I did really, it was clean work, but I display it, and it wasn't easy. It's like I said, it's more skill and technique than it is anything
time
than what you're using.
Now, Adam, I seen your. Go ahead. Sorry.
I wasn't saying that.
Okay. I was gonna say, Adam, I seen your solder joints, and they're beautiful. And I try to do mine as well as clean as possible. Solder now, not brazing, solder. But I have a helper with me, so I'm trying to get shit done. I'm trying to set it up for him. He solders, and fuck, when he solders, I try not to take video of that because he's a young kid. He's in school, and I'm trying to teach him, but yeah, it's just disastrous. But anyways.
Yeah, I've been there. I've had helpers that, I tried to let them do it. That's how I learned, was somebody let me do it. But then you're under a time frame.
That's right.
And it's like, no, get out of the way. Let me do it. Let me get this done. Get it over with.
The thing is, you don't get good until you do it, and you do it a lot of fucking times.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm terrible for that. I'm not good with them sending green guys with me because I get impatient. I'm spastic and I'm OCD about certain things.
Yeah.
You try to let them do this. And you say, okay, I'm gonna let you wire the condenser or whatever the case may be, and then you go back behind it, and it looks like crap. And you end up ripping it out. So you piss the helper off because he feels like that you're under being an asshole to him or whatever. So when we get new guys, I'm just like, nah, let him ride with one of the other guys. Just let me go run my calls. Let me do my thing.
Yeah.
I don't want him with me.
And you try to find things that are less, like difficult. Like Adam, I seen this brings up another topic. Adam, I see that you guys don't insulate your pipes, eh? Like I insulate all mine.
On boilers?
Yeah.
No, I don't. We don't.
You should. It helps. I think it helps.
I'm sure it probably does. I don't know. Nobody I'm sorry. Unless you're working on some like steam or some old shit, the only insulation I ever see is asbestos on boilers. That's it.
That. Yeah. I wrap it even with that gray foam, not with the fiberglass stuff. That takes too much time. There's just a gray one, that gray.
Yeah, where you just cut it.
Yeah, exactly. So I was gonna say I let him do that, but then he can't do the 45 because I don't just butt end against each other. It looks like shit. Your elbows are exposed, so you have to cut him on 45s. Try to do that, and that looks disaster too. So like, you can't win. You can't nothing. You can't let the helper do anything that makes.
Give him I'm sure you could probably just draw a line. Give him a freaking or hold up a speed square to the insulation when you're cutting a 45. It will give him an idea of what the 45 is. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's why sometimes I don't get on him for the, like he's saying, you lose patience. It's true, but for the soldering, I know it's going to be covered anyways with insulation in the so. Like,
but the problem is with soldering, if you're not getting a good flow, you know, you might not be covering the joint well.
Oh, I make sure he does that. The other thing is if you overheat it, right? If you overheat it, you'll get that. What's it called? What they say? It's just overheat it. It's what do they call it? It's you know, when you overheat a joint, you're not gonna get a solder. It's not gonna work. It's
right.
That's what I'm worried about. That's what he does. Overheats it. But
I mean, that's the same thing with brazing, right? Like, all right, so if you have too much heat with brazing or not enough heat, either way you're fucking up the joint.
That's right. So, brazing he will never touch, and I will never let him touch. But for solder, I let him do it. And the other pet peeve of mine is burning walls.
Oh, I hate that shit.
Oh.
It drives me up a wall having these guys, and I'm watching them like with coils and everything, and they're like burn the fucking paint on the coil or the sticker or something. It's like, dude, watch your flame. Look at your flame while you're brazing. Well, how can I look at the flame in the joint? I'm like, I don't know. How the fuck can I do it? Just look at the fucking end of your tip of your flame. Look at the shit that you're burning.
Oh man, it drives me nuts. That's the other thing. Fuck. That's why I was asking about that metal, because it's a good idea. At least you don't have to, you don't have to worry too much when you put that sheet flat stock behind your pipes. It looks pretty cool too. But
yeah,
never come down to it. Oh,
I don't honestly, like, I don't think I'm a good teacher. I'm not a good teacher. I think I'm a better teacher, like, if I like would just be by myself and I'd explain it to myself, or like if I made a video and then posted it or something. But like talking to a person, because I like have pent up. I watched somebody fuck something up 100 times, and then like it just builds up inside of me, and I start getting angry. And it's dude, you've done this so many fucking times. I'm having a hard time explaining this to you again.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, especially when they don't have common sense. I agree 100%. It's patience.
At least y'all got helpers that are trying.
Yeah.
All my helpers want to just stay on their cell phone all the time.
Sorry, cut out. What they say? All your helpers what?
Want to stay on their cell phone all the time.
Oh, fuck that. Can't deal with that.
Yeah, we got installers.
I go the hell off.
Oh. They're not serious. Tell me. Yeah, exactly. Tell them to go home. Fuck.
I just like, you look at, I don't know. Like, you're in Canada. I guess like I'm not union, and there's a lot of guys that are probably not in my boat, but like, dude, like the quality of workmanship that people are at these days, it blows my mind. And like trying to find somebody, and then somebody comes in and like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. I can do this, this, and this. And then you watch them work and you're like, you're a fucking idiot. What do you mean? You know what I mean? Like, and you look back like years ago, like people were craftsmen back, you know? Yeah. And I just don't think people care anymore. And everyone thinks they deserve to make a lot of money and they don't have to try.
Oh, I agree 100%.
And that really bothers me.
It's the millennials, bud. Yeah.
Well, a lot of them, you know, like I said, I'm 2 years old. And last summer, I got busy enough. I needed another guy, you know, and I'm growing. I hired 3 different guys last summer. All 3, no call, no show their first day of work. You can't find nobody that wants to work.
Yeah.
Or you get the ones that do come to work, and after being an installer for 4 months, they think that they're ready for service and demanding to go to service.
I had one of my best friends.
Most of these kids out of school.
What's that?
So most of these kids come out of these tech schools thinking they're supposed to get $25 in a truck right now.
Yeah, one of my best friends, he wanted to change careers, and I told him, like, listen, you want to work hard, you can make a lot of money, but like, you write your own ticket. If you, whatever you put into it is what you'll get out. And I'm really not friends with him anymore over it. Not because it didn't work out with him, just because like he thought he deserved $40 a fucking hour after working 6 months with me, you know? And it's like, dude, what do you mean? You don't know how to do anything, like, you know? And he would go back to other employees and he'd talk to them and he'd talk shit about it. He's like, what are we doing? We're making Adam so much money on all this stuff and we're not making anything.
Wow.
And it like, you know, like, I don't care that it didn't work out. It bothers me that he was a good friend for many, many, many years. And then he's talking behind my back to employees and bringing down company morale and everything.
Wow.
You know?
You work hard for your clients, man. Fuck.
That's the thing. Like, I've eat, breathed, and slept and drank and you name it. You know, this is my life. This is what I've been doing since I was a kid. And all these guys turn this shit off when they go home at 3 or 4 o'clock or whatever. If there's something I don't understand, I read about it.
That's
I'm on
right.
YouTube. I do everything. I try to be better. I try to be the best I could possibly be at all times. When all these other guys are like, oh, I got to go home and have dinner with my wife or go out with my friends or do whatever else, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, see, I'm the same way. That gets back to these kids. Like when I first started coming up in the trade, I come out of the military. I worked in law enforcement for a couple of years. Got tired of making crap money. There was a local guy that was looking for help. He put an ad online. Said, you know, no experience needed, willing to train the right guy, blah, blah, blah. I went in and interviewed with him and told him, I said, look, I don't know anything about heating and air. I know military and law enforcement. That's all I've ever known. But I'm willing to learn if you're willing to teach me. And I started off as a install helper, didn't know crap, and worked my way up over the years, constantly learning, constantly reading, watching videos, whatever. And these kids now, man, like you're talking about coming out of trade school, like they come out of school and they install for a couple months and they're pissed off and I want to go to service, and it's like, man, you don't even begin to know how to fix anything. It takes years.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but you have somebody that's installing and they're constantly jacking stuff up. They don't know how to charge it right. They wired something wrong. They don't hook up the drains right on 90 plus furnaces or whatever the case may be. You can't get that right and you can't make your installs look good, but you think somebody's going to turn you loose in a service van to go in people's houses?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't think you're capable of being a service tech unless you perfect installing.
Perfect. Exactly.
Because, like, if you are running service, if you don't know what's wrong about an installation, how the fuck are you going to fix it?
Yeah. It's just like Justin's saying. They're making all these little mistakes, but you shouldn't be making them. Yep.
Yeah, I've seen people, I don't understand it, that never done installs but doing service. It makes no sense to me. You have to start out at the bottom. I started out doing installs and duct work.
I started out install, and the old timer that taught me was like, you need to think like a service guy when you install this stuff.
Exactly.
And I tell people that. I mean, I'll have them run ducts right in front of the freaking panel that you got to take off to service it.
Yep. Even like service valves, they add them when you're doing boilers. I go to boiler calls or whatever, and I see no service valves anywhere, like, or bleeder valves, anything. I'm like, what the fuck? How am I gonna bleed this thing? How am I gonna get this arrow? Dude, I don't know if you've seen the shit I do. I put them everywhere. High spots, there, like, just make it easy for the next guy, right?
You just got to think common sense. How is the air going to move around, and how can I get it out? That's it. Like, use your fucking brain. Like, if something happens in the future, here's the thing. I've known guys, I've never done it myself, but I've known guys for new boiler jobs, when they're piping it, they'll put in 1/4-inch flares, and they'll actually pull a vacuum on their lines and then open up the water. You have a vacuum on your line, you shut everything down, you open up the water, you don't have to bleed anything if you don't have any air in the lines, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is, what happens if you get air in the lines in the future?
That's the thing. I don't see no guys doing no vacuum over here. They just don't. How about a mixing valve? No valves on the mixing valve. How are you gonna change that mixing valve?
Or no valves if you have like what do they call them? What do they call them? Spiro vents or whatever. Those Calepis and that.
Yeah, like
I always put valves. I put the little 1/4 inch on auto vents. A lot of times I try, if I have the valves, sometimes I run out of them, but I like to put little ball valves on the auto vents just to change the fucking auto vent. You know?
That's all something. Yeah, that's.
I'll tell you what I've started doing with a lot of my jobs is I will, if I sell a job and they're going out to do it, Monday or whatever, then I will have the office put on my schedule for 2, 3, 4 o'clock Monday afternoon, about the time they should be getting close to being done, for me to go out there and look at the job before they leave.
Yeah.
And if it's jacked up, they're going to fix it before anybody goes to the house. Or if for some reason I can't get there while they're there, then I'll schedule for me to go back and do like a quality check, like a day or two later to make sure. And a lot of times, they get mad at me because I'll make them go back and fix stuff. But in this area, you see a lot of air handlers or horizontal gas furnaces hung in a crawl space on Unistrut. And they'll run your rods right down in front of your blower door. And so I'll have to take them back out there. And I'm like, man, look at this. Look at it from my side of it. How am I going to take that panel off when that blower motor goes out years from now? You got to think about stuff like that if you ever want to move to service.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them get it, some of them don't.
Hey, don't sell my gauges now. I'm gonna come get those now.
I'm waiting on you, man.
I just had a fix.
We were talking about tools earlier.
Yeah.
Don't be stupid like me and go out and buy every new tool that comes out here lately. In my van right now, I have a set of analogs. I have the JobLink probes. I have the brand new S-Mans. And I have those Yellow Jacket P51-860s all in my van. So every time I pull up at a call, I open up my sliding door and I'm like, damn, which gauges am I going to use? So I've gotten the habit of when I get to a call, I'll go in and I'll talk to the customer first and I'll go look at the equipment. And if it's like some old beater, junker, or whatever, then I'll just grab analogs to put on there so I don't mess up my good stuff.
Well, I got S-Mans in the analog, but I want to get that because I don't use my S-Mans on 22 at all. So that's why I want to get those from you. I just had to get my truck fixed and stuff, so I'm just here in the next week or two. I'm gonna meet up with you and get them. But
okay. Yeah, I hadn't ever since I got those new S-Mans. I hadn't really, which has been freaking, and I'm sure you and Jeffrey's been the same way. It's been nothing but freaking rain here the past few days, so it's been all analogs for me for the past few days. But I've been using the S-Mans when I can.
That and we had that cold spell too.
They on Shop Talk tonight they were talking about like how you don't need good tools. Like how I mean, they didn't say you don't need good tools, but they were saying like we don't recommend going and buying super expensive tools. And they were talking about Harbor Freight. And what my comment was to that is go from using good tools to shitty tools and see how it is to do your job.
Difference.
Yeah.
And like nothing against Zach whatsoever. Like if you look back on some of his videos from a few years ago, he used some cheaper stuff like Ryobi drills. He likes Ryobi drills, and if that's what he wants to use, that's fine. I'm not a fan.
No. Here's the thing.
Shit.
If you go from using the Milwaukee M18 Fuel Impact, this thing will freaking break your wrist if you want. You can go through anything with that.
Yeah, M12. Yeah.
That's the M18, but I have the M12 too. Yeah, that's the new one.
Wow, they make that tiny now. Wow.
It's small, but the thing is, you take that and then you go to a Ryobi or like one of the rigids. Good luck.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you this: I have both 12-volt rigid and the Fuel Milwaukee. The rigid ain't as good as Milwaukee, but it's good. But my 12-volt fuel can outdo some of them 18 volts, like DeWalt, Ryobi. A damn 12-volt will outdo a fucking 18-volt.
I
Are you
agree with you.
serious?
I
Wow.
have the M12 fuel, like the impact, and
So I-
I think it's a hammer drill too. I don't remember, but it's a powerful freaking tool, you know.
Yeah, all I use is M12 stuff. Like I've got, God, probably 10 or 12 different tools that take the M12 batteries. That's all I run. Now I do have some of the M18 stuff. Just if I'm doing bigger jobs, like if I say get done with service calls and I can go to help install with new construction or something for half a day or whatever, then I've got my M18 stuff. But I just use 12 for service stuff, and I love that stuff.
Yeah,
I got it too. I love it too.
I'd like to pick up that new. I think it's a 3/4 inch hammer drill that Milwaukee has. I don't think it's not an 18 volt. It might be like a 24 volt or something like that.
I'll tell you, my next purchase is going to be the vacuum. The
Navac.
No, the like the shop vac, Milwaukee shop.
Oh, the Milwaukee. Yeah, I've been trying to get that. Yeah,
dude, that is so convenient.
It's
Like
very convenient.
If I need to get up in an attic and suck a drain pan out real quick instead of trying to freaking run an extension cord up there and all that crap, I'd love to have one of those vacuums and just go up there and suck the water up and be done.
Yeah.
Now the vacuum 12-volt battery.
I'll tell you a tool that you all need. I got one of those Husky ratchet cordless ratchet sets for Christmas.
Oh, nice.
We're in April, and I use it pretty much every day. And we're in April, and I've not charged it since the first day I put the initial charge on it.
This is a
that
Husky.
Thing runs and runs and runs. Yeah.
Husky. What is it?
It's a cordless ratchet, like your ratchets. It's got all the different different size
sockets or whatever.
Sockets and stuff. But like I said, I charged it the day I got it for Christmas, and I use it pretty much daily. And I've not charged it. It's just now getting where it needs to put a charge on it.
That's
and it's April.
Up. That's crazy.
Yeah. I think she paid like $39 at Home Depot for on
the
Christmas
new
sale.
Milwaukee batteries are unreal.
Are they? Because I think mine are starting to go, man, because they don't last that long right now. The 18 volt, but I kill them, bud. You see what I do? I use.
Well, how long? When did you buy them?
Oh fuck! I'm gonna say 3 years at least.
See, like the newer, like higher amp hour batteries in that, they're like, man, they are unstoppable. Yeah,
18 volt. Yeah,
the 18 volt. I just bought a kit, and I have the new. I don't remember the model number of the Sawzall, but it's the 18 volt Sawzall, and they say it's the most powerful Sawzall. It's more powerful than any corded Sawzall.
The new one?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's awesome.
I have the Sawzall, but that's not the new one.
I bet you paid $400 for that Sawzall, or more.
I don't know.
I don't think. You think that much?
I got
Oh,
two.
yeah.
I got 2 or 3 batteries. No, it was like a Christmas, like a Black Friday sale or something. I don't think I paid that much for it. But I have. This actually might be one of the batteries that are in this vacuum that came with it.
You talking about the Super Sawzall?
Yeah, the badass one. Yeah, the brand new one.
$400 now, $400 or $500 now.
You gotta wait for Christmas time.
Who wants to wait?
No, this is the 5 amp hour battery, but I got some massive freaking batteries that came with the Sawzall.
They got a 12 amp hour with it, right?
I think it was like an 8 and a 12 that came with it.
But see, that just gets back to like what we were just talking about, like new guys, not wanting to spend money on tools or whatever. And I get it, when money's tight, but at the same time, it's an investment. Like, new guys with me or on the same job site with me or whatever. And, I'll go grab this or go grab that. And, I've got a Megger and I got both the Hillmore, the Swager and the freaking bender with the reverse bender. And they're like, oh my God, you got a tool for everything. I'm like, well, yeah, man, are you serious about what you're doing?
Yeah.
Are you serious about this career? Because if you are, you're going to have thousands and thousands of dollars in
But
tools.
like
It's just
we're
part of
really
it.
cheaping out. I wish Mike was on here right now, but if you were an auto mechanic, like how much do those guys got to pay with like Snap-on tool chests and all they're like 30 grand, 40 grand into a toolbox, you know?
That's if they want to use Snap-on.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a buddy that worked for he worked for Peterbilt building 18-wheelers.
Nice.
And when he first started working at that shop, you know, of course they got the Snap-on trucks that come around every so often trying to sell you tool sets or whatever. And I think he had $20,000 or $25,000 worth of Snap-on tools.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah.
You do get what you pay for. And if you go back, like the one guy that works for me, he'll hand me a drill, like one of his rigid drills, and like the fucking battery will fall out of it when I'm using it and stuff like that. I'm like, get this fucking piece of garbage away from me. It is hard to work with the garbage tools. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Or you get the guys that's riding with you and they want to grab your hand tools out of your tool bag all day long.
Yeah.
It took me a while, dude, to get used to that. It took me a while.
Oh, it drives me crazy. And then
I know.
you put it back in the specific box that I've got it in.
I still say it, and
I'm known as the guy that you don't touch his tools because he'll flip out if you don't put it back where it's supposed to be.
I'd rather
I'm
them
that
stack
guy.
it next to. I'd rather have them stack it next to the, like, put it in a pile next to the tool bag.
That's exactly what I do. Okay, just put my tools beside my back. I got those. Don't worry. Just put those beside my back. Exactly now. Yeah. And I gave him a little speech when he just got hired too. I go, listen, I don't let anybody touch my bag. I'll let you touch it, but ask first. Now he's not asking. I figure he's just going to use mine. But I've been hounding him. So listen, bring your bag here, bring your tools here. We're not going to be fighting for tools. Bring your shit. And then we clean up. He's cleaning up. Listen, put my tools by the bag. Just leave them there. I'll put them away. Like, because I can't deal with that. Like Justin said, I can't deal with tools not being in the right spot. They're there for a reason. Fits perfect.
And the crazy thing is like here at my company, like we have like I think it's like a $1,500 tool account. Like where if you get hired here and you need tools, go to the part house and get it, or go wherever and get it. And you have these guys they'll come in and they work here for 2, 3, 4 weeks, you know, maybe even longer, and they're still taking out of my bag. And I'm like, man, well, I'm going to drop you by United Refrigeration and make you a list of crap that you need. Go in there and buy it. And it's, you know, and they don't want to do it or whatever. And it's like, well, maybe you're not serious about what you need to reevaluate where you're at right now, because if you're not serious about doing this, maybe you need to look at another path.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Does your boss have? Do any of you guys use like those old school the Imperial wheel benders for copper?
Nope. What do you mean Imperial? What does it do? Like for what? For refrigeration?
It's for like hard copper. Yeah.
I have the small one. I have the small one for like 3/8 to down to quarter. Or maybe it goes from half to quarter. But I've got the old Hillmore type for the bigger copper.
This one is like it's like a gear. It's a gear bender, and there's like a crank on it.
Yeah,
I actually use.
I know what you're talking about.
I use the I think it's the 3/4 one you got to use for 1/2-inch conduit, but I use it a lot for conduit because I understand how to bend with it a lot better than I do a conduit bender. It makes more sense to me for some reason.
Yeah, you don't want to be an electrician.
No.
No, the bender we use, I have the yellow jacket ones, and you see me. He taught me this way too. With this guy's especially, we don't bend 90s hard copper a lot of times, or even soft copper. Straighten out 90s. No 45s, no bending shit. He wants to look proper, and he taught me that. I love it. And that's the way it is.
You can't bend hard copper with a bender, can you?
No.
Well, the old hard copper,
you can nail it.
Yeah. With the K.
If you know what that is.
What?
Anneal it, you got to heat it up.
You know what annealing is?
Nope.
It's heating it up. You can heat it up, and you can take a wet rag, and after you heat it up, stick it on there and just bend it.
Yeah.
I always use, like, if we're doing something, like if you're doing like a line set run or something on the side of a building and you want it to look perfect, I always use like K-copper or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's crazy is I can remember whenever I was an installer, and we used nothing but fittings at that time. So
Yeah.
even 3/8 fittings, and then like you start coming up over the years and you see these installers. I remember the first time I seen a swager and a freaking bender. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
Where was this at whenever I was freaking installing?
Yeah. No, we're still using couplings, 90s always. It's no bending over here.
Why? Do you use soft copper?
Sometimes, but if you've seen my soft copper, I still strain it out. I strain it out, and I still, unless I run out of 90s, I'm using 90s.
Yeah, but if you get good at a bender and a swedger, man, you could do a lot.
You're right. I agree. But 90s, I guess, is when you're always doing 90s, it looks just as good, right? Obviously.
It's quicker. It's less joints. You don't have to. You're saving on gas. You don't have to pay money for fittings.
It's true. Well,
the whole reason why we started using benders and swedgers was like copper spiked. I can't remember what year copper spiked, but it went fucking crazy how expensive fittings got. And I remember they said like, oh, for $150 or $200, whatever, this yellow jacket bender. I'm like, hell yeah, let's do that. And ever since then, I'll carry like street 90s on the truck. You know what I mean? Like if you're going into a coil or doing something, you need a tight radius 90 or something like that. That's it. I don't use fittings.
I'll even use 90s in plumbing or hydronics for like my 45s. Like I like it's 90s for everything. Street 90s, anyways, of course, because you have to make a short twist. But I don't know. It's just something we always do. 90s. I don't know. I kind of like it because it just got me in the habit. And now everything looks proper. Everything straight in 90s.
Well, a lot of refrigeration guys, I think, do that. But you're probably damn good at brazing.
Yeah, get in there. Yeah,
get plenty of practice.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. You get used to doing it a certain way, and you get used to using fittings. It looks clean. It's straight. I get it.
Yeah. Like if you give me a bender, like I have a bender here, it's almost brand new in my house because I'm not doing my stuff on my own anymore. But I barely use it. I probably shit at it. Like I wouldn't know where to fucking put my bend, and won't be perfect, and I'll look like shit. But whatever. I don't know.
Is it me or are y'all kind of the same way as me? I cannot stand when people hook up their copper to the condensers and they slice the daggum insulation and then tape it with duct tape. It looks horrible.
Yeah.
Like all you gotta do is slide it up, put your imps there, make your weld, and slide it back down. It's all one piece.
Or do that. I love when people use electrical tape and do the fucking use a whole roll of electrical tape on the shit.
Yeah.
But that.
But I'd hate to go see a brand new unit and it looks like that.
Oh yeah.
I don't like using electrical tape at all, honestly, because if you don't have everything butted together, like even if you're making a ring, like you're replacing a 4-foot section of Armaflex, right before a coil, whatever, even at your joint where the two pieces meet, I don't like it. I'd rather wrap it one time around with foam tape, and then put a little loose fitting zip tie right there, because foam tape actually has a little bit of R value to it.
That's right.
Duct tape does not, and if you don't have a perfect meet, you get like condensation coming down from the duct tape.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Oh, you'd hate to come see some
I
of
just
the
can't
hack work
stand
around here. It's awful. I've seen them use.
I just can't see a brand new unit.
See them use what? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I've seen them use foil tape and everything on it.
Oh, foil tape. Yeah.
Or just don't insulate them at all.
Wow.
or not at all.
Salvador, 24 volt wire, like a 2-wire to a condenser. I always see it exposed. That's pretty much generally how they do it around here. And the only time you would see 24 volts in a conduit by code would be is if you use like a what do they call it? THHN 14 or 12 or something like that, like an actual line voltage wire. It has to be like jacketed, I believe, is an electrical code.
Unless you bury it in the ground.
Well, if you're sharing a conduit, you're not supposed to use like regular 18-2 wire mixed with the
24. Yeah.
I can't see the chat anymore. How many people still in the chat?
Oh, not many.
Not many, but the videos get a lot of views.
Do they?
By the end of the week, usually we're at close to 1,000 views every single week.
Really?
Dang.
Wow.
I hadn't paid any attention.
So usually I start watching you all on Sunday or Monday, and I watch it in my truck between jobs and stuff, going job to job. It takes me about 3 days to watch y'all.
Better than the radio station, eh?
I think we've been tiring
I
out.
listen to sports talk anyway.
Yeah.
We've been tiring out John lately.
Yeah.
I'll tell you somebody talking about clean work and stuff. Have y'all watched Chuck Comfort Plus Heating and Cooling?
No, I haven't seen him.
Oh God, dude, go watch his videos. You want to talk about somebody that's OCD about an install? Go watch his videos. He does excellent work.
I'll check him out. You're actually that picture you sent me the other day, Adam. I think in the group, that furnace job, that looks really neat, man.
The train yesterday or 2 days ago, the train.
Looks nice, proper.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was the one that fucking lady bitched about.
For the outside,
the condenser.
You could tell these guys about that. That's pretty whack.
She just came. She lost her mind. She's like, "Why the fuck did you put the condenser where you put it?" And we just replaced one. We're like, it's literally in the exact same spot as the old one. Like, and she's like, "Why? You should have moved it over." And
what did my husband tell you?
Yeah, she's like, "What?" And then she's like yelling. And she's like, "What the fuck? I should have been here babysitting you guys so you don't do something stupid." And she's like, "My husband. It's not your fault. My husband's a fucking idiot." And she's going on and on. And I'm like, I don't even know what's happening here. And I'm thinking of like, damn, I'm going out of my way to make this job nice. We ended up replacing the return drop. Didn't charge her for it. I redid the gas line to the water heater, straightened everything out. They buried 2 valves, one behind the furnace and one behind the water heater, replaced everything, took out the old brass gas valves, the gas cocks, and redid it. And she's like bitching about it. I'm like, whenever you try to help somebody out, they always fucking shit on you, you know?
I agree.
No, I know the feeling. I don't know if I just have bad luck or what, but it seems like I always get the crazy ones, man. I had a lady one time. This has probably been like a year or two ago. She had a package unit on her house, and it just happened to be right outside her master bedroom window. So in the wintertime, it was a heat pump. So in the wintertime, when it go through defrost, it was loud and this and that. And she was complaining about the noise. I guess she was a real light sleeper. And she called me out there, wanted a solution to the problem. And I told her, I was like, well, we can move it to another side of the house, but we're going to have to reconfigure the ductwork to work right and blah, 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 the whole spiel. And she's like, well, why don't we just put it over in the wood line? Like her wood line was, I don't know, probably 30 yards away from her house. She wanted me to run ductwork across her yard and put the package unit over in the woods.
Holy shit.
And she was dead serious, like
wow.
Crazy as a shit house rat, man.
I had one the other day. Go ahead, Adam.
I was just gonna say, use the setback thermostat, turn that shit down tonight.
I had one the other day. Went out to the house, had about a 30-year-old package unit. I don't remember which brand. The only thing wrong was the coolant or the condenser motor. But they called me out to give them a price to replace this system. So I go in the house and I do my, do what I should do, doing a load calculation and everything. And I asked him, I was like, how does your house feel when this thing was working? And he's like, oh, this room's hot, our whole den's hot. And they had closed in their garage and made a den out of it. And then just took it was a 2.5 ton package unit. And then they took 2 vents. They weren't even big enough for that square footage and put in there. And I went under the house and looked at the duct, and the duct was from 1980. And I told him, I said, look, man, I said, you need to replace the ductwork regardless. I said, it ain't even sealed. I said, we need to go back with new ductwork, seal it, 3-inch insulation. With the size of your square footage, it requires a 3.5 ton. So then I'm like, okay, well, the wiring and the disconnect is not big enough. So I was going to have to hire an electrician to run wire 45 feet from one side of the house to the other and set me a new disconnect so I can go to 15 kW heat. And I gave him a price of like $12,000 or something. And a couple of days went by and I called him back. And I was like, well, you got any more questions, any reservations? And she's like, well, you're really high. We're going to get another opinion. And I just happened to drive by this week. And the local jackass in my town put a 2.5 ton York back in, didn't touch the ductwork.
Sure, it's working great.
I love those.
Oh, I'm like, all that complaining you were doing.
I love it when I get a call and like the job notes say something about they want an estimate for adding branch runs to an addition to the house. I love those calls. So I'm like, oh, this is going to be good. You get out there, they've added like 800 to 1,000 square foot. They're like, yeah, we want to add a couple branch runs over here in this addition. I'm like, you can't do that. And like the look on their face is just, they're crushed when you tell them that.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're robbing from Peter to try to pay Paul.
Yeah.
That's not how this works.
Or you get these general contractors.
The bad part with mine was I told him, I said, I could put a 2.5 ton in and leave it like it is, but I need you to sign off on it that I'm not responsible for anything that's with airflow or size. If we go back with that. And they was like, this made me look like an asshole.
Yeah.
A lot of times I downsize equipment, condensers and furnaces, and people get very uneasy, especially if you're bidding against other companies and they want to put the same shit back in. People don't like to hear.
Oh, yeah.
You look like if there's 2 or 3 other companies and they're all saying, hey, there was an 80,000 in here, we're putting an 80,000 back in. You're like, no, we're putting a 60,000 in. They're like, you're the guy that doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, no, I'm sorry to tell you, the other 3 idiots that you hit clowns at your house, they don't know what they're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, we get that a lot too. You'll see people that have like mobile homes and they put a package. They've done, a split the package change out on it. So they've tore the split out and put a package unit on it, run the ductwork out into the trailer duct, and they'll put something ridiculous on it, like a 4 ton or a 5 ton, and it's retarded. And then it comes time to replace it, and you go back and you're like, no, you just need a 2 ton or you need a 2.5 ton or whatever. And they're like, no, that's a 5 ton. I want a 5 ton back in there. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that.
I'm surprised it was working or.
Oh, they don't. They don't. And then the ones that will somewhat cool, they end up short cycling. So they don't run long enough to dehumidify the house. So the humidity's through the roof. And just...
What I tend to see is like when people like say they're comfortable at 70 degrees, their shit's oversized. You know what I mean? Like my house, I'm running my house around 40% humidity. I have a 2-stage unit. I'm cold at 74 degrees in the summertime. Like I'm gonna put a sweatshirt on in my house at 74 degrees in the summertime.
Yeah. It's the humidity has the heat.
I'd say mine's probably a little oversized, but I also have I got an April Air dehume ducted in, and it's controlled by, I got a Pro 8000 Wi-Fi, so I just got it wired in there. So I keep my humidity, I think I got it set at 45%, so it don't get above 45% in the house. So it stays. I'm kind of the same way. It stays comfortable. I don't have to run it down to 69 or 70 or nothing like that to get it comfortable. 72's fine.
Yeah, 45% humidity is fine. Just the type of upgrade needs to upgrade to 410 and United Technology.
Well, guys, it's been fun. I guess I'm gonna check out.
I think we're
I worked
probably
all day today.
yeah. It's 3:40 here.
Well, good luck with church tomorrow.
It's
I don't think I'm going.
2:39 where I'm at. I'm on
2:39?
Central Time, John's time.
Yeah. Anybody have here 3:40 here? No.
No.
Well,
2:40.
Justin, or man, not Justin. Well, no, Justin's on Central Time too.
I'm just
Junior
barely
was
in
on
Central
Eastern
Time.
Time. He was an hour behind us.
Yeah. Oh well, I'm the only Easterner, I guess.
Well, y'all have a good one, and I'll try to
you
get back on with you sometime. It's hard for me to catch y'all on Saturday nights.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yep.
You too. If y'all ever need anything, holler.
Yeah, man.
Sounds good.
Good job. This guy, did you see what this guy's saying here?
What's that?
I don't know. I'm not a contractor, just never mind. See ya. Oh, unless she's saying good night to him. You can't buy shit down here unless you're a contractor or a licensed.
Where?
Where I am. Especially licensed. You have to be licensed to buy a lot of stuff. At the suppliers anyway, which is a good thing.
You're supposed to be a company by me.
Yeah?
Yeah. What happened? I just missed like a bunch of chat.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely a good thing. I think that's one of the flaws with Tennessee is that, like, you literally all you have to have, well, by law, all you have to have is a universal EPA and a freaking $15 business license from the courthouse, and you can go in there and buy equipment, buy refrigerant, whatever, as long as your job is less than $25,000.
Wow.
But the problem is a lot of these managers with some of these distributors around here, like, if you've known them for a long, say I worked for a company for 10 years, so they knew me really well. And then I decided I was going to do my own thing on the side. Like they wouldn't even ask for a business license or nothing. And I could go in there and buy equipment. And so you get a lot of these freaking Joe Blows that go in there and buy Arco Air from United, or they go buy Ream. Ream's a big thing around here. Goodman's a big thing around here. And you get these calls of, oh, I've got my own equipment. I just need somebody to install it for me. I'm like, nope, I ain't touching that, bud.
I don't know about you guys, but is there like, I don't know. See, the guys that are trying to go around that, like they're doing what you're doing or what that guy is doing, or that are using other people's names or licenses, or I don't want to be judgmental, but a lot of them are Asian. Asians are trying to infiltrate, but the supplier houses are being pretty stronghold about it. I don't know why. I'm not saying anything against them. It's just that's what it is. It's known for down here. It's just the Asians are trying to cut corners and save people bucks and lowball jobs, but as long as they keep that rule. So whenever I see somebody at the supplier's house asking for a license to somebody, I'm like, yes, keep on doing that. And I acknowledge them. I'm like, good, I'm glad you keep on doing that. Ask them.
See, I've been saying to our distributors, I've been telling them, I'm like, because they don't require a license in Illinois. You just need your EPA card and that's it. And if you you need to be a company to buy, supposedly. But I told them, like, hey, I'm all for, I'm like, with the hacks out there right now, I'm all for making license, like, make everyone have a license. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then the other thing, you're still fighting the internet, because God, how many websites are there that you can get on there and buy freaking Goodman and have it delivered straight to your house? I mean, it's ridiculous.
I just, for a while, I was like, oh, I'll give this guy a price on it. I have my own equipment. And now if somebody says I have my own equipment, I just figure out what I would normally charge them, minus off what I would pay for the equipment, and that's how much I charge them. They're like, are you serious? That's what you're going to charge me? Well, yeah, that's what I'm going to charge you. How do you figure
What do you
you're
do
going
in
to
the
do that?
case of like, say it's something stupid like all they need's a 2-ton and they bought a 5-ton? Do you just explain to them, hey, look?
I won't touch that. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Okay.
I'm not the guy that would say sign off on this. It's not worth it to me. I'm busy enough
Right.
where I would just say, no, I'm sorry, this is wrong. I'm sure you'll find somebody to put it in, but it's not going to be me.
Yeah, you'll find Rick Smith.
Yeah, see, I'm the same way. Like I'll just walk away. I don't. I'm not messing with that because I feel like regardless, even if you have them, supposedly sign off on it or whatever, when the crap don't work, they're going to call in and it's going to be, well, you put this in for me and it's not working right and blah, blah, blah. It's not worth the headache to me. I'd rather walk away and you can find some Joe Blow to put.
And that's the exact reason why Goodman and Amana have a bad name. I'm sorry. Like it realistically is. If my memory serves me correctly, Goodman / Amana have 30% of the market share in America, in this country. United States, 30% of the market share, 1 out of every 3. That's crazy. So they're saying, hey, there's so many problems they have, but the problem is they literally sell to anyone. Literally, they sell to anyone. You know what I mean? So
this is my only downfall with Amana, I guess, and I guess it's a pet peeve. You can work around it. Like where I work at, my boss is 5 years older than me, so kind of same age bracket. We see eye to eye on stuff. We're really slow pace and down to earth, and if somebody wants a York, we'll get them a York. If they want an American Standard, we'll get them an American Standard. But for the most part, we try to stick to Amana and American Standard. Well, my boss is diehard on Amana. He does nothing but 16 SEER Amanas because of lifetime compressor and lifetime heat exchanger. That's a selling point for him, and that's fine. I hate the Amana and Goodman condenser design. I hate it. I feel like it's not easy to repair anything on it. Like if you got to change a reversing valve in an Amana condenser, that is a pain in the ass.
So you don't have to worry about that here. I haven't seen reversing valves in the condensers here.
Right.
I just don't like none of their stuff, which I talked to them about. I'm like, all your crap is very flimsy.
Exactly.
They're like, what is the big deal? It's just harder metal. Why does it really matter? I'm like, if it's not such a big deal, make the shit a little bit thicker and we're good. Like, what's the problem? Make it a little bit thicker. Everyone's happy.
Or replacing condenser fan motors. Like the way the wires come in and then they run down almost damn near to the bottom of it before it feeds into the electrical cabinet. Like it's a pain in the ass to try to feed the wires in there.
Mm-hmm. I don't like how their panels fit together.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's not like, on like some of them like Lennox condensers or different models out there like Train. You take a panel and you flap it over. And it's like it's made to be there. Yeah. Like this shit just grooves together, and the screw holes line up, and everything's nice. Goodman and Amana, it's not like that. You're like fighting it. You're pounding on it, hitting it down,
putting washers in certain spots so you get less vibration, noise. Yeah,
and that's another thing with the Goodmans and Amanas is the little plastic cover that covers the screws for the condenser fan, like. That thing starts rattling in like 2 months. There's nothing you can do about it. It's gonna rattle.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're just like you said. I feel like they're kind of flimsy made. Like if you got to pull the top on it, or God forbid you have to pull the shroud around it. You got to take it off to change a condenser coil or something. Oh my God, you'll spend 45 minutes trying to wrap it back around and put screws in it.
Even when you clean the condenser coil, you try taking those out. Good luck.
The thing is, like. I have not had a lot of issues. I install a lot of units. Like we're doing, not right now because it's kind of slow, but normally like what do they call it? MBU, motor bearing unit, at least 1 per day, at least 1, if not 2 per day, like condenser furnace every day.
But yeah, that's what I was going to say is you probably, where you're at, you probably do a lot of straight gas with a straight cool condenser outside, don't you?
Yeah.
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 But we don't. I don't have the issues with it, and the reason why I like Amana though is because I own my own company. They are very, very supportive of dealers. They go out of their way to help you, which I've not experienced that with anyone else.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I don't guess we don't have a whole lot of callbacks on them. I wouldn't think, not that I run anyway. It's just, I don't know, just quality, I guess, is my biggest thing. And like with a straight cool condenser, you don't have that defrost board and all that crap
No.
in there.
Exactly.
With us, with heat pumps, everything's just freaking crammed in there. The reversing valve is in like the worst spot it could possibly be. You got a defrost board crammed in there, and they cram the contactor all the way down at the bottom where you have literally like an inch to try to loop your line voltage in to put it in the bottom of the contactor. It's just little things like that.
Yes. It's tight already without those.
Their newer designs are getting better.
Are they?
Their new furnaces, like the Bluetooth furnace, all those furnaces, they have when you're wiring in your low voltage, they have plugs. You just pull the plug out. You could literally be standing up when you wire up your low voltage wire,
right?
For the furnace, and they just plug it in. So like they're thinking about this now, when they weren't in the past,
And I don't have a problem at all with their gas furnaces. Like I think they're super freaking easy. I don't think there's really anything that's a pain in the ass. And in my book, I don't have a problem at all with their furnaces. I just wish they'd redesign. If they'd redesign the condenser, I'd be totally okay with Amana.
Hey, they just kicked their valves on a 45 in the last couple of years.
I have noticed that.
The service valve.
Yeah, where you tie in at, they put them on a 45 to make. Cause before, what was it? The suction, you'd like bash your fingers up trying to get the freaking things on there.
Your liquid line was like crammed down in the bottom of like the tray in the bottom. Like if you're trying to put a low loss fitting on that liquid line, good freaking luck. I mean, it was a pain in the ass. But yeah, they got them all on a 45 now. So.
Oh shit, they're stepping up.
I don't know. I just personally like stuff that's.
I love Train. I'm sorry, I really do. I
like
really love
standard stuff, but I mean they all have their flaws. Like I'm sure do y'all see a lot of package units up there or no?
I get no package units, nothing.
American Standard and Train have a real bad problem with their inducer motors and their package units. Like the wheel is awful for freaking rusting out. So that's a big problem with them. The evap coil on a Train package unit is kind of a pain in the ass if you ever have to change it, because it's kind of the over and under design where your condenser coil's on top. So if you ever have to get in there and change an evap coil, you either have to try to prop up one side of it, like the top from the bottom, where you can slide the evap out, or you got to completely take your condenser coil off and basically break the unit in half to get in there to the evap. So that can be kind of a pain, but they've all got their flaws, I guess.
Seen a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I still say if they're installed right, most of them, everyone's got like you say, their flaws. Everyone's got their little lemon out there, but for the most part, once they get past the lemon stage, if you put them in right, you're good.
Well, and I think a big thing is having an installer to look at, like if I ever have to go out and help install or whatever, or do a startup for them or whatever, I look at things that an installer typically doesn't look at. So like I'll look down inside the condenser and see if distribution tubes are pushed up against something, because I know in the future they're going to rub up against something and cause a leak. So I'll spread them out, or little things like that. But like you said, if you take the time on an install and do it right and make sure there's nothing rubbing and make sure your wires are done right, they can all operate fine.
Oh yeah. Here, I think the packages I usually see, I don't work on them though, because are usually York, Goodman. Goodman, I believe, makes them, right? Package units.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Goodman, York, and I guess Carrier. That's what we have down here a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only like package unit type deals is the rooftops. You know, I know
Yeah.
you guys it's probably the
That's-
same thing, but the
that's
side
exactly-
discharge, you guys
Right.
use the side discharge.
Yeah.
Right.
That's exactly it.
It's probably 50-50 here, splits and packages.
Are you guys doing a lot do you do rooftop units?
I mean, it's mostly just commercial stuff. Like there's no residential rooftops. So the only rooftops you really see is commercial stuff.
Are you doing like on your commercial rooftops? Do you do? Are you guys getting involved with that new law? The what do they call it? So this is what happens when it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I had too much scotch.
Curb for the curb law?
No, it's the extra low loss or extreme low loss economizer or whatever they call it.
No, I haven't heard anything about that.
The low leak economizer. Low leak economizer, that's what they're called. It's supposed to be like a super low loss economizer. You're supposed to, by law, I can't remember what tonnage you have to have it above, but you have to put on for energy code, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
An economizer. It has to be a low leak economizer.
I haven't heard anything about it.
So it rates how much you're leaking per whatever time.
Right, like I don't know. It's just like super gasketed or something. I don't really know the details. I just know they're more expensive for sure. You know,
everything's going green. Yeah,
and it's costing everyone a lot more money.
Yeah, I know. I guess gotta watch another video on that, eh, Adam?
Huh?
Gotta watch a video on that.
Yeah.
Conspiracy about going green.
Did you ever watch that video on 5G?
Yeah, I'm going to. My brother came yesterday, so I want to, and I want to talk to him about it. So still have it. I'm going to watch it.
Have you heard anything on that, Justin? There's I was talking to these guys in the middle of the week. 5G, you know, 5G, it's the 5th generation cell phone service.
Right.
Supposedly there's like a big pushback, like the medical field and like people researching it are trying to like slow it down or stop it because it's supposed to be like pretty bad for everyone's health, like cancer causing and everything else. But the lobbyists of the cell phone companies and everything are basically making like illegal to fight it and to talk about it. Like you can't say no. Like so,
what would be the difference in 4G and 5G being any?
They say like the radiation difference is like 100 times greater from between 4G to 5G.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty crazy.
So
maybe we should all just go back to 3G flip phones and just call it good.
Yeah.
Hey man, I was good with those old Nokia Snake phones. You know, the ones where you're playing Snake on it back in like the 90s.
Yeah, the Snake. Yeah.
Nah, I was cool, man. I was cool with flip phones. Like I was in high school, I think I had like I don't know if you remember. What was it? I think it was an LG. It was one of the first flip phones that was like it like lit up different colors on the front when you was getting like a phone call, and you could read the text message from the little small screen on the front instead of having to flip the phone open.
That was when shit got real. You're like, man, these phones are awesome.
Yeah. He's like,
was it clear?
You were cool shit if you had one of those phones.
I just remember when you got a camera on your phone, you're like, this is awesome. I got a camera. You look at the picture, it's like the worst fucking picture you ever saw.
Garbage. Can't even make nothing out.
Yeah. Fuck those power packs. Remember those batteries on those Nokias with those antennas you used to stick out by yourself, right?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And now everything. Have you guys been like tracking on the new Samsung Fold or whatever they call it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
No, what is that?
It's like it's a phone that like you could open it up and it unfolds. It's a foldable screen.
Gotcha.
It turns into a tablet, and there's no separation in the
Yes,
screen. It's like the
that's
entire
awesome.
screen.
I just
pretty
wonder
neat.
how long that thing will last.
Yeah.
Like once you fold that thing so many times, it's makes you wonder how durable it'll be after that.
It's a cool thing. I mean, if it's got to be the future. They'll figure something out, But it's cool to see like where technology is going.
Oh yeah. And
even if it
fast.
does give us cancer.
Yeah. This is crazy how fast we've moved into. God, just in like 15 years, man.
Oh yeah, huge.
So it just makes you wonder, like, where we're going to be 20 years from now. We're going to be those old guys looking at the young kids going, I don't know how to operate that.
See,
teach me.
I'm not too, like, I don't stay on top of, like, using a computer all that much. I'm okay with it. I, like, get around fairly well, but I'm not, like, crazy with it. But, like, when it comes to, like, HVAC technology, I'm on point. I got it, And I'm not slowing down anytime soon with, the HVAC technology.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I constantly try to go to training and stuff. Like I just went to it was about 6 months ago. I went to Samsung's DVMS systems. I went to like a 5-day class in freaking Nashville over that. It's pretty crazy where they're going with, the whole, I guess you could call it mini split setup,
So that was like a residential class?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was some commercial application to it, but for the most part, yeah, it was more focused on the residential side. But it was, it was mostly just talking about different head units that Samsung offers. They're trying to get on board with, like Mitsubishi has they have a mini split. I think they can run 8 heads on it or something like that. Samsung's trying to get the same way, and just I think it'll be a matter of time, and it probably already is in certain parts of the country. But people building new houses, with nothing but mini split systems on it instead of your standard stuff.
I flipped a house a little over a year ago, I think close to 2 years ago, and after we re-insulated everything, we gutted it. I regret installing so I submitted plans and for the permits and everything. I was going to do a furnace and condenser, and then I was just trying to get everything moving, the entire process. And then when it came time to actually do the ductwork, I did a load on the house. I'm like, God damn, I should not be putting in a furnace in this house. It's too much. Like even a 40,000 is too much. Right. And I wish I would have, but it would have gone through a whole nother permitted process. I definitely would have done like a multi-zone mini split, or even a single zone ducted mini split would have done the house fine.
Yeah, see, but in your case, you own your own company, so you're kind of like, if you're gonna say you're gonna do a multi-head mini split, you can. And I don't know how you do things, like if you go out to your installs or you just trust your installers to go out and do stuff or what. But like in my case, I kind of worry about how good install is going to do something. So I always worry every time they do a mini split or they do a multi-head mini split, like I'm going to be back out there in 6 months because those flares are going to be freaking leaking,
So the only flares I use are at the heat pump or the condenser. I cut them off. I cut them off. I drift nitrogen. I braze everything.
Yeah. And see, that's how I would do it personally if I was installing, but I'm, got other guys doing that. So,
and when the time that I started doing that, when we did a 2 or 3 zone Daikin multi-split system, and it was like 3 or 4 floors up, and we had a sky lift we were using to do it. We got everything done. We got the line height and everything on, and there was like a couple leaks behind the line height in this thing. And I'm like, after that experience, I'm like, never again am I doing flares.
Yeah.
You see, even our mini splits, like not even heat pumps, like it's just air conditioning. AC, no heat pumps. Because they have usually a furnace or boiler, and then the mini split is just AC. There's no heat pump side of it. Down here, anyways, that's how it is. But
like if you do a multi-split, at least for me, any manufacturer I do with multi-split is always going to be heat pump. I don't think they even offer a straight cool in a multi-split.
oh, no? Okay. Yeah, for sure.
So how many guys do you have that work for you?
Right now, I just have 2. I'm down. I just lost 2 guys, but I'm kind of happy. Like I've been noticing, I'm making more money now with less guys.
Right.
So I don't think I'm going to try to go back. I'm just going to. The only thing I'm worried about, this is the first summer that I'm not going to be able to take a nice vacation over the summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're working more, yeah.
So for the most, so I would say, I guess for the most part, like if you're doing an install, you're there on the job site.
I'm there. I'm like, you know, I brought this up to Ted a couple weeks ago, and Ted's like, "Don't you want a bunch of guys working for you, making you money?" He's like, "I don't do any of the work." He's like, but he says he micromanages everything. My problem is there's a lot of stuff that I feel like unless someone could prove to me they could do it as good or better than me, like I want my customers to have if my name is on it, I want it to be great. You know? Yeah. And that's just the way I am. And I don't want to I feel like, you know, in the last couple of years, I put on enough weight myself and I've slowed down enough. If I stopped working, I think I just get fat sitting on the couch drinking beer and watching TV all day. You know,
right.
You got to keep moving.
Yeah, like we've got me and 3 other techs, so we got 4 techs total. We have 2 install crews, and then a couple of ladies in the office, of course. But the owner, my boss, is like he stepped back away from service and just lets us run it. Most of the time he's out with install every day. Like he wants to be on the install. He enjoys installing. I just think it's really rare to see an owner actually want to do that. Like he don't want to run service. He totally lets us just like run service how we want to run service. If you need to get a hold of him, he's probably on an install somewhere. And that's how he's always been.
That's kind of how I am too, because like everyone, if like generally, if you get a bunch of guys in a room, they'll say, you know, installers are garbage or well, they're idiots or whatever. But I'll tell you what, line the guys up and show me guys that could install something better than me, and then also line guys up and show me guys that could service better than me. I'm not saying I'm the best. There's a lot of guys that are better than me, but like. I'm an installer and I'm a damn good installer. My shit could you look at my website, it could be, you know, put me on Train's fucking catalog or something. You know what I mean? That's the way I want my shit to be.
Yeah.
Because it's my name on it, you know?
Right. I just think my downfall would be I would be slow as hell. I have it installed in I've been in service for 9 years now. So if I went back to install today, like I would be the slowest installer ever.
And that's what it is. You gotta be fast and good and detailed, right? That's what makes you, being slow.
Which most I think most companies push installers to the point where they can't have good quality.
That's the thing, but you still could. If you're good at it, you could.
But I think a lot of the guys that are installers are learning the job.
That's what it is.
It's not like you could just like hit the ground running and be good and be fast. You're learning and you're just cutting corners because you're like, I have to get this shit done today.
That's right. If you're learning and new and green, forget it. But if it's someone like Justin who knows the stuff inside and out, you'll be slow for maybe a week or 2 and you'll be picking up.
But I couldn't give up service either. Service, I think it's, you love running into crazy shit. I just like finding stuff. And the best thing that makes me feel better than anything in the world is when you go to somebody's house. Like I've had 2 companies at my house so far.
Second opinions.
Yeah, you're like the third guy out the house. I'm like, oh yeah, I love this shit because I'm gonna fix this shit right now.
Yeah,
and
me and
make these
Michael,
other.
my boss, like, because he'll still run some service here and there. Like, honestly, he's an awesome boss to work for because he like, I live the main area that we service. I'm like 30 minutes away is where my house is, so I'm kind of out of the way a little bit. If I'm on call on the weekend, say I was on call this weekend, if he's in town, as long as they're not out of town doing something, more than likely he's not even going to bother me. He'll just run all the service calls himself. That's just the way he is. Like the only time when you're on call that you actually have to get out and run calls is if they're like on vacation or he's in training or he's got installs that he's got to get done this weekend because he's behind or whatever. Then I'll have to go up there and run calls. But yeah, I love those second opinion calls because, like, honestly, even if it is old, even if it's like 15, 20 years old, like, I go in there and I want to fix it just to be an asshole because the other company said it couldn't be fixed and they need a new one.
I was just at a couple weeks ago. I was at a boiler call. It was an old Wild McLean boiler from the 80s. And I get to the house and the guy's like, he's like an 80-some-year-old dude. And he's like, just so you know, you're the fourth opinion. I'm like, whoa, okay. I didn't know what I was walking into. And he's like, my boiler exploded and it flooded my basement. There's water all over. I think I need a new boiler. I'm like, all right. So I'm looking at it. The switch is off and everything. And he's like, just so you know, they drained the boiler. I'm like, okay. So I closed the drain valve on it and I opened up the valve to start filling it. He said, what are you doing? You're filling the boiler? I'm like, yeah, man, I want to see what's going on with this thing. What are you calling me here for? And he's like, you're the only guy that said he's going to fill the boiler. I'm like, well, either I'm the only guy with the head on his shoulders or I'm a complete idiot. I don't know. But what it ended up being was the relief valve was bad and the old big ass expansion tank in the ceiling was full.
Ooh.
It's tripping the relief valve on
That's
the
what
floor.
it is. Yeah.
3 other companies were trying to sell him a boiler. You just need to drain the expansion tank and replace the relief valve.
And I'm sure the other guys that come before you were probably just like, you know, I'm sure the first guy probably supposedly tried to fix it or whatever and then told him he needed a new one. But then the other 2 guys before you, they just seen it as a sales call. They just immediately went in there and just priced him a boiler and turned around and freaking left.
Yeah, they heard the guy before him said, hey, my boiler's cracked. I need a new boiler. Like, oh, yeah, you're right. You need a new boiler.
Yeah, see, I'm kind of like you. I don't take – if I run a second opinion call, especially with some of the companies around in our area, like a lot of times that's what it'll be. And they're like, well, I've already got bids for a new unit. I just need you to bid me a unit. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with it? I like, do you care if I go look at it? Look, can I turn your thermostat on and go look at it before I price your unit? Yeah, by all means. And I'll go around there and it'll be something freaking stupid and fix it in like 10 minutes. And I'll walk back in there like, oh, I got cold air coming out the vents.
Here's the thing. On a call like that, you could bill somebody out, you know, depending on what it is, obviously. You're not ripping them off, but like, you know, $200, $300, $400, $500 for a service call versus, you know, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 on replacing something.
Yeah,
they're clicking their freaking heels.
Yeah, yeah, and I always forewarn, especially if it's something old, like say it's 15, 16 years old, and you know it's rusty, it's in poor shape. I'll get it going for them, but I always forewarn them. Look, it's work. I got it working now, but with the age of it, the likelihood of things starting to tear up is obviously higher. So it might run for a month. It might run for 2 years. I have no way of knowing. You know, this is what I've seen with it. It's working temporarily. So, you know, if you need anything, just give us a call, you know, if it quits again or whatever the case may be. But when you're honest with people like that, and you know, you build value with them, and in 6 months when it does take a crap, they're calling you to come replace it because they trust you now.
Agreed.
That's what I learned with the guy I'm with. There's these old units, the Dryotron, whatever you want to call them units. They're leaking, R22. He'll top them up with the stuff that we took off from the other units. Anyways, that's another story. Keep them happy, top them up, And then when they eventually had enough and go on a new system, or they're selling their house, because when it gets to houses that big, they hire good inspectors, not no Joe Blow inspector. Like, oh yeah, you're good, you're not leaking water. No, like these inspectors come in and fine tooth comb, right? They're looking at the pool equipment right away, or dehumidification. But anyways, so who do they call when they need a new system? Him, because he's been, like you said, fixing the units, let it keep on going as long as it can, and then eventually they'll change it.
Yeah, we've got one or two good inspectors around here. One of them, he always refers everybody to us. Like I just went to one.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like 2 weeks ago, and it was all kinds of matched up. But anyways, it was like a 4,500 square foot house, I think.
Nice.
And it had a 2.5 ton unit on it, and it was zoned at one time. It had 3 zones, and for whatever reason, the guy that was selling the house said that kids were playing with the thermostats or something, and so he had some other company come in and disable 2 of the zones, so everything worked off of one thermostat. So now you got a 2.5 ton trying to do like 4,500 square foot. I'm like, dude, it's never gonna do that.
Yeah.
And the new buyer is there with me, and I'm explaining. I'm like, dude, this isn't gonna work. Like I don't know why he disabled this zone, but this isn't gonna work. It might seem okay right now, but when it gets 95 degrees outside, it is not gonna keep up. And you see crap like that all the time. But that inspector, he's one of the ones that he actually looks at crap like that. He ain't like some of these, like you said, these Joe Blows that come in and say, oh yeah, I turned the thermostat on and everything's good.
Yeah. He actually is legit. He makes sure that's good.
Yeah.
Even for leaky basements, how many people we get here, they buy houses and they find out there's a leak in the basement. So now I just tell people, if you're looking for a house, wait for the rainy day, or go check it out, or wait till after winter when it's thawing out. Go check it out, because you're gonna get screwed.
Yep.
They'll check the shingles and that's it.
APC Tech. John's not here right now, but I can give you my best impression of him.
Oh shit.
I'll say, hey y'all. You really like y'all in Maine. I appreciate the shout out. Me and my yellow jacket. I hope you don't have York.
Oh yeah, York.
Oh man, I think you got to end it on that note, but oh man, I hope he sees that. Oh man,
That cracked me up with that though. I like when I first started watching his videos, he was talking about how they used to put in York, and I'm like, what the hell? What does he say? Is he trying to say York?
Yeah.
York.
He wants me to do the Yellow Jacket ad. I'm trying to think of how John's Yellow Jacket is. 60
this video
years.
is brought to you by
Yellow Jacket. 60 years. Over 60 years of quality products. HVAC. I can't do it with a southern accent.
Yeah, I know.
Although this video is brought to you by Yellow Jacket. 66 years of expertise built into every tool.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
House Call Pro. But he doesn't do those anymore.
Yeah.
He told me, what did he say last week? Those guys were calling me, and I said, hey, John, you actually use those? And he's like, no. But they were calling, they were blowing me up on the phone, trying to get me to use their service. That's awesome that he got UEI, though, I got to say.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that don't like UEI. I personally don't have a problem with UEI.
I'm honestly, I'll be completely honest with you. I know this is John's channel. I apologize, John. I know you like UEI. UEI makes a quality product, I guess. The older stuff, I am not a fan of. I've electrocuted myself a couple times on a couple different meters from UEI, and I've never electrocuted myself on a fluke.
No, me either. But their manometers, they're not bad.
Yeah.
Like something simple like that.
I think my first manometer, like I didn't even have it wasn't even a dual port. It was just a single port manometer as a UEI, and it still works good to this day.
Yeah.
And I there for a while, like the big thing around here, everybody was buying the what was it, the G2 Phoenix UEI plant meter.
Oh yeah.
I've got one. I use it kind of like as a backup meter to this day. So
I wish that somebody would come out with a meter that would do everything. You know what I mean? Like, all right, so there's not a meter that you could test capacitors, thermocouples, and amps. You can't do that. And can you name me one meter that you could do all three on?
That's a good idea.
I don't know why they can't. There's got to be some kind of like reason why you can't do thermocouples. Like, because every clamp meter usually, for the most part, you could do capacitors. You can't do thermocouples. If you have a meter that does thermocouples, it's not a clamp meter. I don't know why. There's got to be a reason for that. I don't know what it is though.
I don't know. I've never had a fluke meter. I've always used field piece stuff. I mean, I've heard nothing but good things about fluke.
Oh, field piece as well.
I've got a field piece. What is the SC640? So it's like the big clamp meter, but it's not the Bluetooth one.
But it's removable, right?
No, it's just got the swivel head on it.
Yeah, the swivel head. Okay.
I mean, I love it. It does everything that I need it to do for the most part. The only thing crazy about it is how tall it is. Like I use a Vito Tech LC bag.
Oh yeah.
And it barely, like if you stand it upright in that bag, you can barely zip the zipper. It's so tall.
I think that's a good reason why I like the one I have. I think that's the same one you have, Adam.
What is that? The 902?
I believe so. I showed it in my video. I can't even remember now. I had it for so long. Yeah, it's slim, small.
It's like, does the 902s that do micro amps?
Yeah.
It does. So I have the FC. If you had it for a long time, you probably don't have the FC. It's the one that you can use the Fluke app or whatever, which I've never used.
Oh yeah, I can't do that.
I don't know what FC stands for. Fluke Connect, I'm guessing. I don't know. But yeah, you could do everything on that meter except thermocouples. That's it.
Yeah. I haven't changed the batteries yet, I don't think.
So all right, so the in the chat, hack free HVAC. I've been watching him lately. That dude is like, he's also a scientist. He's like, have you guys ever seen that guy hack free HVAC?
Yeah, I watch him all the time. Did you see the other day, like putting all those different freaking hard starts on his freaking brown turd goodman at his house?
He is crazy. He's off the wall with some of his stuff. And he like just gets how it works. He took an old train a variable condenser from like, I don't know if it was early 90s or whatever it was, and so they made variables like an inverter, and they stopped because nobody bought them, and somebody had a system and they installed a regular furnace with that system and it wasn't working anymore. So he like made his own circuit board to communicate this variable system with a standard whatever basic furnace. Like that dude like just knows his shit, but he is like he's incredible. Like I just like watching him.
He's die hard about some train and die hard about hating Goodman.
Oh, he is. The brown turd Goodmans he talks about all the time.
He hates the Goodman rooftops too because they just use 5/16 screws in their blowers and stuff. He talks about that all the time too.
He was working on his car the other day. He does live streams like 5 times a day. And he was working on his car, and his daughter was in my pants because his daughter was in his car, and she looked at him. She's like, why do you even do this? And he's like, what do you mean? She said, you don't even make any money on YouTube. Why do you even do this? He's like, oh, you want me to monetize my video? Well, nobody even watches your videos, so why do you even do it?
Are you serious?
That was weird. His daughter calling him out like that. He's got a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people. If you compare him to me, watch his videos. You know what I mean? But
well, I just subscribe to him because I'll later on I'll go watch his video, see how he is.
He really does like he's a cut up, but you can tell just by like the way he goes about things and the way he talks about stuff. He knows this shit. He really does.
He's fat. He's like he just blazes through shit. He's fast, but so his brown turd Goodman, he put a Train variable condenser fan motor on. Just he had it laying around in his house, and he just does like weird shit like that. All like it's his Frankenstein unit, I think he calls it.
And what's that? What'd you say it was?
His brown turd Goodman. And he'll put like a variable speed condenser motor on it.
And it gets to work.
He gets shit to. Oh, what else did he do? He repitched a fan blade, a condenser fan blade, and he showed how to do it by hand. He's like, it's pretty basic, but you get it.
Hey.
Thank you, Andrew.
That's nice.
Yeah, you guys got to check out Chuck. It's Comfort Plus Heating and Cooling.
Comfort Plus,
yeah. He's here in Tennessee too. He's over like way farther east, like he's over on the other side of Knoxville up there. I think he's up there close to Virginia somewhere, but he's pretty good too.
I've heard.
I don't know. I feel like with HVAC, I'm always like striving to learn more. You know what I mean?
You have to educate yourself all the time. Yeah. I tell the new guy all the time, you got to educate yourself.
And you got to tell them too, like anyone you talk to, you'll be doing this for 30 years and you'll still be learning.
Yeah. I tell them too, I'm still learning. Absolutely.
Yeah. I've always heard that if you ever stop learning, you might as well just quit and go into another career because you just get left behind.
Exactly. No, I don't think I've heard of this guy. Guy with the cat, he wears a hat in some of the videos.
Who, the Plus?
Yeah, heating and cooling, like with the and he's a.
What's it say? I'm trying to remember.
He has this truck here, Comfort Plus Heating and Cooling, Aries.
Yes, that's him.
Well, what's Aries?
That's a brand, man.
I never heard of it.
It's a knockoff Linux, basically.
Okay. I never heard of Aries down here, bud.
You're up there.
Yeah.
I'm down here.
Yeah, you keep saying down.
Sorry, yeah, we're up here, yeah.
You're up there.
That's true. Yeah. Never heard of Aries. You guys ever heard of Weather King?
Yeah.
Okay. Knockoff ring.
Okay. All right.
Hey, being up in Canada, isn't Quattro? Isn't that like a house name up in Canada?
Quattro. What do you mean Quattro? No, what is that?
Blue Canadian furnace?
No, I never heard of Quattro.
I don't think they haven't made them for a long time, but
no, you know what? To be honest with you, Goodman is huge here as well. Goodman's huge.
Quattro. I'm trying to think of what that is. Is it like a bone stock metal silver?
No, it's like a blue.
It says like
I think I'm
made by.
pretty sure it's like a turquoise blue furnace cabinet, but it's.
I'm trying to think what that one brand is. It's like a. I thought it was Quattro, so maybe it's called something else.
Maybe I'm wrong. It's been a long time. I'm all these like old furnaces, like the low boys and the gravities and that. It's becoming like longer and longer time spans in between when I see them. So my memory's getting.
Yeah. You see some weird stuff here every once in a while, like GEs. Do you see any GE stuff up there?
Not furnaces, no. No.
Old GEs. I haven't seen the GE in a long time, but you see an old GE condenser with a spine fin. It's been probably 7 or 8 years since I've seen one.
I see a lot of times there's like a retirement community up there that has a lot of rental places and stuff. It's the golf capital of Tennessee. So you have people come in from all over the place to come play golf. So there's rental condos and all kinds of stuff out there. Well, a lot of them have like old GE air handlers and hung in the crawl space. And those things are a freaking pain in the ass to do anything with because the doors are on the top instead of on the side. So if you ever have to like change a freaking blower motor in it, if they've got it hung too close to the floor joists, you have to drop the entire air handler to pull the squirrel cage out of it and change the blower motor in it.
See, I have an office complex here where all the air handlers, the doors are facing down, they're hanging from the ceiling. And in Chicago, from my experience, I don't know, like maybe I'm speaking inaccurately, but as far as electric heat goes, there's a lot of people that don't work on it because I have a lot of people that call me and be like, I've called around, I can't get anyone to work on this. I don't think people understand like heat sequencers and strip heat and all that, which is really basic. Once you learn it, it's really not that bad whatsoever to work on.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. I don't mind it at all. But I guess it's kind of like where you are. Well, it's like you hear John talk about all the time. There's guys in Louisiana that don't know how to work on heat pumps, and like that blows my mind because I see them all the time. But I guess depending on where you are, it's not a common thing.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, how about Coleman?
Coleman,
yeah, knock off York.
That's right.
And there used to be what was the other one that there was was it Coleman Evcon or what was that one from like the early 90s?
Yeah,
Coleman?
you see it the Evcon. You see it a lot on like mobile homes. They used to put those in.
Fuck. I literally seen the guy take off the badge and put on the Coleman badge, dude, and suppliers.
Yeah. Well, that's how a lot of these companies. That's how they do it. I think that's how Trane does it with their S9 V2 and S9 X2 or whatever furnaces.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Well, now, like if you from where they're freaking partnered up with Mitsubishi or whatever, if you order a mini split from Trane, when it gets delivered, there's no stickers on it whatsoever. And it'll come with 3 stickers, either a Trane, American Standard, or Mitsubishi, depending on how you sold it to the customer.
Well, that's how it was when they did when it was Gree before it was Mitsubishi. It was the same thing.
Yeah,
that's fucked.
Speaking of the guy in the chat's talking about manufactured homes, I'm wondering. We forgot to ask Chance. I want to know what happened with that mobile home.
Yeah,
that's a couple weeks in the making now. Mm-hmm. I'm like really interested in that. I want him to call us or do like let's do a hangout or something. I want to fix that shit. But I don't want to drive down there. You know.
No, you got Justin. That's probably knows the shit. You got you that knows that shit too.
What's the issue he was having with it? You say he's having an issue with mobile home?
He said he replaced the mobile home furnace, and he said number one, it's super loud, and it's tripping off on limit. That's it, right, Joe?
Yeah.
It's just tripping off on limit.
Yeah.
But so a couple of years or a year, whatever, prior, he replaced the coil, and it was a Trane or American Standard mobile home approved coil, and he said it worked fine. Everything was fine. And then he just replaced the furnace. And now this new furnace is super loud, and he says he's got really high static and everything.
No,
And
it's high limit. He's tripping on high limit.
Tripping on high limit.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, like, what installed? You know what I mean? Like, what is the blower? I just would love for him to be in front of it and like to just have a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like that's my thing. Like I'd want to be able to see it and say, okay, have you checked this? Have you checked this? Have you checked this?
He said he was on the phone with the manufacturer, I think, and he says he checked the gas pressure, I think. Gas pressure, yeah. He checked static pressure, I think. I can't remember. He checked a few things, and they were in like that spec. But then I think somebody mentioned something. I don't know if it was John or you, Adam. And he's like, "Oh, that's a good point.
That's not a good coil. You need to use this other brand coil or something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah. I don't know.
Something
was working with the old furnace prior to his new install.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know if he went back there or not.
It's stuff that like just it gets me going. I love to figure it out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He was getting enough air, obviously enough airflow, because I think the return's right at the bottom of mobile homes. Like, how's it work?
Well, he said it's a central return right at the bottom.
Okay.
So, but that doesn't necessarily mean we have enough duct for the supply, right?
What's he mean a central return right at the bottom?
Well, I don't know if it was at the bottom or the top. I think
it'd have to
whatever.
be at the top.
The top.
If it's a downflow gas furnace, it'd have to be at the top.
It's at the top. He said it's a central return in that room, and then the room. And then he said, yeah, it's a downflow because it has what do they call them? Crossover duct or
crossover
whatever.
under the house.
He says a 10-inch crossover.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
which seems pretty common. I mean, depends on what size furnace he put in and
what's the tonnage. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, as far as him saying, you know, the static's high. The static's always high on a mobile home. I don't care what you do to it. It's if you're running off those trailer ducts, your static's going to be through the roof regardless. On the supply anyway. Not obviously not on the return. Just open return, but.
He was stressing on how loud that furnace was. He said it's ridiculously loud.
Yeah, I know he said he wanted to check something that somebody mentioned, but I don't know what it was now. Was it the coil or I don't know.
I'm trying to remember. I know that you said he put one of the Train or American Standard mobile home approved like coils in it or whatever.
He said it was mobile home approved. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really work on the last mobile home I worked on was probably 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't like replacing the roof jack. It wasn't like I don't like doing crap like that, you know.
Yeah.
I think wasn't it the design of the coil, Adam? It was like
what do you mean?
Z design or something. I can't remember what it was like.
Well, that's what I was getting at because I want to say that I've seen there was a company up here that if like they were doing a coil and condenser replacement on like a heat pump mobile home instead of gas. With those, like if it's a heat pump or straight electric, it will be it pulls through the coil, so the coil sits on top. And with a gas furnace, you're basically blowing through your coil, your evaporator coil. So, and the ones that I have seen somebody use an American Standard or Train, it was like a case coil on the heat pump one, and it said approved for mobile home, and they just left it in the case and set it on top of like the little blower housing, and put a filter rack on the top of it. But I want to say it wasn't like your standard A coil. It is like Z or N, or it's like a weird shaped
Mhm.
case coil. So I wonder if you put that under a gas furnace and tried to push through that, if it would make a difference.
Yeah, it's something stupid like that, but it's giving them high temp. I don't know, restricting somewhere, or maybe not. I don't know.
I like trying to walk people through things.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Chance is like this or whatever, but like the different guys that used to work for my dad back in the day, they would call me and ask me questions. I'd be like, "Did you check this? Yes. Did you check this? Yes. Did you check this? Yes." I'm like, "Well, then everything should be working good." Yeah. And they like lie to you over the phone.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you
say, like, I'm sure he's I'm sure he knows what he's doing. I just you question different things, like what size BTU furnace is it? What size is the drive?
What is the actual temperature rise?
Like,
what is the static pressure? What is the total static pressure?
Is that furnace lined up right to where it's not hitting the floor, not dead ending hitting the floor or something? Is it level on top of that case coil? I mean, just a bunch of different things.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll ask him in the chat there, Adam.
He's long asleep.
Not now. I'm saying like later in the week.
Yeah, no, write him right now. Wake him up.
Yeah, wake him up. Call him.
We'll start in the text message.
Yeah, just start kneeling.
Well, I gotta start making some videos or something. I just get so busy during the day that you don't think about it, You start running calls and you start trying to get people fixed and stuff. You're like, damn, that after you leave, you're like, damn, that would have been a good one to film right there.
That's why you gotta mount it on your chest and forget about it.
Yeah.
I made the reason why I started making, I've been wanting to do it for years, and I'm just like, I don't know. So I've been one of those guys like in chats, I just try to freaking razz people up. That's what I do. Just mess around and like give people a hard time. I don't know. I just bust people's chops. I think John was pissed at me for something. I don't know what I said to him. But like, it's just what I do. And then one time, I don't know how long ago was it. When did I start doing this with you guys, Joe?
I started pretty much on video with you at the same time.
When was that?
I'm gonna say 2 months ago.
Yeah, probably 2 months ago. But they were talking about train. I'm like, what they're saying in there is wrong. They're not understanding it right. And I was like correcting them, and they're like, no, you're wrong in the chat. And then I jumped on the chat, and I just remember I'm like, when then I explained myself, and they didn't at first they just didn't realize that you could do that, like whatever the furnace had.
We didn't know how to set up this double stage on, what was it?
A variable speed furnace.
That's
like,
right.
Why are you using
On
a
a train.
16 series? Like, what is the purpose of using a variable speed furnace? Unless, I don't remember what it was, a 16 series or whatever. Like, there's no benefit, which there is a benefit. They have enhanced mode.
And we know how to, yes.
American Standard has something called Comfort R. Train has enhanced mode. It's the same thing. But going on, I jumped on the video. I was like laying on my bed or something, or laying on the couch watching it. And he's like, you could jump on and talk. And I did. And then I'm like, shit, I'm going to try to make a video. This is kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been toying with the idea for years. Like, I think I've been watching John and Zach and them for probably 3 or 4 years, man.
Yeah.
I think like, all right, John's videos are awesome. I've been watching John probably John Gray and Dr. Z were like the longest, the three that I was watching the longest.
Yeah.
I like AK's production is unreal. Like, I just like the crap that his edit, like he he's like good at filming videos. He's good at like making videos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just like he does such a. It's different. It's not like he's like making a movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's another guy. I can't remember what it's called. The HVAC. What is this guy's name? There's another guy that does the same quality as AK. I can't remember what his name is right off the top of my head, but he's very good on his production side too.
I don't know. I just think it's interesting to see how people do it in different areas. Like,
Yeah,
and you know,
that's why I watch him.
and nothing against John. It ain't nothing I wouldn't say to his face. But like, there's things I've seen in his video that's like, I probably wouldn't have done it that way.
Of course,
but
it's gonna happen. Yeah,
you know, in that area of the country, you know, maybe that's how they were taught, and you know, that that's how they do it. Like I've watched a bunch of Ted's videos where Ted's a big fan of replacing plenums, and he does lined plenums where they line them on the inside. Here, that's a no-no. Guys don't line plenums on the inside here because, the thought process around here is if you ever have a duct cleaning or anything like that, you're just going to demolish that liner when you go in there with a brush.
What's this liner anyways? What is that? What do you mean
duck liner?
Yeah.
Joe Shearer does duck liner too.
What is this stuff?
It's like insulation that you either glue in or you use pins on the inside of your ductwork.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
you insulate on the inside of the duct instead of the outside.
Okay, so we use that on the return duct, let's say, but it comes from the manufacturer like that. We ask for it. It's like that black stuff. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Okay. So where you are, Justin, you can't do that?
No, you can.
Okay.
Just most guys do not like duct cleaning, and indoor air quality is a huge thing around here.
Yeah.
So
that
if it's duct board, it's getting ripped out. If it's lined on the inside, more than likely it's getting ripped out. Because people want bare metal on the inside of their duct. That way, if they have duct cleanings done or stuff like that, it's easy to clean.
Yeah.
Whereas if you take a duct cleaning brush on say in square duct that's lined on the inside, if it's been there for 20 years, 30 years, and you take a duct cleaning brush that's spinning, it just demolishes that stuff.
Of course, and that's a lot of mess.
So you have particles all in the air.
Yeah.
And so what good are you doing indoor air quality wise if you're supposedly cleaning the ducts, but then you're just going in there and just stirring that shit around?
Oh yeah,
so everybody around here likes it to just be bare metal on the inside where it's easily cleaned.
Well, that's another thing too, as far as like airflow. They call it, what do they call it? Reynolds factor. You don't have the same, like the air doesn't flow the same on liner as it does metal.
It's like drag, yeah. We put them on our units just on the return side, just on, just at the units, just for the noise, really.
Right.
So noisy, but that's about it. Other than that, yeah, I wouldn't want that in my house duct, anyways.
Yeah, see, everybody here everything's insulated on the outside.
Yeah.
So return and supply. I mean, that's just how they do it.
What do you guys do with round duct? Do you use the sleeves for insulated round? Well, here let me stop myself. Do you use metal for round duct?
Yes, well, it depends. So they do a lot of weird crap around here. So like, say it's a package unit on a house. So when it comes off the back of the package unit and goes, obviously under the weather hood before it goes into the crawl space, more than likely that's flex. So they'll run flex off the back of the unit, and they use that to basically transition under the house and then come up, and then they tie it onto metal round duct, and then that will start your trunk line. So, and then that runs across the crawl space or whatever, and it's all metal reducing down, and then it's 50-50 whether the branch runs are metal or if they're flex.
So do you insulate the round ducts with sleeves, or do you use what I've found is easier than sleeves is you just using flex duct, and you start the interior of the flex duct over the round pipe, and then just pull the insulation and the outer jacket over the pipe, leave the interior in its place. You keep pulling it. At the very end, you just pull the guts out of it, and then you can get a 25-foot insulation run on instead of using 5-foot sleeves.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
It's a good
It
idea.
makes it a hell of a lot easier than using 5-foot sleeves and taping every freaking joint.
Yeah, so they still do it like that here. You just wrap it and tape it.
But look at one of the reasons why I started doing it. Look at the price of 25 flex versus sleeves. You're actually paying less for the flex, the 25-foot flex, and you don't have 5 joints in the freaking thing.
Yeah. You get a lot. There's a few guys that's actually toying around with that bubble wrap stuff around here too, but they're not doing it right, so it sweats like crazy. But I don't know if y'all see that any at all.
The bubble wrap, yeah. You're supposed to make like 2-inch or 3-inch strips and wrap that first.
Yeah, see that they'll use it here, but they won't put the strips in it. They'll just put the bubble wrap straight to the pipe. So it sweats.
It's still like even if you use the strips, it's still like an inferior R value, isn't it?
Well, they've got two. As far as what I understand, they've got two different ones. They've got one that's like super thin, and it's supposed to be the equivalent of R4, and then they've got the thicker stuff that's supposed to be the equivalent of R8. But it's all based on using the strips correctly too, because they say if you don't use the strips, then it automatically knocks the R value down to like freaking R2 or something stupid.
So what do you use? Like what do you normally wrap things with? What's the R value by you guys? R8?
Mm-hmm.
We don't wrap shit, man. It's all metal here, bro. We just like the stuff
you never run duct in like an unconditioned like crawl space or attic or anything where you have to.
No, it's usually inside walls. So I never had to go to the attic. The only thing that's going in the attic is exhausts, and those are wrapped, obviously. But
so all your ducts in conditioned space.
Yeah. From what I did, like we don't duct houses a lot at all, but usually it's in the conditioned space. That's it. Even for the pool areas, for that duct work, it's same thing. It's conditioned.
So it's just straight up metal. You make your transitions.
That's it. Yeah. A lot of customization, transition, or yourself, but that's about it.
Do you need to coat the ductwork for the pool areas, like the returns or anything?
No. They're a lot of times when they're in the pool area, you have to have them. They have to be like aluminum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So do you buy flat stock aluminum and fabricate your duct, or do you order ductwork as aluminum? Like you specify, I want aluminum.
Yes, size is aluminum, and then we put them together, and then near the transition, we make our own, or we make let's say an offset of some sort, and just to help us out, and we just go with that. Yeah. But other than that, it's just no wrapping, nothing. Thank God.
That'd be freaking nice.
It's not fun.
No, I bet. And the exhaust, we run our exhaust for the pool area too, because we want negative pressure. You want negative pressure in the pool area. You'd rather have negative pressure than positive pressure, because you don't want the air obviously pushing into the house, right? If anything, you want it pushing out. So we always put I always put an exhaust fan somewhere like from the return and just put it outside and leave that on steady. Just leave it on steady.
How much CFM are you usually blowing? Like, do you have like a range you're staying within?
For what, the exhaust fan?
Yeah.
Can't really tell you exactly, but it's a small little thing. It's nothing major, but I don't know specs right off my head. CFM. No,
So I'm
well,
guessing you've never had the full with duck board either.
no, duckboard I never seen in my life.
Oh my God, be glad.
If you got duckboard, you don't need a filter in your furnace or air handler
Why is all that spongy stuff?
because
What?
everything ends up being clean every month. Your filter's clean every month because all your shit's in your duckboard.
I gotcha. Absorbs everything, eh?
That stuff's garbage.
Yeah, I seen pictures of our videos of it. It looks garbage, and some of the things guys make with it is pretty garbage.
I'm trying to remember the tool. There were like one of the tests I had to take. They say they made you name the tool, which I've never used duckboard, but they make you you got to learn about it. It's called like what do they call it? Like a rim shank or something goofy.
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with all the tool. I know that duckboard does have like several of their own specific tools for working with it. I've never had to like actually build duckboard. Like we tore it out, so the equivalent of my duckboard tools is a duck knife. That's about it, because all I was doing was cutting it out anyway.
Yeah.
So you cut it out nice. I just rip it.
And anytime that I knew that I was having to rip out freaking duckboard, I wore a long sleeve shirt. I wore gloves. The shirt was tucked into the gloves, and I tried to stay as far away from it as possible. Like, I can just look at duckboard and start itching.
That kind of stuff.
God, I hate that stuff.
I see that,
luckily I don't see it much here though.
When I see that stuff, it reminds me of when those guys on TV used to carve the cakes with that, that rice stuff or that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of that. It's like you just carve it out. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. That's basically it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how a good portion of the country is. They rely on flex for everything. That blows my mind. I mean, I don't know.
Like, we don't flex.
It really becomes a problem because I'd say probably 75% of houses, their ductwork is in the crawl. So you have animals get, if you're running anything in flex, if your branch runs are flex or whatever, if you have a transition that's flex, any animals get under the house, it's a common thing. Like, you'll get a call that I think an animal got under my house and tore up my ductwork because I got several vents in the house that aren't blowing anything. And sure enough, you'll get out there and something's, a dog, a cat, whatever, has got under the house and just tore the flex all to crap. So a lot of times I'll just, on stuff like that, I'll just upsell them and be like, look, we can put flex back if you want to, but if you have an animal problem here, they're just going to do it again and you're just pissing money away. So if you're going to spend money, why don't we just put all metal branch runs in?
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about it. They might tear the insulation up on the outside of it, but they're not going to get through the metal. So they're not going to affect your airflow. So, but yeah, there's a lot. You see a lot of crazy crap. Spider box systems. You see that occasionally.
Oh yeah, I never see that shit. No.
It was retarded. Freaking.
Yeah, it looks retarded.
Like you'll see like squared around on the end of an air handler and a piece of flex going over to a box. It's like a metal box, and it'll have 6, 7, 8 runs coming off that box.
Yeah.
And all those runs are 25, 30 foot long, going to all areas of the house. I'm like, how in the shit does that does not work?
I can't. Yeah, no, I seen videos of it. That's crazy.
It's funny that they're using it squared around. What is that? I'm sure they're not making it themselves. So what are they doing? Paying $150 or $200 for a squared around fitting, and then they're doing all this shitty stuff after the fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They'll buy like a squared around from whatever supplier they're freaking buying their crap from. They'll get a squared around too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you guys fabricate a lot of your metal? Like, do you guys do custom stuff?
Yeah, there's a lot of times he'll just say, you know what? I don't know what we're gonna do now. Figure it out. Okay, so I just make something up for the transition. There's like certain weird positions, awkward the way it's offset, but I just figure something out and I make it look pretty.
So what did you guys? Do you have a shop, like a sheet metal shop?
Nope. I do it just right there on the floor, but
on the floor.
Yeah, there's nothing like big sheet metal benders. No, nothing like that. No.
I got a 4-foot box and pan brake on the truck, and
That'll be cool.
I have a Pittsburgh machine, so just try to make everything. I see. I learned from like an old guy. The guy who I learned from is like pushing 90 years old now, and he learned from a dude that was. When he told me shit, he's like, "Yeah, I learned this from an old timer." I'm like, "Dude, you're an old timer."
I know.
Yeah,
9 years old. Yeah, it's pretty cool though. Once you get the little knacks about it, I'm pretty sure you're better probably than I am, but it's pretty cool. Customize your own piece of metal and make it look good.
I like sheet metal.
Yeah.
I enjoy it. I don't get to do it much anymore, but it's crazy. It's like when I was an installer doing package units, like I would literally get a roll of sheet metal and I had a 4-foot brake and I would have to build, a weather hood for the package unit to transition from the back of it to the house.
Yeah.
That was a common thing for me. And now, like these installers now, like most of them, like ours, like my boss buys prefabricated weather hoods for our installers. So literally they get a 4-piece flashing that's already cross broke. Everything. All they got to do is put it together and run some screws in it and freaking, seal it to the house. They if you handed them a roll of sheet metal and a 4-foot brake, they would not know what to do with it.
Yeah.
I feel like sheet metal is kind of a sheet metal worker is kind of like a dying breed in certain parts of the country because everybody's just, I'll just buy it.
That's right. I'll tell you one thing I honestly never use. Well, obviously I use maybe the Malco, what they're called, the short beak ones to cut like S cleats, C cleats, but my grinder is my go-to for sheet metal. I don't use shears at all. Right. I use my grinder for everything. Simple cuts, long cuts, any cuts, it's my grinder. Nothing else but my grinder. Right. I don't use shears. I don't know about you guys, but it's just quicker, it's easier and cleaner, and it's just
I've used a grinder before, but I do have shears and all,
Yeah.
All that too. It's just much doing service now.
Sure.
Very rarely do I even do anything with sheet metal anymore.
But. Yeah. Understandable.
When I'm making fittings, I use they got to be probably 14-inch layout snips, like Midwest layout snips. They're like the big boys.
Yeah,
that's what I used on that.
Fuck it, put a grinder to it. Way easier and quicker. You get so good at it. I'm so good with the grinder. You can take a video. It's like it's just
let's do a hangout. We're gonna make a fitting. Let's race. You get your grinder, I get my snips.
Well, they've got all kinds of crazy crap out now, don't they? Don't they have something that like hooks up to an impact?
I have the Malco ones. Yeah.
What is it?
The one that goes on the impact and just like scissors.
The shear. Yeah.
It's like a shear that just hooks to your impact. Like I didn't have no shit like that.
Yeah.
I was installed. Well, I think Milwaukee has like electric shears and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Right off the
I'm wondering if like something that I could do, like as far as video goes, like do you think people would care to watch that? Hey, how do you make a transition fitting?
Okay, right, they would.
Or like a 90 or a 45 or a change 90,
I'll tell you this, that Comfort Plus guy that I was talking about, Chuck, he was actually talking about this topic a couple months ago. I think he did an interview with Zach or something on a podcast, but he was talking about they was talking about building custom sheet metal and stuff like that in transitions. If you watch his videos, he makes awesome duct, just custom at home in his garage. But he was saying that his sheet metal videos had more views than his service calls and his installs. Like there's a general group, that people are actually seeking out.
Yeah.
How to
do it.
Sheet metal on YouTube.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
My problem is like I do everything with Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So if a lot of people don't have Pittsburgh, a Pittsburgh machine, I guess I could do it. Like, do people use brakes? Do they just use bar
Oh, yeah.
folders? Like, how do I show somebody how to do it? Like,
Most of the ones I see, they're just using brakes.
Yeah, brakes. Yeah. Bar folders are fine too. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's videos on there of Pittsburghs
Yeah.
and stuff, but the majority of what I see is just like hand making that crap with brakes.
Yeah. Plus, you're going from the extreme to the simple, right? You're gonna go from the brake all the way down to making a 1-inch fold, so they can see the whole process.
Yeah.
Maybe
maybe that's my new project. I'm gonna
Yeah.
make a series on fabricating ductwork fittings.
That'll be cool. Yeah.
The problem is with the GoPro, like you can't really zoom in all that well, so it's hard to show that.
Yeah. Why don't you try to keep it on you?
On my head.
Yeah, or something. Yeah.
I did that. I recorded a video. I don't know if I think it was on Ted's channel. I talked about it. I made a video on fabricating a Goldberg fitting.
What the hell's a Goldberg fitting?
It's like
I don't know the term.
So you like how if you have a rectangle duct.
Yeah.
Running.
Yeah.
And a regular 90, if you have a vertical 90, it would just turn like this, okay?
Yeah.
So Goldberg fitting is a 90, but in the middle of the 90, the whole thing turns.
Oh, cool.
It's like this.
I call it, it's pretty much a reversing 90.
Yeah. So it like changes directions while it's 90.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Or not direction, changes like orientation of the rectangle through the 90.
Yeah.
I've also heard it called a bullnose offset 90 or something, rounded bullnose offset, I think. But I tried making a video on that, and you can't really tell. And I don't know.
You actually make that? That's awesome. That's something.
Dude, I learned from like a master freaking sheet metal dude, and like I make everything. Like I could make a squared around fitting, like legit squared around fitting, but I don't do squared arounds much anymore because they take freaking forever to make. So I'll just pay somebody to make it because it's like, do I want to spend 2.5 hours or 2 hours or whatever making this fitting?
Yeah.
Or I'll just make a phone call and drive over and pick it up.
Yeah, that piece, will most likely make something like that. But sometimes it doesn't work out, so you have to like figure something out. You know what I mean? You know how it is. But you know what? When you're in situations like that, cam flex is your best friend.
What's that?
The cam flex. You always gotta put it anyways for the vibration. Like the flexible little.
Oh, the canvas.
Yeah. Okay, you guys call it canvas. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, that stuff helps you sometimes, right? Because you get a little play.
Yeah.
Right. You got one on the return, one on the supply. So hey, we work with it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I missed part of that. What was you talking about? Canvas fittings?
Canflex. Yeah, it's like the canvas.
Yeah.
Duradyne.
Yeah.
But
I was kind of occupied there for a minute. My wife walked out in the living room like, what in the hell are you still doing that?
that is awkward.
I'm talking to Jake from State Farm.
She said, you ain't going to be worth a shit tomorrow. I'm like, yeah, I'll get up.
She's customers calling me at Easter Sunday.
It's supposed to be 80 here tomorrow, supposedly. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
80? It's only supposed to be like 70 here.
Wow.
I might be running calls on Easter. Big money on Easter.
Yeah. Let's see what the temperature is here now. 45. It's 45 here now.
I think it's close to that here.
Oh.
We got a bunch of rain, so it cooled off really quick.
It's funny. We got rain all these past couple days, too. We have a thing, when Easter comes, for some reason, it's always raining.
I think it's always nice when Easter comes by us.
Weird, eh? See, we always see it's raining.
It was weird today. Like, it was a gloomy, wet day today. It was like a high of 45 or 50 or something. But tomorrow's supposed to be like perfectly sunny and 70 or 75.
Let me see what tomorrow is. Curious. Tomorrow is supposed to be 62.
Weather's weird here in Tennessee, man. It's especially here in the mountains where I live. I've seen days where it's like it'd be 60, 70 degrees outside, and then the rain come through and the temperature just drop. Like it'd be, you start, at lunchtime at 70 degrees, and then rain comes through and it gets cold, and like by sundown it's like 35 degrees outside. Like, what the hell? How do we go from 70 to 35 in 6 hours?
That's fucked. Yeah.
So
the weather's getting crazy now everywhere anyways. It's just too whack.
Well, it seems like the winters have got more and more mild here the past couple of years too. Like we hadn't got nowhere near the snow that we used to get. Like this winter, we had one good snow, and the rest of the time it was just rain and cold.
It's getting worse by us. We're getting like these polar vortexes over here.
We're not getting too bad. I know you guys get a lot there too, eh? We're not getting too bad here. I don't know.
This year we got hit with like, it was like we were below -10 or -15 or something like that for a solid week.
No, we don't get that.
Yeah.
I think the lowest I've
ever was rough.
Get here was like, I think it got down to, well, this was a couple years ago, but I think it got down to like 1 or 2 degrees, maybe 0. And that was like for like a week, and then it gets back up. Most of the time, majority of our winter is like highs in the upper 30s, maybe low 40s, and then at night it'll get down in the 20s, maybe the teens.
Yeah, for a couple of days I remember that too. That being that cold, same shit. Fuck.
We have a lot of people calling the HVAC know-it-all. He's the one that does an awesome job with his videos. No, but the biggest thing was intakes frozen on furnaces on 2-pipe systems during that polar vortex, and then also just people being like, "Hey, I can't get my house above like 63 degrees," and it's like, yeah, well, okay.
Yeah.
That's okay, you're doing good.
At least you're running. At least your furnace is running. Fuck.
Yeah, when it gets really cold, that's probably like 75% of my calls. If I'm on call or something like on a Saturday and it's super cold, is freaking 90+ furnaces with the drains froze, because these companies around here, they'll put a 90+ in a crawl or something, and they'll just plumb it out with 3/4 PVC, and they'll stub it out the side of the crawl door or out the crawl wall outside. So of course the tip of the 3/4 PVC on the outside of the house freezes and backs up.
I wrapped my condensates with that strip tape, whatever you call it.
Yeah. E-tape.
Yeah. And I wrap it. I know Mike was saying, "Oh, it's wrong," but he's looking at a different way. He does it for condensates. Yeah, you don't have to wrap it for condensates, but I wrap it like good.
I've done it. I've installed 90s in the attic. I've installed them in the crawl space. I've never had an issue. I always use heat tape, and then I insulate the drain on top of the heat tape.
Yeah,
and you have no issue. I insulate and wrap heat tape around the trap, and you don't have a problem. You really need to pay attention to detail when you're doing that.
That's right.
It's not details. Your furnace needs to have a slight pitch to it where your condensate's draining out of the furnace forward. You need to make sure you have a good pitch on all your drain everywhere. It's got to be insulated, and you got to have heat tape. You got to know how to do the heat tape and have good contact and everything, and you shouldn't have an issue.
Like you said,
a lot of guys do to avoid even fooling with that because they don't know how to properly run drains. Is they'll take and set, like if it's hung horizontal in a crawl, they'll take and set a condensate pump right up under the furnace, and they'll plumb it down into a condensate pump, and then use 3/8 vinyl tubing, and they'll run it to the closest house drain, septic drain, and put a barb, screw a barb fitting in the friggin' 3-inch, 4-inch, whatever, PVC it is, and just freaking let it drain into the drain of the house so they don't have to worry about it freezing. You see that a lot. And then a lot of guys, they won't put 90 pluses in attics because they're afraid it's going to freeze, so they'll just put 80%ers.
I don't like to, but I mean, if I have to, I will,
Or a lot of times what you'll see is, obviously on like a 2-story house, it's either a gas package unit downstairs and a split heat pump for upstairs. A lot of times is what you'll see, especially on like new construction. If they're building a 2-story house, they'll put gas on the main floor, and then to avoid running gas line up into the attic or having to worry about venting, they'll just do a split heat pump in the attic for the second floor.
Wow. I guess that works.
Yeah.
Joe, what do you use for your heat tape? Do you use Raychem?
Yeah, I think that's what the name is. It's it comes in a clear package and it's like brown. I think it's Raychem. Yeah. Do you have to customize your end?
Yeah, it's kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's the same one.
Very specific on how they want the end done.
Yeah. Actually, he just gave me one to put on, but I didn't get a chance to put on that one. Because I put a hole going outside for the condensate. It's in the garage, so I'm going to have to put one there. But
with you guys being a lot colder climate than what I'm in, what do y'all run for like service trucks? Do y'all get like 4-wheel drive service bed trucks, or you just run regular vans, or what?
Yeah, well, you go ahead, Adam. You have your own truck, right, Adam?
Yeah, I just use I have the freaking whatever Chinese or Japanese version of a Dodge, the ProMaster, but I have the KUV bed on the back. But like where I'm at, I'm lucky enough where I'm close enough to the city where they plow pretty freaking quick.
Right.
Like,
Yeah. I just use my personal, either a car or a little pickup. When I say little pickup, it's a 2500 Chevy, but it's my personal vehicle, not his. And he pays me for my gas, and he treats me good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's probably one of the big problems around here is like, not that we get a whole crap ton of snow like probably what you guys get, but where I'm in the mountains, it's a lot of the roads don't get,
plowed.
They don't get plowed, like because they can't get down them. We're talking about some like little 1-lane back mountain road that has no guardrail, no nothing. Like you're not getting a snow plow down there. So if you have to get out and run service calls, and God forbid they live down one of those roads, you're just freaking slipping and sliding. And a lot of times you just have to make a judgment call. Like you start trying to go down there, you ask them, before you go out there. Is your road freaking covered in snow? Do you live at the top of a mountain? Because if so, I'm probably not going to make it to you. You're going to have to suck it up until it freaking thaws out some or something.
Yeah. Like I know here, my brother's been living in a couple of states more than I have in the States, and he says that they don't plow as much as they do here, seems. Like, do they plow a lot? Even, is it just major cities and major roads, or like everywhere in the States?
I mean, here, like they just, like if they know we're going to be getting snow, like the salt trucks will be out running trying to treat like the interstates and some of the main roads. But like I said, all the little back roads, they don't get touched.
They don't get touched, right?
So like up north, I've always heard that like up north, kids are used to going to school even if there's freaking 8 inches of snow on the ground because they plow and do what they need to do for the buses to run. Well, here, where they don't plow those roads, you get any significant amount of snow whatsoever here, and you have all these kids that live on back roads that the bus can't get to them. They just cancel school.
Yeah. That's what I
So
heard.
school gets canceled all the freaking time. I mean, and it'll just be a dusting.
Yeah.
And you look at the main roads and you're like, they're fine, but you got to consider all the little back roads.
Sure. Yeah.
So,
Here they plow pretty. They're pretty good with their cleaning the snow here.
it's just rough when you're like, because I'm in just a regular old freaking. I used to have a Transit at my old company, and now I'm back in like a E250, just standard service van, and man, that's not fun slipping and sliding on freaking black ice and stuff trying to run freaking calls. I wish they just buy us full drive like service bed trucks and be done with it.
That would be nice. The Transit, the small Transits, like the small little vans?
No, I had one of the big ones.
Oh, the big ones.
So we've got actually at our company here, 2 out of the 4 techs here have the little small Transit Connects or whatever. Which I'm glad I don't have one because there's no freaking room to put anything in them.
There isn't. There's no room, and they're underpowered. Like it sounds like that motor's gonna explode each time you drive.
I will tell you, here in the mountains, it freaking eats up transmissions, dude.
Yeah,
like exactly. one of them, he's had his the little Transit Connect for 2.5 years, I think, and they've put 2 transmissions in it.
Wow.
I mean, when you're caught, I mean, if you know, you put freaking some coils in the back of it, and then not to mention all your tools and all your stock stuff, and you go back and forth up a freaking mountain every day, you're just asking to burn the transmission up.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not made for that. They're made for like flatland run around vehicles.
Delivering mail, yeah, that's
no doubt.
Anyways, fuck. Guys, it's 5:20 here, man. I think we're gonna
go. I'm like nodding off right here, guys.
Yeah, it's all good. It's been a good chat, and we'll do it again next week for sure.
Yep, I'll see you guys on Saturday.
All right, boys. See you later, man.
See ya.
Take care.